25 ways to say shibby.
Shibby!
Shibby.
Shibby!
Shibby. Shibby.
Shibby!
Shibby.
Shibby.
I'm so shibby.
Yeah, I'm well shibby, ain't it, bruv?
Shibbiest shib in the world.
As shibby as shibby can be.
Shibby.
Shibby?
Shibby.
Shibby?
Shibby.
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 Can we just stop on the shibbying?
How many have we done?
I don't know about... I don't really know. I haven't counted.
Me neither. 25 ways to say shibby.
Shibby!
Shibby.
Shibby!
Shibby. Shibby.
Shibby!
Shibby.
Shibby.
I'm so shibby.
Yeah, I'm well shibby, ain't it, bruv?
Shibbiest shib in the world.
As shibby as shibby can be.
Shibby.
Shibby?
Shibby.
Shibby?
Shibby.
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 Can we just stop on the shibbying?
How many have we done?
I don't know about... I don't really know. I haven't counted.
Me neither. 25 ways to say shibby.
All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this pussy just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this pussy just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack, my neck. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this pussy just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this pussy just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack, my neck.
Da 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 da.
Dude, you just touched Christy Boner's hoo-hoo. Shibby! Low five. Yeah. Let's get out of here.
And away V goes. Hello. What is up? What is up? What is up? Can we hear me? Let me see. Oh boy. Shibby. Oh, let me check. I can check on my other computer. Don't you guys worry about wasting your time updating. Boom, I sound perfect on my other computer. Oh, guys, hello. Hello, it snowed here so much. Oh, my goodness. Hey, so let's start fresh. So let's start fresh. Back again. First one, look at this. Reliable pop culture Paula. Always the first one. Oh, my goodness. Hello, hello. Good evening. So nice to see you. And then Josh shows up. Three of those little pinky hands. Oh, 3 hellos. Well, hello, hello. No, that's like the Three Stooges. Hello, 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 hello. You know that one. You must know that one. That was probably written for us guys like us. Hello, 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 hello. And then they say it all at the same time. And moving on, Becky B. Hi, y'all. Hi, Shibby. Hi, y'all. Hi, Becky B. Mm-mm-mm. And who else? Oh my God! So the V, 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 V. The V, 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 boom, boom. Good morning. Oh, my Toronto Maple Leafs are way over near you tonight, playing the Vegas Golden Knights. Now, when we play games, they usually start at 7 p.m. my time, but they start at like 9:30 or 10 when they're way over you weirdos on the West Coast. So they're still in the second period. It's usually way over by now. So I'm a little distracted, but I'm not going to look. So many commercials, eh? Well, I just keep it muted, but as long as they're playing good, I won't say anything. If they play crappy, I'll shut it down. If they play really good, I'll start cheering, screaming, and freaking out. So the Vegas Knights and the Leafs are winning. Toronto Maple Leafs are winning. Who else? Oh my God, TJ. Hello, young lady. Saw your other video today. Look at you. Is that really you got a nice view? Is that really your room? Is that like your living room you're sitting in? That's cool. It's cool. When I get a camera, I'll have to make sure I have a good background. I don't want to, my RC cars and set up, and I'm going to move things around. I definitely I'll move my laundry. Don't want to have like a laundry hamper in the background. I want my RC cars, and I got this wicked shelf system. I got to set it all up. This is a new year. You guys will be amazed. I got those LED. I got strips of LED lights. I got to switch around. Boy, oh boy, you guys would be so amazed. But TJ, you have a great room. If that's your living room, you got a good view or a little window and kitties running around and stuff. Or love it. TJ, what are you saying here? I live in the country on a steep hill. Very cool. I love countrysides and I love hills. I love it. So, do you have like no neighbors where you can feel cool keeping some windows open later at night? Because I like doing that. I personally I'm the type of person where even where I live now, instead of closing my blinds and keeping lights on, I would sit in at night, I would turn my TV down brightness or whatever. And if I'm sitting in my living room, I'll keep my windows wide open, big bay windows, and I can see the street, but I keep it dark so I could see out versus, I definitely like that better. A lot of people like to bundle, close their blinds so tight and keep all their lights bright. I do the opposite. Because if you have your lights on bright inside at nighttime, you can't have any cracks, because people will just be able to see you and you can't see out. But if I keep everything low and I would keep my blinds open and look out at the world, just like my TV on. So love that. Love it. So let's do this. Let's start the show tonight. No farting around. How's that? I'm part out of something, but I've always known back in I think it was 94, 93, before my son was born, right around when my son was born, I started a factory job in an auto parts factory. And man, we worked 2 weeks days, 2 weeks nights. And the 2 week was weird, called shift work. Like instead of, it was just like 2 weeks of day shift, like 7 a.m. to like 5:30 p.m. And then 2 weeks of night shift was like 6:30 p.m. to like 5 a.m. or whatever. And man, it was tough. But the night shifts, I always loved it better because I don't know, less of those human people-y things running around. Always knowing I'm a night owl. But I mean, if I had to, I could be a morning person. I could. It's just I would choose definitely nights. So yeah. So as long as I mean, even how it is, even I have a street right out in front of me. My road is, people. I live in a not somewhat populated area. I would rather keep my blinds open and lights down Yes, the Leafs just scored. Boom. Fuck yeah. 4-2. Boom. Love it. All right. Let's do this. Any updates? My pop culture Paula? What kind of vampire? Actually, I would probably be more of a, is that like the True Bloods? Is that vampires or werewolves? Yeah, it's vampires. I would be a good one. I would be a good one. I wouldn't be, I wouldn't want to hurt people or kill people. But if I could find somebody who could help me with the blood, maybe I would help them. I'll buy them a Big Mac combo. They can give me like a pint of blood or something. I don't know. That would be a nice one. If that's possible. If not, I would then choose werewolf or owl or just human, I guess. I don't know. I would be a good, whatever I would be, I wouldn't want to hurt. I wouldn't want, I would be the best that you could be. Right? I wouldn't kill for fun. It would be totally only for survival. Right? Like hunting or, food. I wouldn't hunt for sport. I would definitely only hunt to survive. If that was possible, I don't know how I could do it. I never really thought of it, but I would be definitely considerate. That's for sure. Whatever I would think of others before I eat them. I don't know. Or, drink their blood, not eat them. Oh my goodness. I don't even know. I watched True Blood. I liked that. It was a great show. I don't even know. I watched Teen Wolf. That was good. I'm not even sure how that all really works. So I would definitely love to be a shapeshifter. That's great stuff. Shapeshifting could be really useful. So that being said, let's do this. Make sure you guys update the chat with your weather, with your sports teams, with anything that's happening on your channels, your life. I would definitely be considerate. Whatever I'd shapeshift to, I would definitely think of others before I did. Just enough to survive. And I wouldn't do it for fun. I'd be like, when I'm sucking their blood, I'd be like, this hurts me more than it hurts you. But now I must suck your blood. And if you just hang out for a bit, after will be fun. We'll have fun. I don't want to, we'll go and have fun. We'll go play mini putting. If you just give me a little bit I need energy and I'm just kidding. Oh boy. So make sure you guys update everything. Your weather. We had wicked snow here. Your weather, your day, everything. Look at this one coming in here. Rabbi, good morning, good evening. I don't even know if others are on. Don't feel obligated to be here. If there's anything else happening, catch up. I'm going to be here all night. I'm going to start right away, Rebby. No distractions tonight. And oh my God, at the end of last night's show, I had myself muted. Thank gosh. It was only for like 5 or 10 minutes, 10 minutes maybe. And I was like at the end of the show and I was like rushing to get done. And then I was muted. So I have to go back and do 10 more minutes, but I did it. It was that Steret guy, Chief Steret, the fire chief. Oh my God. That guy is amazing, guys. We have to just want to quickly look at that before we get started. This guy, oh my goodness. Where is he? In here. Did you guys see what he said at trial? Oh my God. Steret, this guy. Oh, I got the wrong. Sorry. The Steret guy is amazing. Oh my goodness. Chief Darrell Sterret. He's the guy, he's like the captain of the fire department. He was running he said he was like the head search guy. And when the girls were missing, oops, I'm not even sharing this, sorry. My mistake. I thought I was sharing my screen. And now I am. This is what I meant. This is what I was talking about. Sorry, guys. Here's me. Luckily, I noticed those things. Oh, my goodness. Perfect. If you fall asleep, I fell asleep and missed McCain. Oh, it was okay. McCain wasn't as interesting but it was a Steret guy. If you ever watch a replay, catch this Darrell Sterret. He is, oh my goodness. He can't be for real. He's either worse than Steve Moonman Mullins, or just complicit in helping them cover that search up on the 13th, the night of the 13th. He is the captain of the fire department, this guy. And wow, yes, Rebby. Oh my God, go back and listen to it if you want later on. It was near the end of yesterday's show. The things he says about the night before, like basically they're at on the Friday, on the Monday the girls go missing. He says there's like everyone's there at the station because they're doing a training seminar. So he says there's so many, like all the young cadets, everyone's there. He says there's like 100 people or something. So what I'll do is I'll use this chance to just give us a quick update of this last show, and then I'm going to get right into it. But man, I'll go through and I got my copy. I'll highlight the things I want to ever go back to. So he's like, they're basically doing where is it? They're at the station and then they get the call. So, I mean, it worked out in a way where they had a training event started right here. So let me see. I'll put this, and this. So they had a training event and at the station, right? I'll make sure training event. They were doing they had all the cadets were there. And probably around 6 o'clock. So this is picture on the day of. They showed up at 9 a.m. on the Monday morning at his work. And it's the 13th, right? So around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, they're I guess that around 4 is when everyone, I think just Derek and them are realizing, and Becky, Patty, they're starting to search, and they haven't called the police just yet. But so around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, they're doing training and CPR. They got the cadets there. I'm not sure if he said exactly how many are there, but a lot of people are there at the fire station. They were doing a CPR recertification. And man, I hope he says the number. Then they get alert, right? 5 around, they start getting word that there's 2 juveniles missing. And they're at the station. And then boom, it's like they just immobilized because everyone's there. They mobilized fast because they're there. They're like all just kind of having the afternoon, finishing up, and all the volunteers are all together. So I guess in a way, I mean, you don't want to, obviously, it's not a good thing, but I mean, it's a good jump start to get this search going. So they're like, they got a joint, he goes out to joint command, this chief captain, the fire chief, and man, they're like knocking on doors and stuff like right away. They're setting people out to do leads. Like, I mean, right away, 5 or 6, they're out there searching these, like the whole fire department's going out. Not only that, there was like cadets, as long as they're 14 to 18-year-olds who were there, as youngsters, cadets maybe, getting extra training and stuff to become volunteers. So they go out there, and then he says, he parks, I should pull the picture up too of the area. Hey, Jer, what's up? Sorry, guys, hey, Jer, hello. What's up, bro? I saw you at Cryptex. I didn't want to bug too many people because I just woke up. I was watching Cryptex talk about whatever Tom Webster is supposed to be doing with Andrew Baldwin. I don't know. I saw you over there. I meant to say hi to everyone, but I didn't want to kind of steal. He was just chatting away and reading chat, and then I came to get this ready. But welcome, young man. Welcome. It is. If you just hold, if you keep coming, you prove yourself, prove your worth, young man. Well, in the beginning, I had a few, like, I don't mind people, but it's just there was a couple of trolls that would just pop in and just like immediately. I wouldn't even know if they liked Delphi. It was just like bottom of YouTube, and they just show up and start swearing and calling me names and saying my voices are horrible. I wouldn't even think they're Delphi type trolls. They're just YouTube trolls, and it's like 5 o'clock in the morning, just pop in and start swearing and calling me names and stuff. So, but that's the only reason I would have help. But I haven't really had that in a while. Welcome, young man. I saw you over there. How did Cryptex go? Did he finish? Is there other lives on, guys? So here, what I'll do is is I'll get this started. Just know I'm ready to go. We're going to start with Mullin on that day. And we got a bit, and it's going to be Leazenby afterwards. So, but I think this is how I finished off with this Chief Steret. And he's chief of the fire department. And it sounds like he's there, you know, they're at the command. They got a command center up like almost right away. On the evening of the 13th, they got volunteers. They're in group, you know, but then he sounds like they're all of a sudden when they show up, it sounds like the place is empty. And I'm like, it just didn't sound right. It didn't sound right. Because he says they show up, and I'll show you, he says they show up at, yeah, here, all the cadets are there. So anyone 14 years old to 18 years old, the cadets were there getting the certification. And there was groups of, and you know, there's groups. If it's the chief's staff, he has like 5 or 6 that go with him. They have this already coordinated and planning. And then the next person, the command officers have, you know, a bunch of cadets go with them. And then the captains, which are training officers, and then they're next in rank. And then like each one of them is like a captain of their own group, and they get like 6 people with each one of these. So these are like, and it's like they're out there. But then all of a sudden only one group shows up, and it seems like they're parked really, really, really far away, and they have no lights, and they're just walking around in the woods, or like not even near the bridge. So it just seemed really weird. So it was in one hand, it sounded good, like not good. Like, how do I say it? Good, but almost in a way lucky. Like if we're going to search for people and use the volunteer fire department, they were all together doing a seminar already on that day. So it was it worked out. What's the word for it? I forget. I know there's a great word for that. Sometimes you lose, you know, you don't think of the easy words, right? But the timing was just right. If you ever have to search for 2 juveniles, and obviously not knowing what really happened at that time on the Monday, it's kind of like, you know, let's search for these kids. And this guy talks about them as if they're 4 years old, hunt and lost in the woods, and kind of hiding in a cave, freezing cold, and waiting for people to come save them. He talks about them like they're lost children in the Sahara Desert, and they don't know what, you know. And it was just really strange because, I mean, obviously, it, you know, it was cold and dark, right? But I mean, we all know that even if Libby or Abby were alone out there, and they kind of broke free or something like 8 or 9, it was pitch black even, they would use they would know, they would get out. They would, you know, they would go to any direction. They would either take the road, you know, wherever they were. But around 9:30 or 10, these guys show up there. So 9:30 or 10 on that Monday night, he shows up. Now, by 9:30 or 10, the cops have showed up at 5:45, 6 p.m., 6:30, 7, 7:30 p.m., 8 p.m. Like this place has got to be covered around the bridge, right? By 8 p.m., the area is covered, saturated. Then he says they show up at 9:30 or 10, and what does he do? Watch what he does. He says they park out on 625, which is way out on the road here. We entered off, but they entered on foot. Do you guys know what that means? We entered on off of 625. That's where Weber's private drive starts. So, hey, what's up, Nicole? So I'm just gonna, just so you know, Nicole, the show is so ready. And if I've missed anybody, are you guys okay with this? If I just do a quick cover of, oh, hi, Mimi. Hi. If I miss anybody, oh my goodness. So you guys, please, if you want to update anything, guys, your weather, your sports teams, your day, your plans tomorrow, anything you guys want, I'm so glad you're here. I'm just doing a quick update of what we finished with yesterday. Thankfully, I talked for Nicole. Thankfully, it was Dewey and the Vicarious Vigilante, Peggy, who saved me at the end of my show. I was muted for like near the end. I was trying to get this guy done, and I was muted for like 5, maybe 10 minutes. And I think TJ was there, and thankfully they all spotted, and I unmuted and I recovered. But I was talking away, you know. I haven't done that for so long. I was muted and it almost went horribly, but thankfully I was able to find it. It was only like 10 minutes and I went back and just read again. This was yesterday's show. So here, I'm going to show you this part. This is so amazing, Nicole. This is Chief Steret, and he immobilizes. He sounds like he's the chief, the search, the leader, the captain of this search. Like, I mean, he seems to have no clue what's happening. No clue. He can't even get a good flashlight. Oh my God, what? So it's so disingenuous. It's cold everywhere, I think. Even you guys are over on the West Coast, right? Both of you. You're probably not used to lots of cold, right? Wherever you are. Man, it's freezing here. It's like -12 or something, -15. And that's a lot. So, oh, Nicole, you're not feeling well, young lady? I was listening to Peggy, right? Oh, did she? Was she doing this? Oh, yeah, yes. Is she replaying that Fuck It 4? That's the one where I helped her mod the first time before she fired me. I helped her with that Fuck It 4, where Criminality was there, and that Mark guy called up, and Teresa was there. That was like her best show. Like within a day, like there was, I was helping her, and Louise, me, and Peggy modded that one. She's playing now, the Fuck It 4. And at one point, there was like 700 or 800 people live chatting in her live stream. I swear to you. And I was like the only moderator because Peggy was doing a show. Louise, I think, was working some StreamYard for her, I guess. And like it was just basically me and Louise. And it was like 700 people at one time live chatting. And I was, oh my God. And that's when Rick Snay showed up. And then some other trolls, they hid me or they blocked me so I couldn't see them. And then they started causing trouble in chat. But actually, it was okay. It didn't go horribly wrong, but it almost did. And it was amazing. What's up? What's up, Charles? Bruh, how are you doing? My God, there's the you and your pet frog, that frog in your throat, the hillbilly frog. Say hello. Mr. Q-Ball says hi. So, I know you guys love this, so this is dedicated to the Vicarious Vigilante. I know she's not here, but I hate doing that, but I know V likes when I do my straw, so this is for V and Nicole and TJ and everyone. I had to clean the straw out, so there we go. I don't like doing that, but I get so many requests. The people love the slurp. I'm only kidding. I should probably never do that again. So this guy, I'm pulling up a picture now, guys, and this guy is, oh my goodness, he's amazing. I mean, it's amazing. It's so amazing. This guy says he's the chief. He talks about pulling up here. This is 625, right? So again, so this is, let's start easy, like the CPS building, right? The Rat Trap Station place. Hoosier Harvest Store. The Mary Gerard people that own the bird sanctuary is all over here. Here's the creek, right? Here's that Hoosier Highway. Here, 300 North. Harvest Store, where all the cameras are catching cars. The Mears Farm. The Mears entrance, where you see it there. The Mears entrance right there. This is the junction where everything meets up. The trail. The bridge starts here, obviously, right? The bridge ends here on the south side, Weber's. The first cop shows up here at 5:45. Oh my gosh. So the first cop shows up there at 5:45, and by 6 or 6:15, 6:30, he's banging on Weber's door, looking for these girls. And the other, Teresa Liebert, says around 4:30, Derek and Cody and Kelsey and all them have come over here, and people are banging on doors over here. Banging on it, knocking on houses, Teresa Liebert says. Looking for them, knocking on houses, running around at 4:30, 5 o'clock. And then the first cop shows up right here under the bridge. He parks right here. And he goes up on the bridge, goes down, and he's here banging on his door. Weber answers around probably 6:30 in his house coat, and his big white van's got to be parked in the driveway. Oh my God! So that's all happening for 2 or 3 hours. Then this guy says he shows up around 9 or 9:30 or 10. I'm like, what? Like, this place is covered in people. And in my opinion, when he says he shows up, it sounds like a ghost town. It sounds like there's nobody out here, and it just sounds weird. And they park their cars way out here at 6:20, and they walk in. 6 or 7 of them together walk in, and they're talking about goat trails and all this stuff. And he doesn't even remember if he went past the bridge, and it is amazing. And they don't have good lighting. And there's one person brings their car in. But to me, that night by 10:30, there's like, I'm picturing cop cars all parked on the street, and fire trucks and big, huge spotlights like Ron Logan described. Because where else is it? Where else is it? Ron Logan said it. Well, I totally believe that part, that what Ron Logan said, it looked like Friday Night Lights, right? Come on, as if it didn't. By 10 p.m., under this bridge, it was lit up like a football field. And they'll have at least one. He said there's got 2 red fire trucks, but he didn't mention where they were parked or anything. We don't have no video or photos of them, but there's got to be at least one of them there. And they have those spotlights, where like those work lights, where you'd raise it up on a pole, and big rectangular work lights on each corner of this fire truck. This area is lit up, putting them up on 10-foot poles high up in the air. This is what fire trucks are for. So there's 1 or 2. And this is what Ron Logan said. And then picture even 2 or 3 cops showing up, as if they don't have those work searchlights. Because I have one that's like a tripod type of thing with all these 4 or 6, like a DeWalt type of work light, where you'd put it on a stand, and it's got all these wicked, you can point each one each direction, and you can even extend 2 of them up higher. And oh my goodness, this area is lit up, right, guys? This guy says they show up, they park here for some reason. They don't go in, but then they walk in, and it sounds like they're walking around and nobody's there. So it's just, I don't get it. I don't get it, because that's the night of, and that area is full of people. So here he says it. Watch. He parks. 625 is a paved road. So picture 625 is not the Weber private drive. 625 is where you get on and start it. You know, down that very corner would be the 625. So then he's like, in 2017, he drove to the corner of 625 where it turns into the gravel lane, but doesn't drive down it. And he's there. He shows up, and he's got his personal vehicle, but he's got 5 or 6 other people with him, his team, his firefighters, because they don't want to take seats up on this, the truck that's going there, or whatever he says. His personal vehicle shows up, and he parks way out there. And it just sounds so strange. It just doesn't make any sense. This is the captain. He's the one running the searches and getting everyone to go there. And it just, why don't we have photos of that night, or video of this search, or the news, you know, looking at this whole area? Because I just know it looks like what Ron Logan described. They're walking by Liebert's house and the High Bridge, and it just sounds like nothing went on. Then it's just like, oh, they go home. It's so odd. This guy is amazing. So, man, it is. I'm speechless after reading this again. I'm speechless. They sound like they don't even. It sounds like there's basically, he's talking like clearing the scene. He says at 1:30 we left. He doesn't even know if they left at 1:30 or 2:30 in the morning. It just sounds like he's intentionally running cover for them to not say what really happened that night. It just sounds like it, because there's no way the fire chief did a search like this. They're just kind of walking around, not any which way, not making, and it just doesn't sound so unbelievable. It's not even funny. So if you ever wanted to do that, that's what I finished with last night. I'm not going to go off on that, but so let's start the show. 160 people are here. I'm going to start the show, guys. Let's do this. If you fall asleep, it's just saying hi is great. Very good question. This, oh my goodness. Have you where? Is it just that one? All I've seen, like all I've seen is that one where that guy's talking about Eric Williams, not Erskine. The Williams searchers. It's really dark and it looks almost, I don't even know if that's the right night. But have you seen like a picture of all the how many the night of the search or the next day, the 14th? I'm not talking about the crime scene and all that. I'm talking of like on the 13th, the night of, when they're still missing. I want to see anything, even just a photo of this area right here. I'm picturing there's got to be a fire truck there, right? 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night on the Monday night. They're missing. They got to have a fire truck there. And they got to have 4, 5, 6 cop cars there parked off on each side. I'm picturing them all figuring out that, okay, when we drive in here, we can then leave this way so we can all park on the right side, but nobody blocks the road enough so we can't get all the way in and out. People coming and going, dropping people off, picking people up. Searchers all over this area. It's a big area. It's a lot bigger than it looks, guys. It's vast. It's big. It is bigger than it looks. But they're talking about sweeping teams of people 3 or 4 feet apart walking towards the creek from the private drive. Teams of them doing this whole area as if there's not a fire truck like here and here with huge spotlights, and this has to be lit up. It has to be. And they're leaving their headlights on, and their cop cars, they got to leave them running because they got those computer systems and all that, and probably have their heaters on. It might be a little chilly, but not cold, but they got, those vehicles, they need to leave the cop cars on. I get it. Because they got all those computers and systems and the lights. They probably got their high beams or extra spotlights, so searchlights. Each cop car, they have like a little searchlight where they can kind of, on the top of where they can kind of aim it or turn it to the left and right. And this area is lit up. So if you ever see a photo or news story, I would so love to see that. If that's what you're talking about, TJ. Oh my God. No, not the 14th. No. I'm talking about the 13th. Yeah. We can assume I can assume, yeah. I think it's you have to. They say it. But the way it sounds like, it sounds like when he arrives there and walks in, that there's nobody there. And I'm like, what? This area's got to have 40 or 50 people walking around with flashlights everywhere. And he just sounds like there's his team shows up and it sounds like there's nobody else there. And there's buried. They have, he says it's something about they have bad flashlights too, that they bought crummy flashlights and it was his fault. And next time they'll buy better ones or something. It is so weird. It is just not real. So anyways, let's do this for the people. I'm so glad you're here. I got a fresh coffee. I'm going to start right now. Oh my God. Video from the helicopter of the cemetery. Oh, is that the 13th? But well, it's daytime, right? But yeah, I mean, is that on the 13th, TJ, or the 14th? Make sure I want the 13th, right? It's got to be the day before, like the day of, not the 14th. And because those helicopters aren't up during the dark, right? They're up when it's daylight. But either way, I'd still like to see it. But that helicopter is that the 13th? So I really want the 13th. Yeah, the night of the 13th. Boom, Jer. Perfect. Simple. The night of the 13th, which is the Monday. I would say anywhere from 8 p.m. to 12 to midnight. It's one look. There's got to be, that area has to be lit up, right, Jer? It just sounds so strange. Because when this guy talks about it 9:30 or 10 p.m., he shows up, they're walking, they're not even going to the bridge. They're starting way out that road and walking in. I mean, what? Wouldn't everyone go to Ground Zero would be that bridge? And okay, your team covers this area. Your team covers this area. Let's do. Your team goes up on the bridge and walks. Your team goes to the other side of the bridge. Go drive over to the cemetery. Like what? There's like 5 or 6 teams of sick people, and the families going around. And I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing. I don't know. It sounds like a cover up, honestly. So, it's a cover up. Something's covered up. I mean, even if at the very least they're covering up their incompetency, but I think we're being way too easy on them, thinking that it's like just like their incompetence. This is next. This isn't just incompetence, right, guys? Like, to me, this has got to be more. It's got to be more. It has to be, because of just nothing makes sense. Nothing. This whole oops, here we go. Oh my goodness. Oh, I should have updated that. Where is it? Where did you go? Perfect. Can we hear that? Oh yeah, it's there. Okay, sorry. I will not keep it that loud. I just checked. I do like this one for some reason. Makes me kind of focus. Not that loud. There we go. Perfect. Oh my God. And I will play the next file. All right, guys, we're going to start. No more farting around. It's playing. I'm going to start fresh. And let's do this for the people. For the people. So, I'd be very interested in seeing that. So let me double check. Mimi, TJ, Nicole, if you guys fall asleep or you have to leave, come on back. I'm going to be doing this all night. If you have somewhere else to be, I understand. Oh my God. Perfect. Yes, of course. Yes. That whole area's there's people everywhere. What is going on? The way he describes it, this is the chief of the fire department. He sounds like it's a ghost town out there. It's just 5 or 6 old guys with shitty flashlights walking around nowhere near the bridge. I'm like, what? So it's just not right. So here we go. This is Moonman Mullins talking about, oh my goodness. This day was again, he's been there a few times. Let's see what he's doing this time. I forget. Each time is kind of like he's covering a certain, like, he's not just talking the whole trial. He's talking each time he's there. It's a specific reason. What was it again on this day? The idea was Gootee Dwenger is she's a doctor. Right. This is defense people. So this is, McCain. Right. And Heath and Baker. Yeah. So this is the defense orientated stuff. So let's just see what they do with Mullins here. This will be, I know this, but it'll be great. It'll be great to see. So I'm not going to keep the Steret up because it's just distraction. Oh, see there? I should get used to saving them with my changes. Testimony of Darrell Sterret. Boom. Then I can get rid of it. So, Mullins. By Baldwin. Is head investigator an appropriate thing to call you? Yes, please. Investigator, how important would you say it is to preserve evidence in a case? It is important. Why is it important? Like, just listen. This is where, I remember this now. This is where he gets really smug on the stand. Smug and dismissive towards Baldwin about losing so much evidence. He's just, nothing's going to happen to this guy. He's going to get a promotion. He knows it. Judge Gull's going to not hold him to account. He's a smug dope. And I remember this now. Steve Mullin. So Baldwin's starting a serious trial of 2 dead girls, telling him, asking him how important it is to not lose evidence at the very beginning. All those, and he's like, you watch his attitude. I remember this. He's smug, dismissive, and just It's not going to go over well. I just know it. But nothing's going to happen. He doesn't care. He's put there for this reason. When Nick needs something, a fall guy, an idiot, whatever that's called, like someone to just be the idiot and take the blame, and he puts Mullin up. That's why he's there as his head investigator. And then he's covering, just watch. So Baldwin, why is it important? Well, to preserve the integrity of the investigation as much as possible. Is it important for the people on the prosecution side of the case? It's important to everyone. No. Not for you guys, because you don't want to solve the case. You want to bury the evidence and now just manufacture and get one guy. You don't want answers. It's important to the defense as well. Yeah. How important would it be, if at all, to alert the defense if there's missing evidence? Would that be important? Yes. You can just feel his pretentiousness, his sarcasm and smugness. He knows nothing's going to happen to him. Let's air it all out, because nothing. This transparency means nothing without accountability. And he'll be transparent, and he'll get a promotion. He'll get his great jobs, and never ever be held to account for any of this, ever. Even better, like he's now back to the chief of police. Like Doolin, you can't epically have the biggest screw up in Department of Natural Resources history. He's now the captain. This idiot, they lost all those interviews. They've done so much wrong in the beginning of this investigation. This guy became the head investigator to cover days like this. Nothing's going to happen. And then he goes back to be the chief of police. Great job. He did his job. He did great. He was the useful idiot who said yes. That's his job, Mullin. So, yeah, why is it important? Well, to alert them if any evidence was missing would be important. Why? I'm not sure if I understand your question. Why is it important? I believe I answered the question. It's important. But why, he says. Okay, I appreciate that. But my question is, why is it important, though? Why is it important? Because of the integrity of the case. What evidence, if any, has come up missing in this case? Boom. Like, look at, they don't want them to have to talk about it, right? It's gonna, like, what? You're at trial and you're going to try to protect this guy? So, Judge, can I ask to clarify, in the case against Richard Allen? Yes. And specifically the charges against Richard Allen. Yeah, just the evidence related to this investigation, Abby and Libby's murders. Judge, I'm going to object to relevance. The only thing that's relevant in the state's mind is what pertained to the investigation of the guilt or innocence of Richard Allen. Well, we're going to have a sidebar. Okay. Well, we first of all, Judge, the overall investigation, the opinion of the defense, that there's total ineptitude of investigation, but most importantly, we had suspects that we didn't get to see their interviews. We were not able to see them. So, we should be able to ask questions. Were there suspects were there people who were interviewed early on in the investigation that interviews are missing? Yeah. Like, as if they can't, because they lost it, now they want to act like they can't even bring it up. How amazing, eh? Like, how many people? All Nick's like, oh, well, we're only talking about evidence that pertains to the case. And since we lost this all, you can't talk about it. That's what Nick is trying to do. So who were there? They got notes. They, at least asked the questions. Judge, I don't think that's relevant to the investigation of Richard Allen. Wow. He's saying this in the court of law. This man is saying this, that the whole stuff they lost, all those interviews, he doesn't think it's relevant to the investigation of Richard Allen. He's asking him about stuff that has nothing to do with the investigation. Wow. He's saying this. In a court of law. All the interviews. And what you guys remember is the interviews in the beginning weren't just those Odin guys. They were witnesses coming in with good statements, and people walking up the street, even people like when Richard Allen came in, and if he, instead of meeting him at Save-A-Lot, they would come in if they thought it was an important tips, they would come in and do these. So that's what's all gone, guys. And the families, everything. That's what we're missing, guys. Witnesses and tips, and also those Odin guys interviews. That first whole week, everything that was on video, other cases. If there was like a bank robber, everything. He says all 4 rooms, so everything's gone. If 2 weeks later, or 1 week later, there was a peeping Tom, and somebody came in to say that in those interview rooms, or they caught somebody, that's all gone. All 4 rooms, everything for a week or two just disappeared. Tips, family interviews, everything. And he's acting like, Judge, I don't think that's relevant to the investigation of Richard Allen. Like it's just Richard Allen, nothing else. And because they disappeared it all, they act like it didn't even happen. You can't even talk about it. Don't even look in his way. If you fart and it sounds like you're saying anything other than Richard Allen out of your ass, then you can't do that. Like, what? It's like, well, and he's getting into the motion and lemonade stuff. Well, that's why we're here, because I didn't want to get into that. But, the failings of an investigation is one of the hallmarks, right? It shouldn't just be for that motion. It should also be, they should be able to talk about it here. It should be, they did it. They screwed it up. They lost it. To think that they can't even let the jury know that this is what's happened is amazing. So defense lawyers and how they, the questioning that they ask. I mean, their failings. I mean, were there failings in the investigation? If there were, that, the jury gets to determine whether or not that had any impact on the charges themselves, and the facts of the case, and what might be missing. I disagree that there's any tendency to make a fact more or less probable, inaudible. Well, and that's the hallmark of relevance. I don't have a problem with inquiring about if evidence that is missing. So she's talking this much, so it's almost like she's going to pretend to agree, but she knows that they've screwed up, so she has to say. She never ever feels like she has to give this much of an answer. So when she does this, it's almost like she's conceding, like, yeah, like, this is go. Well, and that's the hallmark of relevance. I don't have a problem with inquiring about if evidence that is missing. And yeah, in the course of the investigation, yes, there were some missing interviews that you had technical problems, right? She's like, come on, guys, you have to let them bring it up. They're not going to talk specifics, but get real. He's like, right. That's what I'm going to be asking about. Okay. I mean, and I think that's fair, but we're not going to be talking about, you don't know that they were suspects, or you don't know if that they would have been charged. Well, what do you mean? We don't know if they're suspects. You're fucking, what are you doing? It's one thing if somebody came in to give a tip, but if you're going to the 19th to investigate people that haven't called in, like Richard Allen called in, you went and talked to him. What did Patrick Westphal call in and you go out and talk to him? No. February 19th, Gootee and Paul went to Westphal's house. Why? They went and talked. Why are you talking to Holder? Why? You went and did all it with Elvis Fields. Why? Why? Are they coming in saying, hey, I was there and saw something this day as a witness, like Richard Allen did, or to give a statement? No. You're finding them, and they're sus. If they want to play semantics, I mean, if you're talking to people within days of a double homicide and they haven't called you, what else? What would be the reason? You suspect something. So they have this whole semantics of, well, I think Charles will tell it too. What is that again, Charles? There's a distinction, right? What's Charles? Charles lets me know every time, and I'll take it under consideration. It's they say that they're not suspects or something, or there's a whole semantics wording. But I mean, if Westfall's not a suspect, then what are they doing? Are they going to ask him about a car he saw? I don't know. They're going to Patrick Westfall's and they're talking to these people. They're having them in to do interviews. Why? Are they people that were there that day and saw something like Richard Allen? If not, then they're got to be suspect. Whatever you want to call it, man. Those people instantly are the first few days, the 17th, 18th, and 19th. Weber, they're getting their guns. Oberg had 3 guns. One of them on the 17th, a Glock, which was probably Weber's. I'm guessing. She says that Oberg, before she gets that unspent round, 30 minutes before on the 17th, Oberg receives a Glock to inspect. Then on the 27th, she receives a Smith & Wesson. Then on the February 28th of 2017, she receives a Sig Sauer. So she has 3 guns before the end of February, within those first 2 weeks. Who's what? It's probably Weber's, Holder's, and Logan's, I'm guessing. Brad Weber's probably first, Brad Holder's second, I'm guessing, and Ron Logan's. It has to be, in my opinion. I'm guessing. So it is just amazing. So I'm going to move on. I'll double check with chat. You still gambling? How'd it go? Good stuff. Cool. I have some nieces who have, oh my goodness. That's it. Thanks, Charles. So do you think Patrick Westphal was a person of interest? What's the interest? To go to talk to Patrick Westphal at his house on the 19th. That they're looking into people who are related to Odin, right? It's not like they're going to ask him, he was walking around this day, what did you see, as a witness. So a person of interest, man. If the FBI comes to talk to you, they're thinking something. Call it what you want. I understand there might be a difference, but man, so what is it to the people that come in and do those interviews then? And they weren't witness statements. What are they? Are you saying that's not suspects? So yeah, it takes a special thing of, to be like a racist, you really have to go out of your way to do other people, right? It's one thing to kind of just do your own thing and ignore people, but to actually actively kind of go at, that's a whole lot of, yeah. So as a witness to the claims Fields made. Oh, okay. So they're witnesses to that. To just what Elvis Fields. Nah, come on. I think Holders doesn't even know Fields, he says. You think they're talking to Holder? But Westphal to the claims? I get it. But there's got to be multiple reasons. It's not just one, right? And was Westphal one of the interviews that got missing too from the police station, or only did they go out and talk to him? I mean, I don't know. Wouldn't it be good to just have these interviews and just to see for ourselves why they were there and what the reasons were and what they said? I mean, it's got to be multiple reasons, right? Like, yeah, I understand that. Yeah, to ask what Elvis Fields, but I mean, it's just not right. And this guy's so smug about it, and they're acting like they can't even bring it up. That's the whole problem. So, and we would know. Hey, what's up, Peanut? Peanut 1959. Right. Hello? What's up? Mimi, hello, young lady. All right. Have fun, guys. I'm going to keep reading. Well, it would be great. Yeah, because they're talking to those people for more than just one reason, right? Yeah, about Elvis, about all these things. So, oh, perfect. Thank you, Paula. Thank you. Yeah, he's ready to go already. That's good. It's good that Dave puts those links up early, so we're not questioning. I saw that. So, yeah, it's pretty amazing. Because they're talking to Westphal not just about Elvis. They got to be asking about Odin. They got to be asking about, So it'd be just great to see, show us those interviews. That's it. I mean, what? And they lost. And now they're saying they don't want to talk about it. They can't even bring it up. So that's weird. So McCall is she's going to have to obviously let it in some of it. So, okay. I mean, I think that's fair, but we're not going to be talking about it. You don't know what they were suspects, or you don't know if they would have been charged, right? We don't know. But the recording equipment was malfunctioning or was overwrote itself. No, it overwrote. It overwrote. It was working perfectly. It was working too good. It worked way too long, and it went over and it overwrote. It went through and filled up and came back for months or weeks, whatever it is, to overwrite. And that's why you're not able to retrieve them, because they weren't deleted, those interviews. They were overwritten, therefore no longer there. You're going to retrieve you can retrieve stuff that's been deleted. If you delete it, all you're really doing is allocating that space free. If you leave it running and it fills up the hard drive, goes back to the beginning, first in, first out, and starts recording over the oldest stuff again. If you lose your interviews that way and they get overwritten, they're no longer there. Now, they're not getting bumped around. They're overwritten. That's what they're saying happened. So there was no malfunction. It worked too good for too long. So that's what I was that's the evidence. Oh my God, Las Vegas just scored. Vegas Knights just scored. Uh-oh. Looks like they're gonna challenge it. Oh, I'll ignore it. I don't have a problem getting into that type of evidence. Okay. Or to the events, but limit it to your client. Limit it to your client. Wow. Well, okay. Well, I appreciate that. I will not talk. That's why I'm here. I did not want to. My question was gonna be, we didn't get a chance to see the interviews with third-party suspects. That was going to be my answer. Didn't want to do that in front of the jury. She's like, oh no, not the word suspects, because you don't even know. Yeah. Nick jumps in. It's because you don't even know. Well, fucking tell us. What were your notes? Oh my God. The nerve of this guy. You got to admit, this is wild. Oh, yeah, we can. So he can ask, I guess. So I don't want to continue to object. And I have a bad feeling he's going to go back and ask the same question. He can ask about the missing evidence as it pertains to Richard Allen, no, he can ask about evidence missing, but he cannot get into. I don't think anybody has any doubts that there were flaws in the investigation, right? But getting into your allegations of any third-party suspects that you don't have any evidence of, well, yeah, you let them just let them know what was missing. And what do you think happens when a bunch of stuff, if something goes missing, that could all have been exculpatory, right? But they need to be able to decide that. They need to know about it. So I'm not going to do that. But I will get into, I'll just tell you what I'm planning on getting into is there were the DV, the missing interviews, and then there was other missing interviews later on from the April the 28th, I think until June the 2nd. And I have reports that investigator Moon Mullins has provided us that I was going to introduce just to say, yeah, that's when it happened. Well, we don't need reports. Well, you do it however. It's like, yeah. But then, yeah, but didn't they go back and write what their narrative of what happened that day was? What they were when they discovered everything was missing, they went back months later and they didn't re-interview them, but they did write down their narratives of this interviews. Yeah. So you do whatever you want. There's an objection, just so you know. I don't think reports are necessarily, if he's going to testify about his knowledge, which is sufficient. He was the chief of police at that time, right? Correct. Okay. Well, so we don't have to have another sidebar. The report is important to show. It's a real concise way for him to explain what happened, what he did about it, if anything, and so forth. And I would That's why I would introduce it. Well, he's clearly testified about that from memory, as I recall, for here in the court. Well, memory? But didn't they write reports out months later? Okay. He was pretty clear and succinct. Okay. To use it, there must be something he can't. Well, he can ask questions about the missing DVR. Yeah, where it kind of, okay. It got weird in that. He can ask that? Yeah. He can't refer to that as interviews of suspects, though. I'm not. I won't. Yeah. Just, they don't have to. Yeah, you decide what they were. I don't know. Tell them what they were. That's fine. Just let them know that the most important time of this investigation, the interviews of whoever, whatever you considered them, went missing. Family, suspects, people of interest, the fucking, the guy who's doing landscaping, he saw something. Everyone. It's all missing. Okay. I'm going to say that there were several people interviewed. And that's fine. Fair enough. I mean, I think that's fair. Okay, thank you. But then again, also, once they say there were seven, who were they? What did you think of them? Were they people of interest? Were they suspects? Were they coming in to give a witness statement? Was it about a whole other crime? Like what? So you may proceed. Thank you. In this case, earlier on, there were interviews that ended up. See, I'm sitting there contemplating it again. If I just keep reading, like the answers are here. So I'm going to keep reading. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to stop interjecting so much. I'm going to stop interjecting. Well, they lost it all. It's gone. They lost it. Now they don't even want to talk about it at trial. So, cool. It's a big deal. There's no connection except these guys are all connected. They're there for that reason. They're asking them, they have them come into the station. Some are people of interest. Some are the families. Some are the witness statements who walked by and saw something that day. They're like, oh, this is so important. Come in and give your witness statement in this room here. And so it's not just these people of interest suspect guys. It's every piece of video. If the families came in and said something on video, the first few, whatever it was, that first few days or weeks, if somebody who came in as a witness statement who came in to say something and they thought it was so important, they put them in one of those rooms, like people of interest, people coming in to talk about people of interest, people coming in to talk about suspects, the suspects themselves, or whatever you want to call them. It's all gone. 6 terabytes missing. 6 terabyte drive got overwritten. 4 rooms, everything that happened at that police station, other crimes, everything just disappeared. Overwritten, not deleted, overwritten. Judge, I'm going to object. It's a leading question. I'll give you a little leeway just to get to the point. Thank you. I'm trying, but it's inaudible. There were interviews in 2017 that are not available to the defense because of something that happened in 2017. Yes, because watch, this is where this guy gets smug. You're going to feel it. You're going to hear it. He gets smug and really dismissive, especially about it being, it's a double homicide case. You watch how smug this guy gets. He knows he's not going to be held to account. He could say anything he wants. He's not getting held to account. Yeah. And they're not available to the prosecution either. Yeah. Great point. Listen to his answer. Yes. They're not available to the prosecution either. Perfect. Because the prosecution has eyes for Richard Allen only. So this is perfect. Thank you. Yeah. It helps, Nick. Got less shit to worry about. Because most of it's, half of that's probably exculpatory to the defense, to Richard Allen. And the dates. What were the dates of those missing interviews? I believe they were from the date, the time the investigation began up until the 21st of March. It was that much. So from the very first day, this is his answer. This is what's missing, guys. I forgot how this detailed he gets here. Man, that is fucking wild, eh? That's amazing. Amazing. So, and the dates. And the dates. What are the dates of those missing interviews? I believe they were from the date of the time the investigation began. Day one. The very first moment. The very first person that came in we talked to. Until it was the 21st of March. So it's the first. When did they start interviewing people? The girls' bodies are found on the 14th. Did the families not come in that day and start talking? Must have been. Or even on the 13th. They're all there that night. Are they not talking to people then? Yeah. The families have got probably jumping in those rooms to say stuff, right? So from the 13th, before the bodies are found, that night, people are piling in. Yeah, that's it also. Bree Wilbur comes in that night because they hear that she was talking to Libby on Snapchat before she went missing. So they're calling Bree Wilbur into the station. People from the night of the 13th witness statements, right? And who knows, maybe they're not suspects. And then obviously people have got to be suspect, right? So from the very first moment people are into those rooms, the 13th, the night of, all the families there, everyone's there. Bree Wilbur's called, who knows who else they're talking to, because we don't know, right? Until the 21st of March. So let's do the math. To the March 13th is a month. Then to the 21st, that's a whole another 8 days. So 1 month and 1 week. 5 weeks. The first 5 weeks of a video interview is gone. It was here, and say these interviews are here on the terabyte. Say this is 2 gigabyte. Say it's a 6 gig terabyte drive, 6 terabyte drive, which is 6,000 gigs, right? So the thing's recording. It's got other things it's recording. Then after the interviews, it stays recording. It fills the hard drive, right? Comes back around to the beginning, and it erases everything else, 6 terabytes. Then it starts writing over these and must get back to this point for those to be gone, is what they're saying. So it over 6 terabytes, 6,000 gigabytes was overwritten. 6,000 terabytes was overwritten. Therefore, it wasn't deleted. Overwritten. First in, first out, gone forever. Not deleted. Overwritten. Never again to be seen. Take your Chinese software and don't waste your time. Why would you even bother going to anywhere? Once you get there and tell them this is how you lost it, they're saying there's nothing to retrieve. When stuff gets overwritten, it's not deleted. It's gone forever. So, all right, that's what they're saying here. First 1 month, the first 5 weeks of every goddamn 4 rooms of video interviews is gone. Families, statements, suspects, people of interest, the fucking Uber guy who cut somebody off in another crime, who had to come, I don't know, I'm just making that one up, but every other crime that happened those weeks. Those rooms are just used for this. This is the chief police headquarters. This is his police station. 4 separate rooms. So I believe it was to the 21st of March. Though I'm not even sure. I'd have to look at my report to make sure. Do you have a copy of your report? I don't have a copy of it. Do you? Here's where we're getting smart. This is it. You feel it, right? Feel that? This fucking guy, the defense is asking him about this, and he's like, did you at least, when you realize you wrote a report of at least who came in and what times and kind of what you thought you remembered when you realized this was all missing? Because you didn't go and re-interview them, but you did, at least kind of have notes of a list of who came in. So Baldwin says, to the chief of police of the time, who was at this time the head investigator for the prosecution, the head IT guy for this prosecution, who now has gone back to be the chief of police. Baldwin says, do you have a copy of your report? He's, I don't have a copy of it. Do you? Would you agree with me? It was dozens and dozens of witnesses that are just unavailable to either side. Correct. Yep. So the first 5 weeks, dozens and dozens of witnesses and people of interest and family member statements and suspects and Bree Wilbur who was called in because she talked to Libby on Snapchat that morning. And so what list of those people whose interviews are missing was drafted so that you and the defense would know what interviews are missing? I believe there was a list of interviews that was kept in the filing cabinet scan that you were given, and that list may detail that. May. So you think there's a list of people that were interviewed between February 14th and what? So 13th, the 13th, Mr. Baldwin, stop it. People are there on the 13th. This police station is full of family members. They all went there and hung out till after midnight. Becky, Patty, Derek, or Kelsey, Mike, oh my God, Anna Williams went there. They all met up there. They're powwowing at this police station. The 13th, they were there till after midnight, almost all the night. They must have, maybe they saying they went out to search and came back, whatever. This police station is a full of people on the 13th. Yeah. And whatever the date was in March. So there's a list of the people who were interviewed on what dates in the filing cabinet scans. Okay. Do you remember testifying at a hearing in Fort Wayne, March the 18th? I do. Is that the testimony you gave on, is at those interviews? Yeah. No, that's the motion to dismiss just after the contempt hearing. That's Hennessy. That's, the 18th is right after, March 18th of 2023, right? Or 2024, sorry. Yeah, right before the trial, right? I'm guessing, yeah. Wish they said the year there. I'm pretty sure that's going to be what he's talking about. March 18th was or was that the Supreme Court stuff? Because I thought the other stuff was the 19th and the 20th, the next day afterwards. They went back and Gull redid a contempt thingy and then did the exculpatory evidence. So it was around this time, before the trial. I do. Is that the testimony you gave at that interview? Be something like that. Yeah, true. Good point. Yeah. They all of a sudden this box cutter is a big deal to the Nick. This whole trial turns into a box cutter, yet we have notes of somebody bringing up a box cutter way before in the very beginning, right? So they use box cutter evidence. The only evidence they have is somebody else talking about somebody else with a box cutter. It's wild. It's wild. You can't have what both ways. What are you talking about? Can't insult the medical examiner and call incompetent, but still hang on to it being a box cutter. Well, he's not incompetent. He's not. Are you thinking that he doesn't just on his third report think of a box cutter but forget to tell him? No, that's not incompetence. He's adding a box cutter. Because to think that you don't fill out a report, you don't fill out reports and then on your third one say something you should have said the first two. You can't start adding stuff to a big report like this. This is the medical examiner. If at the very beginning he doesn't say, like, what did he learn between then and then? Are we thinking that he bumped his head like Doc from Back to the Future? He's up on his toilet changing a light bulb in his bathroom and falls and bumps his head on the sink and starts thinking of the fucking flux capacitor and the box cutter? Oh my gosh. what is that again? Crikey. There's a word for that. Eureka, a eureka moment. Well, that's right. That box cutter, a fucking, that's it. No, you don't put those in your first or second ones. It's not in there. He adds it way after the fact. And then he adds it, yet they didn't find a box cutter. They can't tell if it's a box cutter that was used. They can't do anything. There's no box cutter found. Nobody's even talked about seeing a box cutter. There's nothing. There's no, except for what they bring in and years earlier, the whole note talking about it. The whole note about Logan confessing to using one. So it's wild. It's wild. So, hey, let's believe it's the box cutter then. And then that brings in Logan. Then, then Richie got it right. Right? But how do they skip over that? It's amazing. So, is that the testimony you gave on that interview? So, yeah. Would you agree, just as an investigator, that interviewing people at the beginning of a case is important, because that's when memories are fresh and the facts are more vibrant for the person interviewed. Was there a question? I'm sorry. What was your question? You can feel it. He's being smug. He thinks he's so smart, this guy, and he's nothing but a fall guy, yes man. He's there the useful idiot, and he's going to get a promotion for this idiotic, shameless act. Nick puts him in. That's why he's there. Anytime Nick needs to have something said or whatever, then watch. When Nick gets up, he's going to ask him questions with the answer in it, and all he's got to do is repeat those questions as if he's answering. You watch. Yeah, it's true. Okay, so when these missing interviews came up, what month was that? I believe it was in August we discovered the problems. In August. Fucking in August, right? August. In August, he discovers that they lost the first, so August, so February. So picture this. February, the girls are murdered on the 13th. They find them on the 14th. Everything starts probably on the 13th, 14th. All the people they talked to. The first, up until March, the first week of whatever, or actually till the 21st or something he said. So the first 5 weeks, all that goes missing, and he doesn't discover it until when? March, April, May, June, July, and then August. 5, 6 months later, he then discovers it. That everybody from that first bit is gone. What? Was nothing useful then? Did you never, in those months, try to go back to look at stuff and then what? It's just not believable. Not one of those witness statements you guys went back to look at until August. Oh my God, it's all gone. What? Like in August comes around 6 months later. Okay, let's start our investigation now. Let's go back and look, what's gone? Come on. And once you discover the problem and you had the list that you claim exists of the missing interviews, what did you do to recreate those interviews for later use once somebody was arrested? There was nothing I could do to recover the interviews. They were recorded over. Right. Yeah. Yeah. But you discovered it. What did you do? Did you do anything to at least document it? I understand that. Let's say that John Doe was on this list you say exists. Yeah, he doesn't even have this list, so he doesn't even know where it is. This is the defense is at trial. He's talking about it. Look at on this list that you say exists of people that were interviewed on February the 19th. Did you go to John Doe and say, hey, we lost your interview. We need to re-interview you, but what you saw, did you do that? I did not do that. Did you ask anyone to do that? The investigative team was aware that the interviews were lost, and we can make decisions about who we needed to re-interview if we needed to. If we needed to. if there was no evidence at the beginning on Logan or Klein, why were they even investigating? Right? Sure. Yeah. Yeah, they're out at Logan's. They're out at Logan's because he's got sus answers. The girls are found on his property. The FBI is there within a month going to arrest him, and writing up that affidavit to search and all that, right? I mean, the FBI, they wrote a lot of stuff in their that one that the murder sheet put out, the probable cause affidavit for Logan, the search whatever warrant for Logan. Especially what bugs me most is everyone's writing down that the girls went missing at 1 p.m. when they're saying it's 1:50. But then the FBI at that time knew 1 month earlier they went to the Hoosier Hardware Store and they declared the Hoosier Hardware Store timestamps were off by 54 minutes, a month before they write Logan's PCA or his whatever it was. Yeah, the affidavit. The FBI wrote that too, a month after they declared the Hoosier Hardware Store video was off by 54 minutes. They're still saying in Ron Logan's PCA that their girls went missing, were dropped off at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. It's not 1:15, it's not 1:30, it's not 1:50, it's not 1:35, 1:40, because it says 1:49, right? The real was Kelsey's on video at 1:49 after we changed the timestamp 1 hour. Then the FBI, so what it is they hadn't changed the timestamps yet. So basically they went back to change the timestamp, but they couldn't change things they already wrote, which is a month afterwards, saying that they went missing at around 1 p.m. in Logan's affidavit. Go check it. It says it. So basically afterwards they said that they went back on the 19th to change the timestamps, because if they had already did that if they really did that on February 19th, 2017, declared it off 54 minutes, the FBI does that 3 days after. They're at the Hoosier Hardware Store declaring the timestamps are off. They wrote it February 19th, 2017. Then a month later, they write down that the girls were dropped off at 1 p.m. No. They're declaring that in 2024 to say that they did this in February 19th of 2017. But obviously they didn't, because a month later, they're still saying the girls went missing at 1 p.m. If they would have had a whole month to say, hey, the girls went missing. We know exactly now. It's 1:49. We have it on video. They were dropped off at 1:49. So when they get that wrong in Logan's PCA, it's obvious that they haven't done that adjustment yet. And whenever they did it, it was after then, because they're just saying they did it on the 19th. In my opinion, February of 2017. So it's all bullshit. So sorry. Okay. So the investigative team was aware that the interviews were lost, and we can make decisions about who we need to re-interview if we needed to. Okay, who of the missing interviews was re-interviewed? What's the question? That's the question, sorry. Okay, I do not know, or do I remember? He does not know. Or do I remember exactly who was re-interviewed? Was he, sweet. Okay, I do not know, or do I remember exactly who was re-interviewed? Was there a single person that was re-interviewed from these missing interviews? I believe there was, but I can't recall who they were. He said that. He said this. Guys, I know we've gone over this a million times, but it's fucking wild. The chief of police, the IT expert, the prosecutor's head investigator now at this trial, and at the time of this happening was the chief of police at this station it happens, says this. He doesn't know, once they discovered the stuff missing, and 6 months later in August of the first 5 weeks of the whole trial, everything that happened at that station. Forget that's just a trial. Everything. Other crimes, other witnesses, statements, the family, the suspects, the people, everything in those 4 rooms, other crimes in that 5 weeks. It's all gone. And 6 months later, they realize that. And then he doesn't even know who they went back to cover. He doesn't even know if he can't recall. I believe there was at least one person, but I can't recall who that one person was. What is your job with the prosecution? For the prosecutor, I'm the head investigator, IT extraordinaire. Oh, okay. And you've been in charge of their evidence. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. So as you sit there, you don't know, as both the former police chief and the head investigator on this case, and now as the investigator for the prosecution, you don't know who was re-interviewed, if anyone. Without refreshing my notes and in looking into it more carefully, I can't answer your question right now. Boom. And this guy's in jail for 130 years with this guy saying this at trial. Amazing, eh? Mm-hmm. Yeah. The pointer's not working. The microphone's shit. The smoke is coming out of this goddamn TV, probably, right? The chandeliers are probably dropping on people, and everything. Light bulbs burnt out, and this guy's amazing. He really said this. He really said this. The defense says you're the head investigator for the prosecution during this trial. At the time of this, you were the chief of police at this very station. And he says, you don't know. And he says that the first 5 weeks of interviews were all gone. The first 5 weeks of video in those 4 rooms, 6 terabytes, every crime, every other crime, every witness statement, every family member, every person of interest, every other cop, everything that's on those videos is gone. 5 weeks. And then 6 months later, they realize, they say they list and interviewed people again and he says, without refreshing my notes, this guy, and now he's there sitting there saying this, without refreshing my notes and in looking into it more carefully, I can't answer your question right now. He can't answer of who came back, and even a new list, even the corrected one that they put together after they've realized it's missing. He has no clue. Can't answer, can't give one name. What were the reasons why some of the missing interviews? This is the people that were involved in those interviews. What were the reasons that some would be re-interviewed and some would not be interviewed? I can't answer that specifically as to why decisions were made to re-interview people, but I believe it was because we thought that information might be imperative or important. Did you ever draft a document to explain why the interviews were missing? I did so immediately after 6 months. Show me that. Could you imagine that? Saying that I put together a document 6 months after I realized the first 5 weeks of everything, the first 5 weeks of 4 rooms, everything from this case to every other case, everything that happened in those 4 rooms is gone for 5 weeks. And 6 months later, when I realized it, I put together a list, and we possibly re-interviewed a couple of people because it might have been important, but we don't know why. We don't know who. We don't know what it was about. We don't know if they were suspects or interest or witnesses or people doing laps at the park that day, anything. He doesn't even know. He's sitting there at this trial 7.5 years later, whatever. This is in 2024, so 7 years and 8 months later. And he's been, for the last 2 years, he's been the head investigator for the prosecutor of this trial. And he doesn't know still. Okay. Was there a second grouping of interviews that ended up being missing? Yes, there was. Right. It's the April ones. Right. So, oh, my bad. Yeah, it happens again. And that was from what time roughly? This is a little unclear for me right now, but I believe it was sometime later. We had a problem with the DVR. All right, this is the settings. This was the settings. So this isn't overwriting. This is what gets deleted. There was an incident where the videos were lost. We thought we had hard drive. The hard drive had been removed, had been reformatted, and we were able to recover the videos, but not the audio. And that time frame covered what? As I sit here right now, I cannot remember exactly what the time frame was, but I think I've testified to it before. So Baldwin's got to remind him. The guy at the time who did this, then again, it happened again. So the first one was February 13th, the day of, whenever they started talking to people, February 13th, the beginning of the investigation, to March, was it 18th, right? Yeah, because it was a week, 5 weeks. So the first, and then so March, so then they fix it. They got it fixed, I guess, accidentally. I don't even know. Because they're saying they didn't realize it till 6 months later, right? In August. But so it happens again unsuspectingly. So they don't know about this first mistake, yet somehow it gets fixed. And now it happens again, April the 28th to June the 2nd. So February 13th to March the 18th. Then it's fixed for a month and 10 days. But then it happens again, a second time after being fixed the first time, yet they don't even know about the first time until 6 months later in August. That doesn't even make sense. It's not even possible. Doesn't even make sense. Does not even make sense. How could that even make sense? I don't know. People, I've been on a lot, Nicole. People are sick of me. There's 200 people listening now. So there's probably creepers, right? Like Charles says, that means there's hundreds more lurking. Like the narcissist Charles thinks there's 100 other people lurking probably and incognito, right, Charles? I'm just kidding. I don't know. They're here. I feel it. But this fucking guy says it happens again. So so they fix it. So how does it get fixed between March 18th and April 28th? It's fixed for 5 weeks. And then again, it happens for what? 28. So it's only, that's June, April, May, June. Oh my God. So it is another 5. So these are happening in 5-week intervals, if you notice. Do you notice that? Wow. The first time it happens, is March, right? Say March. From the beginning of the trial. So from the 13th of February, let's just do this professionally. So February 13th of 17, right? Professional. February 13th of 17 to the first time is to March 18th of 17. Professional. Look at this. I'm writing with my mouse. 17. So that's 5 weeks, right? 5. But then it starts working again, but they still don't know about this, right? It starts working again, and then it starts going again. So March 18th, if you count, March 18th to what? The 28th is 1 month and 10 days. So basically 5 weeks later. So this is happening in 5-week intervals. Then another 5 weeks, it happens again on April. So what? January, 4, 28. Look at this professional Shibby writing with a mouse. 17 to June 2nd. So that's 6 to 17. So The first 5 weeks goes missing. 5 weeks later, 5 more weeks stuff goes missing. April 28th to June 2nd is all of May 30 plus the 2 or 3 days and 2 or 3 days. So that's another 5 or 6 days. So it's like 36, 37 days. So it's like another 5 weeks of stuff goes missing. Yet it somehow gets itself fixed twice because it starts working again by June, but it's not until August that they learn about this first time. He says 6 months later in August. So somehow it fixes itself and then happens again and then fixes itself again a second time. So it fixed itself, started working for 5 weeks, then it went off for 5 weeks again and fixed itself again after this 5 weeks because it starts working again, right? Because it only happened from this till then. So that means it's June 2nd, it starts getting better. Yet then it goes June, all of June, July, and August. So then the 3 months later, which is the 6 months later from the beginning, they realize it's this first one happened. Yet it worked and it fixed itself by here. Then 5 weeks later, it happens again and fixes itself by this time. And it was 5 weeks long too. This is weird. Those numbers are wild. I got to move on. Hey, what's up, Fishy? You've been listening. I know you're listening. Fishy hangs on my every word, guys. So just know, if you ever need her, she's here. If I'm on, she's here. I'm just kidding. Hey, Fishy, what's up? Charles, Peanut. Welcome, dude. Or person. Peanut. Neutral peanut. What's up? What is that called again? When there's peanut butter that's got the chunks in it. Chunky peanut butter. Are you smooth or are you chunky peanut butter? I'm only kidding. So, April 28th to June 2nd. Sound about right? It was that time period. We were at the REMC building, and I believe that may be correct, but I can't say for sure without looking at my notes. Well, why don't you have your notes with you in front of you? Was there a list made of the people in those interviews? There was a list made of the persons who were interviewed for the most part, yeah. Okay. And you believe you've given the defense that list? They have all the interviews that we do. But as you said, the interviews are they valuable if they don't have any audio? All the interviews are valuable. Okay. How would an interview without sound be valuable? I'm sorry? That wasn't the question you asked me. You said all interviews are valuable after I had asked you about how valuable is an interview without sound. And you said they're all valuable. And I'm asking you is how is an interview without sound valuable? Well, it is certainly important to have the sound or the audio portions formed from the interview. I would agree. And you drafted a report, strike that. Did you draft a report explaining why the problem with these series of interviews? Did you draft a report detailing why there was a problem with that second series of interviews? Yes, I did. Did you put a date on that report? Did you put a date of that report on the report? I don't think I recall. I don't think I put a date on that report either. A person was convicted for 130 years, people. And this guy is here talking like this. He then, all those fuck-ups, he decides to make a report of the stuff, and something happens and he's doing another report, and he's not putting dates on them. Did you put a date of that report on the new report, right? I don't think I put a date on that report either. So there's two reports. One report is about the other report. The first report is about the missing, or the second report is about the second time it happened. And yet he hasn't dated them either. I don't think I recall. I don't think I put a date on that report either. Both meaning, oh my God. This person, amazing, eh? Okay, do you find it important to put dates on reports or not important? My report was to detail exactly what happened and the efforts we made to make sure that the interviews, as much as possible, were recovered. I'm sorry that I didn't date the report for you, but I made it right after it happened. Wow. The head investigator said this at trial. The head investigator said this at trial. The head investigator, the chief of police at that time, they should have just uncuffed Richard Allen at that moment. Said, hey, dude, we're sorry. This guy, he's the head investigator of the prosecutor saying this. He was the chief of police at the time where all that evidence, which is most likely shitloads of exculpatory evidence, has gone missing. The head investigators, the chief of police at the time. Let me repeat that. The question was, by Baldwin to Mullin, okay, do you find it important to put dates on reports or not important? And these reports are of stuff. The first report is the first 5 weeks of the everything that's gone missing in this trial, the interviews. The second report is of the second time it happened, which is about the second time stuff went missing for 5 weeks, yet they hadn't discovered the first one yet for another few months. So he then says this, my report was to detail exactly what happened and the efforts we made to make sure that the interviews, as much as possible, were recovered. I'm sorry that I didn't date the report for you, but I made it right after it happened. So they say this happened then. I fucked up then, and then when I documented my screw ups, I didn't write the date on them. But since I say I did it after I did the fuck up, therefore that's the date I would have wrote. Uncuff the guy, get him out of here. This guy's you guys fucked up so bad. Send this guy out. Get him out. When did you provide these undated reports to the defense? Those reports were provided to you sometime before today. I think sometime before we had our last hearing. Wow. So in February of 2024. Oh my God. That could be right. Like how? Hey, what's up, Dee Dee? How you doing? Party people. Party people. What's that song? Back. Tag team back again. Let's pick it up. Who? There it is. There it is, Dee Dee. Who? There. Party people. Tag team back again. What's up? Hey, Dee Dee. Let's do this. Let's do this. Wow. Peanut, do we know you? It's cool. You don't. I mean, if you're new, welcome. I feel like I probably know you. You're typing cool. Whatever. Welcome. You're the first time you've been here, I believe. Peanut. Is this a new account? Do we know you? If you don't want to say, you don't have to. If this is your first time, welcome, welcome. Just curious. I feel like we know you. You are. Uh-oh. Dee Dee's part of Delphi Command? Me? Oh yeah, I'm right up in there. I was the one. I brought the donuts every morning to the command center. Yep. I brought the Canadian maple dips. Let's do it. So it doesn't even matter. For me, the most important thing is if you guys, at least if I know your time zones, that makes me feel good. You don't have to tell me where you are, or if just your time zones makes me feel great. Because then I can think of, oh my God, you're way over there and it's this time. And some reason I love that. I don't know why, but let's move on. So February 2024, correct? you fucked up royally. You did all this, and you finally got us this by February of 2024. That could be right. He doesn't even know. So why didn't you tender those reports to the defense prior to February of 2024? What we've been on the case for almost a year and a half. Yeah, they took the case in what was it? November of 2022. Well, thank you. Here's the smug shit answers. Well, thank you, Mr. Baldwin, for that question, because I really wanted to answer that. You fucking feel it. I thought that the information may have been already contained in the volumes of information that we had given you through discovery. But after I found that it was not, so I wanted to make sure you had them. Wow. What an answer. The head investigator, when he finally realized that his fuck-ups weren't in there. This is amazing, eh? Well, thank you, Mr. Baldwin, for that fucking question, because I really wanted to answer that. You just hear it. The fucking mug. He's sniffing his own farts now, too. Look. Oh, I thought that information may have been already contained. He's got his pants. He's pulling his wiener out now. He's dancing it. Oh, this guy, he doesn't give a fuck. Nothing's going to happen to him in the volumes of information that I've given you through discovery. But after I found out that it was not, I wanted to make sure you had it. Oops. It was only after we asked through, though, if there was a report. Something like that. Yeah. And it's an undated report, so we don't really know when you drafted it. But hey, yeah, I dated it when the time after I did the second screw up. Therefore, it must have been then, right? Why don't you carbon date the ink, and maybe you can find your date yourself. I made it right after it happened and made the information available to the investigative team. But just not to the defense lawyers. That was later. In fact, we didn't even know about the missing videos until then. Till when? Judge, I'm going to object. That calls for speculation. Calls for the investigator Mullin to determine when the defense knew and when they didn't know about the missing interviews. Oh my God. So McCain's objecting because the defense doesn't know when they didn't get the interviews they never got until they got a list of it 5-7 years later. Then McClellan is acting like it's their fault because they don't know. So how the fuck are we supposed to answer that? How are we supposed to answer that when or what they knew or didn't know when we are the ones who didn't give it to them? This is amazing, eh? It's speculation. Yeah, he'll sustain it. Yeah, it's speculation because they don't know. You fucking... Ugh. He either knows or he doesn't know. It's speculation, right? It would be speculation for him to guess when you knew you didn't have the stuff you didn't know about that they never gave you, and then they didn't date when they recorded it, and then they found out they did it again and didn't date that either, and then the report of that didn't get dated, and then when they got it, they gave it to the investigators but didn't give it to you. So the discrepancy of when that happened, you don't know about that either. Therefore, he can't speculate on when that happened, because all he knows is the stuff he should have gave to you, he gave to them earlier. So he doesn't know how long you didn't know about it, even though he knows when he gave it to them and gave it to you. He still can't work out the difference between the two, I guess. Oh my goodness, I can't take it. Do you know when the defense learned, as I stated that in the hearing for it? Judge, I'm going to object. It's the same question, calls for speculation, Judge. If he knows, it's overruled. Yeah, fuck, you have to. This is ridiculous. Of course, even Gull's thinking, I can't keep sustaining this idiot. Because he jumps in. Judge, I'm going to object. It's the same question. Calls for speculation. After asking him, I don't know. That's it. Like a fucking 12-year-old says that when they're in the principal's office. I don't know. Why did you do that? I don't know. Why were you going to do? I don't know. Why did you hit him? I don't know. Why did you steal that? I don't know. You don't know. I'm going to hand you. It's not dated, so I'm not going to ask because that would be speculation. We don't want you to speculate of when you wrote this yourself. Was it, if you know, was it several months, maybe close to a year before the defense learned of this missing video? Judge, I'm going to object. It's been asked and answered. Good. She's overruling this because he's like, I did not ask about the time frame. She's overruled. Well, fine. Right. So let's do what Max did. Okay, so let's start here, Mr. Mullin. The crimes happened February 13th. So it couldn't have been February 12th. Let's start with that. Was it February 12th? Can you say that? Do you know that? Was it on February 12th of 2017? No, because we didn't start the investigation until the 13th. Okay, great. That's a great starting point. Boom. And Nick would probably object to that. Judge, I'll object. The crimes hadn't happened yet. How's he supposed to answer that? Like what? And she's finally overruled Nick. Fuck, Nick. Quit objecting. You look like an idiot. This is your guy. The fucking chief of police during all this. Your head investigator. You can't keep overruling. You guys are... Rick Allen should be getting his cuffs taken off and walked out of the court right now. This right here is so much goddamn reasonable doubt here. But the jury was tricked to think that the whole preponderance, the totality of it needed to be unreasonable. Therefore, we can throw out the ballistics. We can throw out this idiocy. We can throw this out. But the totality of it all was not unreasonable. That's what they thought reasonable doubt meant. Whereas this is reasonable doubt. The bullet throwing at it was reasonable doubt. The stuff they ignored, the confessions in Westfield, how they were coerced or taken out of context, is the jury was tricked, duped, and stupid. They didn't even know, or complicit. Maybe a bit of both. Maybe a bit of all the above. I would say that's correct. Several months, at least. That's when you were notified of the reports. Would you agree with me that not dating a report at least should be considered a sloppy work? I would not. Oh my God. That's it. Uncuff him. Mr. Allen, sorry. We're sorry these idiots fucked up so bad. We can't possibly move on with this trial. Judge Gull. I have to stay. I'm sorry, guys. Uncuff him. Go get him a Big Mac combo. We're sorry, Mr. Allen. I'll see you at the civil suit. This fucking idiots. Would you agree with me? This is to the chief of police at the time, who was the head investigator for 2 or 3 years of this prosecutor's head investigator, IT extraordinaire, who now is back to the chief of police. Would you agree with me that not dating a report at least should be considered sloppy work? I would not agree with you. You're fired. Go clean your locker out. You're not getting your pension. You're not getting you're fired, gone. Get out of the building. Bailiff, grab this guy and walk him out. Don't let him stop to say anything to anyone. Get him off the property now. That would be me. Oh my goodness. So if you could go back in time, you would not have dated those 2 reports. If I knew you were going to do this now to me, I probably would have. I remember this. Look at this. He's like, you think this is fucking funny, you asshole? Look at this answer. Again, uncuff Mr. Allen. Take him out of here. This is the prosecutor, the head investigator for the prosecution for 2 or 3 years, the chief of police when this happened, about to be the chief of police again. He said that. So if you could go back in time, you would not have dated those 2 reports. If I knew you were going to do this shit now, I probably would have, you fucking idiot. He's like, you think this is funny? I don't. Well, why wouldn't you just say, yeah, I really should have. That would have been, I'm sorry. I'll do it next time. I won't do this. I'm sorry. And just shut your mouth. You fucking say something like this. If I knew you were going to do this now, in a double homicide case, the list of people who have gone missing twice and the names and everything that went and happened, when it happened, what we did, I would have dated that had I known. If you're going to just do this now. But if I didn't think this was going to trial, I'd do this exact same thing now. I could be doing it now for a trial that's upcoming next spring. You're fired. Bailiffs, walk him out of the building. You'll have your own court date. Give him a court date before he leaves. Here, take us. Yeah, you take a promise to appear on this date. You have your own court date. Clean your locker. Don't you dare stop and collect don't, if you pass go, you do not get to collect. Go straight to prison, right? What is it? Out of jail. No, not out of jail. For you, it's straight to jail. Yeah. Do not pass. Do not collect. What is it? You know what I'm talking about. A monopoly thing. It's been a while. So you were put on notice back in March of this year that the defense was scrutinizing the way that you remember, that you memorialize things. Would you agree? Could you repeat that question? Sure. For some time now, maybe March 18th, when you were on the stand and I asked questions, you've been aware for several months that the defense is scrutinizing the way that you have memorialized your reports. You told me about it then. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because that's when the whole exculpatory, the motion to dismiss happened. But all the exculpatory evidence, there was a whole trial about that. And right after the whole Supreme Court, where they tried to remove them in contempt, they went back to Gull's court and had a whole other contempt hearing. And then the afternoon was all about the motion to dismiss, which was all about the exculpatory evidence. And that was the beginning of this year, 6-7 months ago, whatever it was. Like, yeah. Well, Brad Weber, in August of this year, you called him on the phone, did you? Did you not? I did. And the purpose of that phone call was to bring him in to talk to him about whether he drove a van and whether he drove straight from his work to his house, right? Correct? Yeah. Yeah, there was something about this too where Brad Weber was notified before he had like something kind of subpoena or something. Like they gave him a heads up. That's what this is about here. Yeah. And would it be important to memorialize that phone call so that we know whether or not you put any information in his head before he came in the next day for an interview? Would you agree? I agree. But you did not tape record that phone call with Brad Weber, did you? I did not. Like, is that okay? Hey, what's up, Maria? Hello. I should be better here. Let me just take a quick break. Say hello to everybody. Hoosier. Wait, where's Hoosier Daddy? Get out. Show me. Hoosier, what's up? Where you been? Is everything okay, buddy? Where you been? You been out running marathons and having hot dates, getting those home delivery massages again? Where you been? Good to see you. How's everything? Update us. You probably have. Maria, hello. If I missed anyone, Dee Dee's in the house. Look at these people. Carol, my love, you found me. Look at this. Oh my God. Hoosier, where you been? Is everything okay? Who's fired? I would have fired this guy, Stephen Mullin, for these answers at trial. I would have fired him. Because he's being really, he's being rude and arrogant and, man, oh my God, the Leafs lost. Wow, they were winning the whole game. Shit. Oh my God. We lost to the Vegas Golden Knights. Oh well, I wasn't even watching really. Sorry guys. I'm going to just get my monitor back now It was a good game, so it's not so bad. Now I have 3 screens back. I was a little discombobulated. I get to put this back over here now. Perfect. I got 3 screens again. No longer am I handicapped from being able to spy on you guys with my alt account to see who has me blocked. Perfect. Perfect. Oh my God. I should keep reading. Fuck. They lost, man. Damn it. So, let's do this. Hello, everyone. If anyone new has come. Michelle. Did I say hi to you? Oh my God. Nicole, her finger's healing. Dee Dee is laughing. The world is, everything's back. Everything's good again. V is saying something. Critters here. What are you doing up? This is too late for you. You're my morning person. I need you to get your rest. You come in all cheery around 6 or 7 a.m., 5 a.m. Just promise you'll get some good sleep. I need you up in about 6 or 7 hours to be happy. I'm just kidding. Hey, anybody I've missed? Nope. Let's do this. Sorry, guys. Boom. Hello, everyone, if I missed you. So, but you did not tape record that phone call with Brad Weber, did you? I did not. Fuck. How is it? How is this? Aren't they supposed to record everything if it's not like on the video? Like if you go and talk to somebody, you got a goddamn smartphone in your pocket. Why don't you just put it on airplane mode, turn it a recorder on, plop it down in front of you and say, listen, hey, I'm coming to talk to you. It's this date. This person's with us. You've been read your rights. You're talking to me. You know, you don't have to. Yeah, I'm here. So, you know, you're being recorded. Yeah, I see the fucking, it's right on my table. We're at my kitchen table. What day is it? What's it about? Yeah. I mean, we all watch YouTube videos. Everyone does that. These guys, except in Delphi, it can't happen. 2017, we all had what? iPhone 5, 6, even an iPhone 4 would have been great. iPhone 4S, iPhone 5, 6, 6S was available to everyone. All got some kind of Samsung Galaxy or whatever, Android or iPhone, every one of them. It's in their pocket right now when these things don't get recorded. Every one of them. And those recorders they probably have, and those little digital recorders. And so we will never really know what that conversation involved, will we? I detail it in my report. Was that report dated? Yes, it was. Oh my God, thank you. You got one of those. You got one of these on your person much of the time? I do. Oh, he just said the same thing. Probably with a phone. Probably pulled his phone out and showed him. Does it have a tape recorder on it? It does. Well, why didn't you use this? Yeah, and they have not even their personal phones. They've got work phones, right? These guys are all given work phones, like iPhones and Android, probably iPhones, because of the security, whatever. Like for their work as the chief of police or whatever it was at that time. And then the investigator now, it's probably the same one he kept. It's an iPhone. His whole bill, he's probably got everything covered and paid for, and he gets to use it as probably his personal phone. Or he's got 2. One's his personal. Or actually, they probably have 2, so they can do personal stuff on personal. But you can't. You have to do your government stuff on the government phone, so the records can be held or kept or whatever. If I might correct you, it's not a tape recorder. It's an audio recorder. Wow, this guy just did this at trial. He says, "Does it have a tape recorder on it?" So he corrects him about like a smartphone. If I might correct, it's not a tape recorder. It's a audio recorder. Yet how many times has he said that's a video recorder when it's probably like a digital, what? Oh my God. This guy's amazing. Does it tape record? No, it doesn't tape record. It records audio digitally. So he's being a dick. Look at him. Oh my God. Okay, that's fine. Why didn't you use your audio recorder on your phone to tape record the Brad Weber phone call? Like, come on, we know what he's saying when he says this. They all do it. Even we would say it eventually, the Brad Weber phone call when you asked Brad Weber to come in for this interview the next day. Well, I believe I was actually using my phone at the time, so I'm not sure if I know how to record it when I'm making a call. So wait a second. Did he call Weber on the phone? Or was he talking on the phone as he's talking to Weber and wow. Wait, Weber phone call. Right. Well, here's what you do. You phone call them and you fucking do it on speakerphone in an area. Go in one of those rooms. Grab your other recorder and tell them you're recording it. Say, listen, I got you on speakerphone. It's sitting in front of me. I also have my recorder beside it, or the other phone, or the 10 or 20 digital recorders we have around the station. It's playing now. It doesn't have a tape. It's a digital. It's one of those little ones you see in the movies all the time. Or an old cassette tape where you push the record and play at the same time or whatever, right? Sitting here on the desk. And you'd be like, okay, I don't care. Fuck, I got nothing to hide, right? These people are wild, hey? And this is the head IT guy. And he doesn't, right. Good point, Shibby. This is the head IT guy. And he doesn't know how to talk on the phone and record it at the same time. Well, I was using my phone at the time. I, as the head investigator, the IT person in this whole case from day one, I'm not sure if I know how to record it when I'm making a call. Okay, you got CVS's here, right? In Delphi? We do. All right. Do you know if they sell tape recorders? I'm sure they do, but I have an audio recorder as well. Listen to this asshole. Okay, quit fucking around now. Go, jump in. Although Baldwin's playing into it too. Baldwin's like, I'm not changing it, like, whatever. He's being a bit of a dick himself, but this guy's being an extra dick. Because you know very well what he means when he says tape recorders. But stop using it yourself, Baldwin. You're both being childish here. It's a fucking double homicide case. You're both being idiots. This guy more so. I'm sure they do, but I have an audio recorder as well. You have an audio recorder? I do. Okay, why didn't you use the audio recorder? I didn't know why I didn't. There. Now you happy? Now you get to look like an ass again by being such a smug jerk. Okay, I'll call it audio recorder. Fine. Why didn't you use that? I don't know why I didn't. How long does it take to say, Brad, you did drive straight home from work in a white van, didn't you? How long does that take? Not very long. Like the fact that they didn't do this, that should mean that this should be able to be brought up in trial, because they don't have it when they should have it. Because if that's the case, if he said all this the day they talked to him and all that, and great, it's evidence, but it's not. Nowhere to be found. Never even talked about until recently. So, not very long. Well, you should have tape recorded that call. I could have, but I didn't. My question is, you should have, shouldn't you? Judge, it's been asked. I'm going to object. It's been asked and answered various times. Sustained. What? Go. How can you sustain anything this idiot's objecting to about this idiot? If you could do it all over again, would you tape record that call? Judge, objection. It's been asked and answered. I have not asked that question. Overruled. Yeah, because he asked it about a whole other incident. This is about this incident. And it's about calling. The other one was about writing a date on the reports. So Nick McClean, you're just making your guy look even idiot. You should have this would have been, we would have been moving on, but now you're drawing attention to it because he didn't ask about the tape recording call. He asked about if you would have dated the report, if you could go back and do that report again, would you have dated it? So it's similar, but not. Gull's not having it with Nick neither. So let's make an idiot of this guy again. Sitting here now, obviously, I probably would have. Wow, he admitted it. When was the first time that Brad Weber ever told law enforcement that he drove a white van direct from work to his house. I'm not certain when he told law enforcement first, but I know he told myself and Detective Harshman that without even asking him the question after your phone call the day before, which I made no mention of any type that I was going to talk to him about. Oh, you getting out in front of something, hey? He's projecting here because that's not even what he wants to. He's getting that out to let you know that there's no collusion, he didn't help. He wants us to know this. So we know that at least one time that Brad Weber told police that he drove a white van directly from work to home was on August of this year, just a couple of months ago, August 8th, I believe. Is that right? Yeah. My question is, what other dates, if you know, did Brad Weber ever say, I drove my white van from work directly to my home, other than that day, just a couple months ago? I'm not sure if I can answer your question because I don't know. Wow. You don't know. It's a pretty big deal. So you guys are making a big deal about this white van, aren't you? Yeah. Yeah, it's the whole rub. Yeah. The whole thing that you say happened day one, you can't prove until fucking 6 months ago was said. And okay, so you don't tape record that conversation, right? I did not. And then as you sit here, you don't know if Brad Weber had ever said that before to law enforcement. I don't recall as I sit here right now. Was there anything in your investigation that revealed that Brad Weber said something different than he drove directly home from work? I believe there may have been a mention he drove his Subaru home from work once, but I don't know for sure without rereading the notes. Whoa, Nick's got to jump in, obviously. What are you doing? This is what he first has. He's mentioning it. Oh my God. Yeah, Nick's got to stop this. What about driving not directly home, but going and taking care of his ATM machines? Judge, I'm going to object. It's a leading question. It's asked and answered. So I'm going to object under those grounds. Sustained. What? How is that leading? He was about to admit that the guy told him a different car and he did something else, which would have never meant he was there at this time in his white van. He was about, I believe there may have been mention he drove his Subaru home from work once, but I don't know sure without rereading it. Because when he mentioned his Subaru, he went and checked his bank machines. Yeah. And then they're sustaining the objection when he was about to say what the FBI guy was coming in to say would be happened, that he knew about it. Who, if you know, has Brad Weber talked to in law enforcement other than you? I believe he talked with Agent Pohl, perhaps Christopher Gootee. Beyond that, I'm not sure. Okay, and you were here when Christopher Gootee testified today, weren't you? I was. And he refreshed his recollection off of a document. Were you here when that happened? I was. And he remembered that he drove directly from his memory was refreshed to show he drove directly or not directly, said he drove home from work, right? I believe that's what his testimony was. But he couldn't remember off of that document whether or not it wasn't refreshed as to other aspects of that document, was it? I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't understand your question, I guess. Oh boy. Excuse me. Sorry. Just finishing up my coffee. It's not a good one. So, are you aware of whether Brad Weber has provided conflicting statements? I looked away for 1 second. I couldn't find where I went. Statements about coming home from work and how he came home. Yeah, there's some conflict about it. There is. I agree. It was in a different car and it was a whole totally different time. Yeah. The conflict is there's two different accounts. Yes. One would totally blow your story out of the water. Right. The one he told first. About it being 3 or 3:15, he got home driving his Subaru after checking one of his ATMs at a gas station. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mullins. First fucking smart thing you said. Do you know Brad Weber's side? If he has a side job at the time other than Subaru, in a way that he made money? Yeah. And what do you know about that? I believe he has some ATM machines he tends to. Oh, okay. Do you know whether he tended to those ATM machines on February the 13th after he got off work at 2 o'clock? He says he drove straight home to us. To you? Yes. You being you and who? Detective Harshman. Were you present when Brad Weber talked to Agent Pohl and Christopher Gootee? I was not. What kind of gun, if any, do you know that Brad Weber possessed? I believe a Sig Sauer. Oh my, it was his Sig. So this is the Sig Sauer is the one they received on February 28th of 2017. This is the one I believe Oberg said that the bullet went through the first time and got it wrong. And everyone blew over, in my opinion. Because it was the only other one. And it couldn't have been that Glock that she received 30 minutes before the item 16, Exhibit 148, which is the unspent round found beside Libby's foot. Half an hour earlier on the 17th, at 1 p.m., Oberg received a Glock gun to inspect. Then at 1:26 or so, she received item 16, which has been shifted to a whole other case number, and now Exhibit 148, the unspent round, at 1:30 on February 17th of 2017. Then Oberg received a Smith & Wesson on February 27th of 2017, and Oberg on February 28th received Brad Weber's Sig Sauer on February 28th of 2017. And she says in her thing that if I had Richard Allen's gun 5 years earlier, so if she had the fourth gun, so she says if I had the Glock, when I had the Glock, the Smith & Wesson, and the Sig Sauer at the same time I received the bullet back in 2017, if I also had the defendant's gun, a fourth gun, I would have been able to make a better conclusion that the bullet wasn't cycled between the other gun, in the other gun at the time. And then in her next statement, she says, but at that time, 5 years before I had Richard Allen's gun, I attributed the bullet, the unspent round, as having been cycled through the other one. And then in the next paragraph, she says, I rule out the Glock and the Smith & Wesson because of the striations on their extractor arms and their unspent cartridges didn't match the unspent cartridge of the one we had. Therefore, it being the first Glock that she received, which now we know is Brad Weber's Glock. So Oberg in 2017, 5 years before she had Richard Allen's gun, came to the conclusion that the unspent round came through this gun. And if she had the fourth gun 5 years later, she would have been able to attribute it to being through Richard Allen's gun. She says it in her Oberg's report. And then she throws in this gobbledygook about 4 other guns that she receives in water that were all rusted to shit. But she receives them August 23rd of 2022, 1 month before Kathy Shank's dead husband's birthday anniversary. She finds Richard Allen's tip on September 21st of 2022 that she printed out for some reason in October 29th, right before Devil's Night and Halloween of 2019, the lost tip, which was never lost from day one. On August 23rd, 1 month before they find Richard Allen's tip in 2022, Oberg receives those 4 guns in water, rusted to shit. She puts 3 of them in penetrating oil, bangs them with hammers, loosens them up, can't tell because there's conch shells and zebra shells and shit all over these guns. They're rusted to hell. Don't know where they came from. She receives them August 23rd of 2022, 1 month before they find Richard Allen's tip. And she hits them with hammers. They're in penetrating oil. She gets them free, but then she decides because of their caliber, they were like 45 somethings. They couldn't have been the ones that cycled through. But the fourth one, she can't get it free. So she takes it out of the penetrating oil and puts it in something stronger, which she doesn't even know what it is. A solution stronger. Turns out it might either be the whole gun or parts of it. But she's able to get the serial number off of the gun, but the parts, like the inner parts, are in a solution that's stronger than penetrating oil, but she has no idea what it is. She comes back at the end of the day. They're gone. She disintegrated them. Oberg. She fucking disintegrated the guns. But don't worry, guys. A month before they find Richard Allen, and they shifted all this evidence over in 2019 to new case numbers at her lab, she's found, she has the serial number of that gun. Thank God. And in 2019, when they shifted over, because they ran out of numbers in the 17K case numbers of Abby and Libby's at the state lab, they had it 17K C00066. They say they ran out of numbers, but if you look at the 00066, means they could have went up to 99,999. Therefore, they had 99,933 more spaces left to move that case number up. But she says at that moment that the lab had to get a new case number because they ran out of case numbers, which is bullshit. Because again, they said 19 was the new case number because of they do it when the year they start the new case numbers. But they're not starting it. Why wouldn't they just reset the 1700 then? Because Abby and Libby's case started in 17. So they're taking that 19K case with all these other guns and merging it into this one and giving them all one case number to disappear the 19, right? Because if they run out of numbers in 17, 00066, which you're not even, it's just bullshit. Because Oberg says, I don't even know if that's true or not. I can't guarantee they're not lying. Her own people. And if that, then reset the 1700 one, start again, which they didn't need to do in the first place. But they didn't even do that. They got a new number of 19, which is whoever they stopped investigating in 2019, in my opinion, which is coincidentally the same time Kathy Shanks prints out the tip she's never lost and didn't find for 3 years. She prints it out in 2019. And they're switching a new case of 2019 to 2017 to this case. So basically merging two cases in one. They found Richard Allen October 29th, 2019, printed it out. They're about to railroad him. They're probably going to make a Halloween. It was the night before Devil's Night on the 29th of October. They were probably going to wait until October 31st of 2019 to announce it, but they didn't. They had to get rid of other people and things first and merge case numbers and everything. And then, lo and behold, one case becomes another at the lab. 3 guns, one of 2 which were excluded, one which couldn't be excluded, which is the one that she says the bullet went through, and she wouldn't have said that if she had Richard's gun 5 years earlier. Oh my God. It's so obvious to me what happened here is they found Richard Allen and we're going to do it. But then Logan, they had to wait to get rid of Logan, obviously, too, until January 2022. And then they find those Richard's tip in September 21st of 2022, a month after they've taken care of the other guns and serial numbers, because they had 4, 3 of which weren't the guns in rusted up water on August 23rd of 2022, 1 month before they find Richard's tip. And one of them disappears, and then they have this magical new serial number of a gun. And then they arrest Richard Allen afterwards and get his gun. And she says, if I had that gun back in 2017, I wouldn't have said it went through this 6 hour. And it was Brad Weber's 6 hour, now we find out. So I'm weeding through my questions. Yeah. Did you ever strike that? Was there ever a list made of law enforcement that were walking in the area of where the bullet was found? Can you rephrase that question? Sure. Did you or law enforcement ever put together a list of law enforcement that walked in and around the area of where the bodies were found? I'm sorry, I was not at the scene, and I do not know. If there is a list, it was made by the ISP, the crime scene investigators, and the person who was in charge of the crime scene log. Well, I can do that. I can do that. Hey, what's up, Chester? Yeah. Exactly. Way too much doubt. So much, right? But they tricked these jurors into it being, all of it had to be unreasonable doubt. The one idiot juror said it to Murder Sheet too. Yeah, it wasn't all unreasonable. No. You were tricked, lady, woman, whatever. A reasonable doubt. And you can't, if you throw out the ballistics, there's your reasonable doubt. If you don't listen to this person's test, there's your reasonable doubt. If these idiots lost all this, there's your reason. 5 weeks of the first videos were lost. That's reasonable doubt. Then 5 weeks later, 5 more weeks of video goes missing. And they don't find out about the first one until 3 months after that. Yet somehow they're fixing each other and it's working and not working again, coincidentally. Conveniently, I should say. There's so much goddamn reasonable doubt. And Gull said it to them. Any reasonable doubt goes into the favor of the defense. Into the defendant, Richard Allen. Yet these jurors were duped, or they're too stupid to know that the whole thing didn't need to be unreasonable. They thought the totality of it, because they even say, we threw out the ballistics because that's crazy. Yet, basically they're putting them away for 130 years. Either they don't understand what reasonable doubt was, or they're not sure if it's him or not, but instead of letting a guy that may have done it free go, they would rather convict a guy who didn't do it and not know if they're not sure. That's what's happening. Hey, Judy, what is up? Have I missed anyone? Critter, get to bed. How dare you? 1:30 a.m.? Oh, my God. I need you. Okay, you can stay up, but as long as you come in all chipper with your fresh coffee around 5 or 6 or 7, I'm fine. Okay, how's that? Critter, you can stay awake as long as you come in chipper as you have every morning for the last 2 weeks straight. Month straight. Dewey, where you been, bro? What is up? You're here now. That's fine. That's fine. Have I missed anyone else? Dee Dee's happening. Oh my God. Paul is still here. Look at all you great people. Look at all you great people. Thank you for being here. I shall stop ranting and keep reading. Lurking, bro? Cool. I know, I'm on a lot, guys. Oh, is your sleep all messed up? Well, whatever. You're using your emojis. That's good. You just, as long as you don't have to sleep. As long as you keep coming in cheery every morning when the sun comes up like a weirdo, that's fine. That's fine. Just make sure you're here first thing in the morning with that sunshine energy you've been bringing to me, because I'll need it soon. It's what? I don't know what time it is. It's only 1:30. I'm hard at work for another, 6.5 hours. It's 1:33 a.m. So, and my team lost. Oh, I'm so bummed. When my team loses, I feel horrible. Although it was a good game, so I won't cry. Okay. Do you know whether any emails were sent out to law enforcement? Did I skip this? Sorry. I should go to here. Sure. Did you or law enforcement ever put together a list of law enforcement? Yeah, that walked at this crime scene, right? Okay, I'll read it again because this is great answer. But so, did you ever put together a list of anybody stomping around the crime scene before, whatever? I'm sorry, I was not at the scene, and I do not know if there's a list. It was made by the ISP, the crime scene investigators, and the person who was in charge of the crime scene log. Right. And there's been gobs of testimonies, but you're the prosecutor's investigator now. So you should have what everyone's been saying at trial. And I know what's been said at trial. that Giancola and Yoder were the first ones to kind of secure this crime scene after a few of the searchers had tromped around on it. Fine. And one of the searchers just bolted past them and took off. And then Giancola and Yoder walked in from the same area that Pat Brown and Melissa, the Becky's sister, walked down from the cemetery. That you, for some reason, Giancola and Yoder, are the curvature of space and time takes you guys around the bodies to the creek where the shirt is, and everyone's staring at the shirt. Yet Pat Brown and Melissa, when they were going to that same spot, walked right into the girls. But hey, let's get over that. And when Giancola and Yoder are coming down, Aunt Melissa just blows right past them. They don't even say anything to her. She's crying. It's like, stop, lady. Is someone chasing you? Are you okay? You're obviously distraught. What's happened? When Giancola and Yoder, they know of 2 bodies at this point. Where are the bodies? Why are you running? Did you just kill somebody? Are you exercising in the woods? Who are you, lady? She's right by them. And then, because she just found the bodies with the Pat Brown, she right by Yoder and Giancola, flips right by. And they're coming down the hill at the cemetery. They walk past the bodies. Both of those idiots end up staring at a shirt with a bunch of searchers. Erskine's there by then. The 2 other propane searchers are there. Pat Brown is still there with his back turned to the bodies because he doesn't want to look at them. Yoder and Giancola stroll up and say, "Hey, man, what do you? We heard there's 2 bodies. What is that?" They're like, "That's a shirt." And they're like, looking, like, "You idiots! You just walked past 2 dead bodies." They're like, "What?" And Giancola and Yoder turn around and go back to the bodies. They secure the scene. So there's been at least Melissa, Pat Brown, and I bet you those Erskine or whoever else was there has been looking at the bodies. The person, the fireman that was called down, which is Erskine, they weren't even sure it was a fireman. He's got big boots, though, so he can make it across this rapids. And I'm guessing that the fucking propane guys couldn't be. I don't know if they could get across the creek, those propane guys. But they've got to be around, and there's other people around, and that's who was at the crime scene before it was made a crime scene that we know of. So the crime scene investigators and the person who was in charge of the crime scene log, which was probably Liggett or Leazenby, because they're the ones who cleared Yoder and Giancola after the CSI guys arrived to then go to the other side to guard this easy entrance across the creek, which 60 searchers for 22 hours could not penetrate to find these girls. The creek was a barrier, yet a garden gnome walked 2 girls across with ease, is the whole reason the case because Richard Allen took these 2 girls across this creek with ease, right? And then Giancola and Yoder are excused from the crime scene that night to come over to the other side to guard this Weber's Drive and kick everyone out of there or whatever, because it's so easy on the night of the 14th to get across to the crime scene. They need to guard it. So Giancola and Yoder sit there until the morning of the 15th guarding this area because it's so easy to get to this crime scene. Yet for 22 hours, not one searcher went to this crime scene. It was too easy to get there. Their flashlights don't work over there. Okay. Do you know whether any emails were sent out to law enforcement that were in and around the scene, asking them what kind of weapons they were carrying when they were in and around the scene? See, this is kind of dumb. I think this is a whole waste of time. If I were a smarter, I would skip this because it's ridiculous for the defense. Because, come on, when the cops are showing up, none of them have their guns out. None of them are racking their guns. None of them are walking around and stop being stupid. Like, I expect them to stop being dumb, but the defense should also not be dumb. If I were a juror, I wouldn't like this stuff. Because as if those cops are walking around with bullets just dripping out of their pockets, spare unspent rounds. Like, come on. Their guns are holstered. Nobody's racking it. Nobody's the cops. I mean, it's just ridiculous to even bring this up, but let's do it. It's a formality. I guess they have to. I'm not aware of that. Are you aware of any information where law enforcement believe that the unspent round may have come from a law enforcement officer? No, of course not. I don't think anyone thought that. This is ridiculous. Move on, please. Having watched Richard Allen's interview 3 days ago, whenever, like, if the defense claimed that, hey, when they showed up on the scene, they had to have their guns out, and because they didn't know if there was a suspect, like if Yoder and them kind of did the whole, you go down, like the whole where they sweep an area, they check every room of a house, or they, hiding behind trees, and then this guy, I'll cut your back. I got my gun out. You advance to that tree and then hide, and then I'll advance. You cut, like if anything like that was happening, fine, but it's not. It's not. It's ridiculous, right? Right. Hey, Miranda, what is up? Hello. Just in time. Book 'em, Dano. Yes. Do it. Damn it. Bald. No, I'm not bald. I have luscious bangs, guys. Check it out. Check these bangs out. You want some good bangs? You come to the right place. Luscious Hebby cuts these short. She likes to look into my eyes. That's the honest truth. Honest to God. I have luscious bangs. Hello. Charles can call me cue ball all he wants. I know it. If I wanted to, I could grow those bangs out. 2 months, they'd be in my eyes. Right? Right. I'm just kidding. Hey, guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Michelle is laughing out loud. Thank you, young lady. Thank you. That's all I needed. Emojis and LOLs. Life is good. Life is good. There's 220 people. Thank you all. Thank you. Having watched Richard Allen's interviews 3 days ago, whenever it was, would you agree with me? Strike that. Would you agree with that Richard Allen never said he didn't know which way he traveled when he went to the CPS building? Are you asking if I would agree with you on that statement? Did Richard Allen, I'll rephrase it, because you're obviously being a dick. Let me rephrase it. Did Richard Allen ever, in his interview, say, I don't know which way I went when I ended up parked at the CPS building? He did say something like that. How many people do you think were involved in the murders of Abby and Libby? 1. Ooh, so then why was your boss standing out there on December the 2nd wanting a gag order because they didn't want to alert the other people that were involved in the case? That's the whole reason of the gag order, or one big part of it. Holman said it a bunch of times, and Liggett said it a bunch of times. And Leazenby said Liggett said it in his affidavits and depositions. Yeah. What about that, Chief? How long have you believed that only one person was involved in the murders of Abby and Libby? Since the arrest of Richard Allen. Right. No. It's so crazy. Before that, you thought it was multiple people. Didn't really matter what I thought. It's what the evidence would show. Wait a second. Doesn't matter what you thought. Jeez, you're the chief of police. If you thought that there was more people involved, you saying there wasn't evidence of that? Like you just thought that willy-nilly on a hunch? Your spidey senses? Did you believe the evidence would show if there was more than one person? I didn't know. Well, or maybe you did know, and we'll never know you didn't know because you've lost all that evidence, right? Right. It's easy to say I don't know when there's no way you can see how I knew what I knew. When you don't know, when you can't prove what I did know, right? Because I've lost apparently 5 weeks of evidence. Then the recorder starts working. Then I lost another 5 weeks of video interview evidence. I've lost 10 weeks of evidence. Video interviews of 4 rooms, 6 terabyte drive, overwritten, 6,000 gigabytes, overwritten, in 4 separate rooms at my police station. Prove it. Yeah, you'll never know I'm full of shit because there's no proof of it. It's fucking gone. Poof. A lot of stuff done at the murder scene. Would you agree? If that's where the murders occurred, there was a lot of stuff done. If that's your question. Yeah, it is. How long, based upon the evidence and your knowledge of the case, would it have taken for, in this case, you say Richard Allen, to have done all the things that were done at that scene. What's the maximum amount of time? Judge, I'm going to object. It calls for speculation. Don't know. Sustained. Sustained. Well, we know that the video is 213, correct? Yep. What do you think the evidence shows at the end time of the events that led to their murders? Judge, I'm going to object to that question. I'm not sure what events he's talking about. Sustained. What time do you think the killer left behind those girls? I don't know exactly what time he left. Well, I do. One would be very say if we believe everything you're saying, if Sarah Carbaugh sees him outside the cemetery at what is it again? 3:56. For Sarah Carbaugh to see him right here at 3:56, then one can safely conclude he could have been there if he's left at least 3:45. He must have left by 3:45 if he's walking up here to get there for 3:56, which would be 11 minutes later, unless he was there till 3:50 and walked really fast to get there for 6 minutes later, or he left at 3:51 or 52 and ran, and it took him 4 minutes to get there. So let's say unless he left at 3:30 and went over here and had a 10 or 15 minute nap in the bushes, then walked over here and then went this way, right? But I think it's pretty safe to say that he's either, if it's happening here and he's seen here at 3:56, then either he's just fucking strolling from 3:45, taking his sweet old time and skipping and stopping and smelling flowers and saying, reading headstones and gets here, or he walks really briskly, which is more likely, or he fucking runs and up the hill, even he's full of adrenaline. He's got to book it here, so I can say it. He's probably left around exactly, if we were saying 3:56, it's got to be 3:45. Let's say he left at 3:45, and that's an hour and 15 minutes after he was terrified. He was scared across the creek. He was so scared that he stayed for an hour and 15 minutes doing a whole bunch of unnecessary shit and not sexually molesting him. And the fact that he just, obviously it's sexual in nature they were both nude at one time and redressed, and then one was redressed. But in their thing, that's all that happened, which is still way too much, obviously, right? But he was so terrified that an hour and 15 minutes later, he left. Right. And let's do this. What is happening, guys? Have I missed anything? Look at this. 240 people. Wow. I'm so amazed. Did anyone come forward to corroborate the defense timeline saying they saw Rick Allen on the bridge earlier? Who? What? Wait a second. Did anyone come forward to corroborate the defense timeline saying they saw Rick on... Yeah, Rick said it. Rick was on the bridge. He said it. He said it. Rick Allen said it. What? And right after, who else was on the bridge for half an hour? Cheyenne Mills and Shelby Duncan walked past Shelby Hicks and Daniel Pearson sitting on the first pier. They walked past to the other side, but they both took peas on Weber's side, and then they walked back and took about 5 or 6 pictures. The last one was at 3:55. Shelby's feet were hanging off of that same spot where Shelby Duncan's feet were taken pictures hanging on that same platform where Shelby Hicks and Daniel Pearson were no longer at after they come back at 3:55. And then McCain comes on that bridge for a half an hour, he says, at some point. Yet he's gone by 4. So, man, if he doesn't see any of them, and Daniel Pearson and them are there, so McCain must have been before Hicks and them, because they're on at 3:30 at the bridge, because she takes a phone call at 3:13 at the mirrors heading towards the bridge. So they're on the bridge. So McCain must have been on the bridge from at least 2:45 or 3 p.m. to 3:30, basically. And he says he doesn't get there at certain times. But in that Tina Garrison report, they say he's on video arriving at 2:45 p.m., 2:44. And he sees Derek there at that time, half an hour before Derek admits to being there. And then Derek says he bumped into McCain, but McCain doesn't say that. McCain says some fat guy in an orange shirt was yelling at him from far away about if I've seen girls. So McCain said he was on the bridge for like a half an hour. But if he's not bumping into Shelby Hicks and Shelby Duncan, who were on the bridge, who went across at 3:30 and were back by 3:55, they went across to pee. They went to whoever's the other side and peed, both of them. There's DNA strewn all over the place. They peed. Yeah, he said it. Right. He said he went to the first platform and looked down. Daniel Pearson and Shelby Hicks were sitting on that first platform. McCain had been on the bridge for a half an hour before this. Shelby Duncan and Cheyenne Mills walked across the bridge from 3:30 and came back for 3:55 and were on that same platform. So they were on the bridge for a half an hour. Yes, there was lots of people. Right? Well, I think he was obviously there at the time he said he was. It was like 12:30 to 1 or something like that, right? We have to go with his time because these guys don't know. They're not recording stuff. They're not writing it down. You can't wait till 5 years later to ask somebody, and then if they get something wrong, you can't say he's lying. Doolin, show us the Doolin. Tell us what time he was there. You had his phone number. You had his IMEI number 2 days after. You had him talking to you. What time did he say? Show it. Listen. Let's hear the recording, Doolin. Doolin can't find a recording. They don't. For some reason, he gave him the IMEI number. Doolin, 2 or 3 days after, was holding Richard Allen's phone in his hand, taking the battery off to write down the numbers on the back. So it's like one of those Android phones. He has to remove the battery, like a Nokia, and look at all the numbers. Doolin had his phone in his hand, February 19th of 2017. Look it up. Check his all that cloud stuff and all that. What's that fog reveal and all the cell phone tower data and what they had is. Why are we asking him 5 years later? He went and talked to Doolin 2 or 3 days after. Jerry Holman knew it. Alexis, Jerry's secretary, knew it. She entered it in the tip system. The Teresa woman who cleared Richard Allen on behalf of Dan Doolin, who went back because the system triggered the tip. The Orion systems triggered making alerts. So Jerry Holman, Alexis, Jerry's assistant, Dan Doolin, the Teresa on behalf of Dan Doolin, and some person named Ashley Boone. 5, 6, 7 people knew about this white man from White Man Drive, surname White Man, who said he was on the bridge. They all write it down. They say 1:30 to 3, 1:30 to 3:30, or 1 to 3. They write down. They're looking for a guy that's on this bridge that day at 2:13 p.m. 2:13 p.m. falls between all of those times. A white man has come to them to say that. What? Why are we asking anyone 5, 6, 7 years later? They have this guy. They knew about him. They cleared his tip. They weren't looking for his car because he wasn't the guy. They wrote cleared on it. That's it. He's cleared. Because they don't think it's him. They're not having trouble finding him. They didn't lose on tips. It's in the Orion system. The Orion system alerted. If you look at it says triggered. And it adds a -01 when it gets triggered to say, go back and talk to this guy. And then Doolin redoes it. And, it's triggered. The Orion system was triggered from all these key words. Don't be fooled by this. It has nothing to do with the tip written out in the drawer. That might be a receipt to keep track. It's all bullshit. It was typed into the Orion system the day they received it. Jerry receives it on the 17th. Richard either emails him, calls him, or goes in with Kathy Allen. And they say to Jerry Holman takes it. And Alexis, his secretary, 3 or 4 hours later at On the 13th, enters it into the system. Or sorry, the 17th, enters it into the system. It triggers Doolin to go out and look. The system's triggered. The digital records, the Orion tip system is going nuts. So this whole paper in a dusty drawer is just nothing, means nothing. So sorry. Would you agree with me that there's a major problem for your timeline if Betsy Blair... Did I skip something? I feel like I skipped something. Right, because Nick just objected. Sorry. Judge, I'm going to object to that question. I'm not sure what events he's talking about. Sustained. What time do you think the killer left behind those girls? Right, that's the way I went off, because we were talking about the 3:45, whatever. I don't know exactly what time he left. Yeah, I do. Right. Would you agree with me that it's a major problem for your timeline if Betsy Blair describes... Well, strike that. Do you think it's a major problem for your timeline if the person Betsy Blair saw is not Richard Allen? I'm going to object, Judge. Leading question. Sustained. Wait a second. Well, Betsy Blair says she saw someone who looked totally different. And the person you said was Richard Allen was the first sketch. And then on the news and reports, you said we moved to a different direction to another guy, who then now you wanted to afterwards blend those two together as the same guy. But when you first went with Betsy Blair's sketch, which was the first one in 2019, you finally went with poofy-haired guy. You said ignore the first one. We've moved a whole another direction. And then you tried to say, they are the same. Let's merge them together. Come on. Hey, Fishy. Oh, are you telling me I need a break? Thanks, Fishy. Let's check it out. Here's the Fishy Termission. Oh my God, thank you. It's if anyone's curious, I'm not doing it right now, but it's called the Fishy Termission Key Break. FTPB. Fishy Termission P Break. And she puts a video in. Thank you. I'll check it out. Thank you. When I need to go, and soon. I'm kind of cranky. Maybe I need a coffee. I'm on my other screen. 1 second. Let me just check it out. See if
on 70 days of interviews.
Perfect, young. Now we're on topic. Redemption time. I'll forgive you for the other night for going way off a topic. Tonight you've nailed it. You have nailed it. Oh my God. Look at you. Look at this person in my P-break video. Thank you kindly. Oh my God. Let's just do it. Look at the timing, 11:54, meaning I can make a coffee and take my time and come. Oh, I'm not doing it now. Let's just do a teaser. This young, whoever this person is, this serpent, this snake-eyed serpent named Don't Hate Create. Oh, I like it. I like it. Oh my God. She's related to Fishy somehow. I don't know exactly. Boom. Here's a preview. Oops. What did I do?
On 70 days of interviews being lost.
Yeah, so this is a problem in regards to what, do they have redundant systems, right? And if not, if police departments are watching this all over the country, they need to install a redundant system that makes sure that this never happens. Because listen, when you're dealing with an investigation and from the supervisor point of view, not only...
Boom. But I'm not doing it just yet. Thank you so much. Oh my God. You have more than enough. Oh my God, I should be so lucky. Man, I'll rewatch these ones. They're perfect. Damn you. If you make the odd little spelling mistake way back then, I couldn't do this now. And you're doing this when? 1 year ago. So damn you. Thank you. 1 million views. 1 million. 1 chameleon views. Says it. Thank you. It's perfect. Oh my God. Thank you. I'm ready. My bladder, I feel it, but just not yet. I do need coffee. I should get this idiot. I should move on. Thank you so kindly, Fishy. Perfect. Miranda's here. Charles is yucking it up. Oh my God. Dewey, my greeter's here. V. My V is here. My favorite V. The fuck is wrong with this? Because he talks exactly. Look at this, girl. When did you say that? 1:56. What time is it? Oh, I noticed it. See, look at 4 minutes later. I read this, V. So you're wrong. Right. Yes. You're right. You're so right. Please keep reminding me that when I ask questions, I should look for the answers. I'm a horrible person. Please, I know it. It's 2 a.m. Thank you. You're right, Paula. If you have to fall asleep, good night to you. If you want to listen, I'll be here till 8 a.m. our time, Paula. So another 6 hours, I'm working away. I've got to go shovel. I've got to go use my snowblower. Finally, I get my driveway's covered in snow. So I get to use my snowblower. Finally, I'm dying. I love shooting the snow around with that thing. Friggin' shoots it like 20, 30 feet in the air. It's wicked. I haven't got to use my snowblower yet, and we got tons of snow, like a foot of snow. So it's everywhere. So I get to go do that in the morning. But I'm here. I'm here for another 6 hours, and thank you all. Yeah, it's 11 p.m. for you. You're a weirdo over on the West Coast, but yeah, it's you're in a whole other different universe. What is it? Solar system over there. It's 2 a.m. It's 1 a.m. for the central, like Abby and Dino. It's midnight for the mountaineers like Miss Pie and whoever else is in that mountains. And yeah, it's 11 p.m. for Dee Dee and TJ and V and whoever else is over there. Fishy. Yep. But again, those don't matter. The most important one is the East. Well, if you sleep is important. If you need to sleep, that's most important. Get your sleep. Shibby, read Miranda's comments above. I will. Thank you. I only came on here to tell Shibby about the contestant named Shibby on the Wheel of Fortune the other night. Oh my God. Really? That's perfect, Miranda. Thank you. Are you serious? Wheel of Fortune, Shibby. Oh, no. Wait. Stop it. I said, let me do that better. Wheel of Fortune contestant Shibby, Shibby. Oh my God, 2 days ago? It's on the news? Shibby Daly from Charlotte, North Carolina. Oh, this is it. Miranda. Thank you. Look at you. Wow. Look at you. Thank you, V. V alerted me. Fishy lets me go pee, and Miranda tells me, oh my God, this is amazing. I'm going to try to keep you up while I read this. How long is it? Oh my God, what happened? This is her? Oh my God, Miranda, thank you. I'm going to take you down so we can see it. Thank you. This is a important break. Look at where's her name. I got to see it. Where is it? Show me. Oh my God. Shibby Daly. Oh, thank you, Miranda. Here we go. Quick. This is worth it. All right. Wheel of Fortune's Irish disco dancer loses 73. I was born in 1973. She lost $73,000 on mind-boggling puzzle. Mind-boggling. An Irish disco dancer lost out on taking home $73,000 on Wheel of Fortune on January 13th. Fans thought the puzzle was mind-boggling. Oh, did she leave out the L? Oh my God. Mind-boggling and mind-boggling. Fans thought the puzzle was mind-boggling. Shibby Daly. Oh my God. Shibby Daly, call in. You can have redemption on this show. I'll let you solve any puzzle you want. From Charlotte, North Carolina, played against Rob Baker from Palatine, Illinois, and Joel Joseph from Los Angeles, California. Shibby Daly is originally from Ireland and has been living in America for 27 years. She used to be a champion disco dancer in Ireland. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, this is great. Thank you, Miranda. It's just what I needed. And then I'll get back to Mullin's idiot. So Daly solved both of the toss-ups, giving her the lead with 3,000 after landing on the Colette wedge for a trip to Hawaii. Baker, a crossword puzzle writer, solved like money in the bank for $10,650. The crossword puzzle writer did not solve the crossword puzzle in Say Cheese. Instead, Daly solved Blue Brie Feta Pro Cheese, oh my God, for $4,400. Joseph, a Haitian compass dance teacher, solved most of the letters in the prize puzzle. However, she landed on bankrupt and she moved to Shibby, who solved Screaming at the Top of My Lungs. She won trips to Spain, France, Italy, and so she didn't go home empty-handed, I hope. Her $18,398. And Shibby solved 2 of the 3 triple toss-ups, putting another $4,000. Oh, so she did it. Oh my God. Baker solved the 3rd one, giving him an extra $2,000. Shibby solved the final puzzle. Oh my God, should we watch it? Holy fuck. Shibby solved the final puzzle, my favorite perk at work, adding $5,700 to her bank. Oh, so she gave her a final total of $28,098. Baker, a total of $12,650, and Joseph didn't win any money, so Wheel of Fortune gave her $1,000. Daly advanced to the bonus round and chose food, drink. She danced solo in the bonus round, not bringing anyone with her. Contestant was given the regular heart, and fortune she chose MDK a day, right? Ryan Seacrest's hair is growing like a chia pet. Is that Seacrest? Is that Seacrest? Is he the host? I don't even know. Look at his hair. Wow. Looks like him, eh? Oh my God, I haven't watched it in so long. Wheel of Fortune fans give the verdict on the worst bonus round. Oh my God. The puzzle then looked like ... and E ... As the clock counted down, Daly guessed the first word is fried. Ooh. It turned out to be cubed honeydew. Yeah, that's tough. And she had to guess that, eh? That's not, that's not easy, right? Cubed honeydew. Man, that's tough. She lost out on taking home an additional 45, so she got as a trip to Finland. So that was going to be a hard one to get right. Seacrest. It was Seacrest, right? Did I say that? Fans took the comments of the YouTube video where it was posted to share their confusion. Tonight's bonus round was just a bonus round. It wasn't easy. Great. So they're not giving her a hard time. So Shibby, I feel for you. Now, I wasn't thinking honeydew, whatever. Cubed honeydew. That's tough. That's tough. So I feel for you, Shibby. I feel for you. Thank you, Miranda. This is really awesome. This is perfect. Yes, I fucking love it. Man, I love that. It's a ridiculous name to see a person. I wonder what her real name is. She could have been, her parents could have named her that, right? Probably like Shibanja or Shibani, Shibani, Shibanaya. She's from Ireland. So I gotta see. So the confusion, mind-boggling. So another tough puzzle. Dumbest, yeah, that was tough. I got honeydew, but it's not cubed, right? Who thought? Yeah. Damn them. Damn it. So she's a disco dancer. Look at this. There's a Wheel of Fortune Irish disco dancer. Same one. Damn it. Let's just check it out. Thank you, Miranda. This is perfect.
Our Irish disco dancer.
Holy shit. 2:13. This video's Miranda. The video's 2:13. It's 2 minutes and 13 seconds long. Holy fuck. Yes, I'm born. This is what's on my life. My first name is Sweet. My second name is Dude. And my last name is Shibby. It's my real name. What would you think? Think I would use this name?
No disco partner tonight. You're just hanging out with us.
All male.
Well, $28,098 so far, so good. It's Colette Week, you know that. In addition to big prizes, there are different trips in each one of these envelopes. So spin the wheel. Let's see what we can add on to this big night so far. Shibby, good luck.
Did you hear that? Shibby, good luck. Can I get in trouble for watching this? I'm Shibby too. I thought this is Fox 54's. Oh my God. I don't know. I should watch. I have to. Her name's Shibby. It's 2 minutes and 13 seconds long. Shibby, good luck. He's talking to me, I think. I'm adding commentary. My face is on the screen. You lovely people are chatting. This cute kid is here at the fucking microphone. Let's do it.
Lots of great trips. You're already going on a great trip.
I know.
Right? I want $100,000 in this envelope. Maybe it is. Yes. Right down here. You chose food and drink, so we are going to give you the R, S, T, L, N, and E as we do every night.
Everyone take note. This is still Vanna. This is new. She's still kicking. Wow. Wonderful. Wonderful. So Shibby's up. Let's see what happens. Let's see what she says. Maybe this time she'll win it, Miranda. Maybe she's got the scoop and she'll know the answer this time. I hope. Let's see.
Get you to work, Shibby. From you, need 3 consonants and a vowel.
M D K. I'll do the A.
Vanna, what can you do for us? There you go. Start looking at it, thinking about it. Food and drink, the category. Talk it out if you need to. That can help. 10 seconds and good luck.
Fried. Oh, it's not fried.
It is cubed honeydew.
Oh.
I was going to be a hard.
Oh my God. Cubed honeydew. Who'd have thunk? Oh my goodness. Cubed honeydew.
Hard one to get. Inside the envelope, we've got
her name tag. I'm coming back for you. She's got her name tag. Do you guys see it? Look at this. Look at this. Screenshot that. Oh my God, it is me. We're related, I think. Look at this. We have the same color, the exact same hair as me. Check it out. We have the same hair.
Oh. Don't owe us
Shibby.
$28,000, $98,000. Come on. It was so much fun. Nice to meet you.
Thank you so much. This is amazing.
Glad you had a good time. Good to see you again after 20 years.
Yeah, there you go. You haven't aged a bit.
Thank you.
Did you hear that accent? Oh my God. Wow, Miranda, thank you.
The fun never stops at wheel.
There you go. So here, how about this? If I hopefully can't get in trouble if I copy that URL and I share it with the people, and as even one step further, check this out. I dedicate this to this lovely young lady. Well, her name was Shibby Daly. Shibby Daly, if you'd like to redeem yourself, I can't offer much, but here, this is for us. Together, this is for us.
25 ways to say Shibby. 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 I'm so Shibby. Yeah, I'm well Shibby in it, bruv. Shibby is shit in the world. Is Shibby as Shibby can be. Shibby. 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 Can we just stop on the Shibby? How many have we done? I don't know about. I don't really know. I haven't. Me neither.
Dude, you just touched Christy Boris hoo-hoo. Low five. Yeah. Let's get out of here. Dude, you just touched.
Dude, yes, you just touched Chrissy Boner's hoo-hoos. Shibby, low five. Let's get out of here. Shibby, thank you. Let's do this. Thank you, guys. That was a perfect break. Thank you, V. Loved it. I loved it. Miranda, thank you. Shibby Daily, come here. You can redeem yourself on my show to 210,000 people listening right now. Let's do this. So, okay. He was. Now, what time did he say he was that he was out on the bridge? Well, we know his car arrived at 1:27. He said he was there at 1:30. He would have had to have gotten out to the bridge. It could have easily been accomplished within that time frame of him appearing on the video. He said he was there at 1:30. If we have his car there at 1:27, right. Well, you say that, but isn't it off by 54 minutes? So would that be 54 minutes earlier? At what time? 12:30. 54 minutes would be like 12:35. Yeah, but you had to adjust it. The timestamps, right? You have a car. We have his car. A car certainly looking like his. Yeah, how can you say it's his? You can't. It's absurd. It's absurd. Maybe I saw a different video than you. His interview, but I saw interrogation. I saw him say he was there between 12 and 1:30 or 1:45. Is there a question? You said that he was there at 1:30. So where are you getting that information? From his original report he had made to Dan Doolin. Okay. Were you standing next to Dan Doolin when he made that report? When he was talking to Richard Allen? I was not. Right. So why is Gull jumping in to say that's hearsay? Because Dan Doolin doesn't know. Dan Doolin lost the recording. He wasn't there. So I was not. Were you standing next to Doolin when he wrote it on his pad? I was not. Were you standing next to Dan Doolin as he transferred it from here to his computer? I was not. Objection. Asked and answered, Judge. Sustained. How important is it? So did I make sure I said that? Thank you, Miranda. That was a wonderful break. If you're still here or if you've gone. Perfect. Oh, Unindicted's here. Hello. Sorry if I missed anyone coming in. Perfect palate cleansing. Thank you all for being here. If I've missed anyone, if you fall asleep and have to leave, if you can come back, I'll be here. Oh my God. I'm a crazy person who's on for another 6 hours. So I'm going to read every word in this trial. I'll be the first in history to do this. All right. I'm working. You guys are doing me a favor. I'm on a lot. If you can't make it or just come in to say hi and leave and fall asleep, catch the replay, even just an emoji, get you a month. I know you love me. So thank you all. I'm truly grateful for even having one of you, let alone 210 people right now listening. Oh my God. Thank you kindly. All right. I feel my bladder, but not yet. I need a coffee so soon. We're going to take the fish intermission. Oh my God. As soon as we can get this guy at least half, I'll get halfway and then take it. How's that? Sustained. So how did I skip ahead there like an idiot? No. Objection. Sustain. Oh, how important is it that Betsy Blair described a car that, let me rephrase that, because Baldwin does that a lot. I wish he would not just rephrase it. Don't tell her. Just switch. Say, how important is it to the timeline that Betsy Blair described a car that matches Richard Allen's car? Objection. It's leading. Sustained. That is not a leading question. That's how important it is. It's not a leading question. I've sustained the objection, sir. So let's check. So is that leading? How important is it that Betsy Blair described a car? Wait, how important is it to the timeline that Betsy Blair described a car that matched Richard? Yeah, it's very important because you're using her as a witness. But Betsy Blair described another car there. They're saying it's a leading. Based on what? It's a leading question. Under Rule 611, that is not a leading question. It's not? Judge. Oh, Baldwin says that. Sorry. I thought Nick was saying that. So under Rule 611, that's not a leading question, Judge. Would you like to rephrase your question, Mr. Baldwin? Why is it important? If it is at all important that Betsy Blair described a car that matches Rick Allen's car, I don't believe it's terribly important. We know that she saw a car there. She may have been wrong about her description of the car, maybe even confused. Maybe even confused. Well, then how could you take her description on? Great. Thank you for bringing that. Great. Thank you. So then she didn't see. Then you can't, if she's so confused, you can't use her. You don't know who she saw. The guy. She's confused. You can't take any of her statement. Okay, throw it all out. I agree. Okay, let's do that. Yeah. It's a problem, isn't it, for you? No. Well, is she confused or not? Because if she's so confused and she's driving away 2 minutes earlier, you say she sees a guy that you want to use. So is she confused or not? How important? Well, why would it be important that the person that Sarah Carbaugh claims that she saw and the person that Betsy Blair claims that she saw, why would it be important? If it is at all important that the person Betsy Blair saw at the beginning of your timeline and the person that Sarah Carbaugh saw at the end of your timeline be the same person, Richard Allen. Judge, could we have a sidebar, please? Yeah. Judge, there's also a relevance objection. That's a question for jury to decide. I apologize. I don't think they're leading, but I'm frustrated. It's a matter of fact that you are invading the province of the jury. It's for them to decide what's important, what's not important. They're the ones that are supposed to determine from taking evidence, and that's their job, not his. Right. So he should just make it clear that Betsy Blair says she saw someone who looked nothing like BG. We can't tell who BG is. And then Sarah Carbaugh said she saw a guy in a tan coat and didn't mention blood, and let them decide. And Sarah Carbaugh also said she drove by a shitload of people at the Mears entrance, and 2 minutes later, BG walks by covered in blood, and none of them seen him. Yeah, let the jury decide. And also tell them that the first person they're saying was BG, that Betsy Blair saw, let them know that she described somebody else. And the person that was drawn is a 10 out of 10 a match to what she saw, who looks nothing like the guy in the video. And also that Betsy Blair, when she drove away, saw a car that she drove a picture to. Show him that square ridged car that looked like the car that Brad Heath described. Tommy Lee Jones's car from The Fugitive, fucking 1980 Dodge Diplomat or something. I don't know. All right, I'll move on. No, don't move on. Do it properly. Well, let me see. Maybe he does. Why is it based upon the evidence that you believe sticks were placed on the girls? I don't know. Judge, can he rephrase the question? I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time hearing him. What was the question? I asked. Not rephrase the question. Just repeat it. I'm sorry. Well, he said he didn't know, but okay. Do you want? No, that's okay. Go ahead. Sorry. No, that's fine. When, if ever, did law enforcement become aware that F.G. Walla was talking to podcasters? I'm sorry, was paying attention to this case through podcasters and so forth. Do you know when they realized that? I don't remember. To your knowledge, was there ever an Amber Alert that was requested or given related to the missing girls? I do not remember. You don't? He doesn't know if there was an Amber Alert? He's the chief of police, the head investigator in this whole goddamn trial for the prosecutor. I don't remember. You don't. I don't remember. Okay. How many girls were with Bree Wilbur? If you know, I believe there were 4 girls, including Bree Wilbur. I think they met Bree Wilbur on the trail. What? 4 girls met Bree Wilbur? So it was Cheyenne and Bree. I thought they had one person with them, no? You heard testimony in this courtroom. I think you were here when Mr. McCain testified. Were you in here? Yeah. Did you hear his description of the height of the bridge? Yeah. Do you have any reason to dispute that? Nope. Have you been told that end of the bridge where the girls were abducted? Yes, I have. So have you been to it? Yeah, he's been there. Okay. And have you gone from where the girls, that area where they were abducted down to the creek? Yes. All right. Sorry, this is Baldwin. All right. When you go down the hill, do you know how far that is? I have not measured it. Okay. That's one decline of some distance. Would you agree? From here to there? Yes. It's at least 10 feet. Judge, I'm going to object. He's been asked and answered. He said he didn't know. Sustained. And then when you're down from that initial walk down the hill, where are you? After coming down from the railroad tracks? Right. On Weber's Lane. Oh, okay. And that's the road that we talked about? Yeah. Okay. If you turn to your left, where would you go? Which way am I facing? Mm-hmm. Well, you just came down the hill, dipshit. You're facing north, pretty much. Yeah, that's a good question. So you're at the bottom, you're facing the creek, you turn left. Would you go under the bridge at that time? I'm facing the creek, is that correct? Right. Okay, so yeah, I would go under the bridge, I believe, if I went left. Oh, okay. And then if you went down another level down the creek, would you also be descending a number of feet to get the creek from Weber's Lane? A number of feet, yeah. And do you know how many? The elevation drop, I believe, is probably at least 5 to 10 feet. I'm sorry, I don't have that. Well, that's fine. Do you know if that information was ever gathered? How many feet? Well, the top down to the lane has got to be what? 30 feet, 40 feet, right? 30 feet at least. And then from the drive down to the next layer is probably only 10 or 15, I'd guess. The bridge down to the road, to the drive, has got to be, I would guess, 30 feet down, because it's not the highest point down to that first level. And then, yeah, another 15 or so feet would equal around the 50 or 60. That's the total, but you're near the end too, so it's not, yeah, that's fine. Do you know if that information was ever gathered? How many feet are from the top of the bridge down to Weber's Lane, and how many feet from Weber's Lane down to the next plateau? And now, how many feet from the plateau to the creek? I believe we have that information in topographical maps that we may have available. Okay. According to your investigation, when would be the latest time that the phone was under, Libby's phone was under Abby's body, if you know, the latest? I'm not sure if I understand your question exactly. So according to the investigation and what you know about it, what was the latest time frame that the phone would have been under Abby's body? When it was discovered the next day? No, I believe you think the bodies were there on the 13th, correct? Yes, after Mr. Allen killed him. Good thing you put that in. Thank you. Yeah. After the guy who hasn't been convicted of murder yet killed him. Thank you. You should say, yeah, after Mr. Allen allegedly killed him. How does he sit there saying that at trial? He's not been convicted yet. You can't just shoot. I would bust his chops there. Okay, I understand that's what you believe. My question is, on the 13th, based upon your belief that Richard Allen killed those girls on the 13th, what time would be the latest that the phone would have been under Abby's body? Richard Allen, according to you, is seen by Sarah Carbaugh at around 4 o'clock. We'll use that as a tent post. How much earlier than that 4 o'clock, based upon the investigation, was that phone under Abby's body? I'm not sure if I understand your question. Once Richard Allen, according to you, left the scene, Did that phone ever leave from being under Abby's body? No. Okay. And based upon your investigation, did Richard Allen ever leave with the phone? No. So, and based upon your investigation, did Richard Allen ever return to the scene of the crime? I don't know. We're on the 13th. Are you aware of any search member that came within 100 yards or so of the girls? I'm not. Okay. Do you remember looking at any trail cams? Yeah. Oh my God. Just that one? Okay. On trail cam, was there any revelations that you had about anybody that may have been within 100 yards of those girls? I know there was a trail cam. I'm not certain how far it was from this location where the bodies were found. You're not certain, eh? And I'm not certain it's exactly 100 yards or not, but there is a trail cam a distance from where the bodies were found. Would it help refresh your recollection if you looked at the deposition? I don't think so. I remember what I told you. I don't think you do. I'm going to ask you to refresh your recollection by looking at your deposition. Do you remember taking a deposition? I do. That was on the 13th, September the 13th. Did you swear to tell the truth? I did. Did you do that? Tell to the best of my knowledge. Okay, I'm going to have you look at page 23, lines 14 through 25, and page 24. The whole page. Thank you. You're asking me to do that? Yeah, I am. I see no reason for me to do that. I remember what I told you, and I'm telling you now, I don't know exactly how far it was. Go ahead and refresh your recollection, please. What were the pages? Page 23, lines 14 through 25, and all of page 24. What were the lines again? I'm sorry. On page 23, lines 14 through 25. What were the other pages? Page 24. The entire page. 1 through 25. And then lastly, it looks like you are going to go page 25, lines 6 through 8. I haven't finished yet. I'm sorry. What was the next page? Lines 1 through 8, particularly 6 through 8. Very well. Very well. What did the trail cam reveal as the proximity of anyone related to the bodies, where the bodies were ultimately found? I'm sorry. I don't understand your question. Does that refresh your recollection? Yes, but I don't understand your question. What did the trail cam show you as to how close somebody was to those bodies? There was no audio on the trail cam. It was only video. And it showed that there was someone in front of the camera during the day the search was taking place. On the 13th? I believe on the 14th. What? You think it was the 14th? Yeah. How close was it on the 14th? How close was, it was like 2 a.m. or something, right? Was this person, according to, if that's refreshed your recollection, as I told you, the person would have been in front of the trail cam, pictured on the trail cam. You said 100 to 200 yards, correct? I'm not sure if I understand what you're asking me. You're asking where the trail camera is at. I'm asking you, or asking where the person was at the trail cam. How close was the person that you saw on the trail cam to where the bodies were found? It would be important for them to understand where the trail camera was, as I could show you. Let's do it then. Do you think you could do it on this? I think to some degree of accuracy. Judge, may he step down and show us? Yeah, thank you. So this is a cemetery located here. There's a valley right here. The best I can understand, what we're able to surmise of the location of the trail cam was located somewhere within this vicinity on top of a hill. There's a black area here and a valley. And of course, the bodies were located somewhere within this vicinity here. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I think that does help. Would it help refresh your recollection about what day the person was on that trail cam that you described by looking at your deposition? My memory is fine. I'm not sure what the deposition is going to do. I may have told you something. I don't know. What are you saying? What page? Page 23, please. Line 14 through 25. Not there yet. Hold on. Page 23, you said? Yeah. Lines again. 14 through 25. Yeah, go ahead. What day was it that the person that you saw on the trail cam What day were they on the trail or on the trail cam video? I believe I saw them on the 14th, and then there may have been someone on the 13th. Oh my goodness. My question was, are you aware of anyone who searched the area upstream from the Monon High Bridge on February 13th? Judge, I'm going to object to the line of question. It's improper impeachment. Overruled. Oh, okay. What's the question? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Yes, Mimi. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Look at you guys having a fun time. Oh, my God. Oh, cool. Awesome, guys. Have I missed anyone? I can't chat with you, but know he's going on profs. When? That's great. So know he's out. How's that? Update us. Yeah, I didn't get any updates. That's great. So he's out. Must be excited. What do you do first? I guess you stop and get a pizza, right? What do you do first? I stop and get just a pizza. I don't care what's on it. Give me a goddamn pizza. And a Dr. Pepper or a Coke. I'm not a big pop drinker, but I just fuck it. Give me a big 2-liter bottle of pop. I don't care what kind. Grape soda, orange, Dr. Pepper, Coke, just a cheese or pepperoni pizza, gigantic one. I don't care what's on it. Yeah. And then after I finish, I probably stop and get a Big Mac combo too. Definitely, right? And get a bucket of chicken or something, some wings. Oh my God. I don't know what I'd do. Definitely be food related. So I asked, are you aware of the deposition? Are you aware of anyone that searched the area upstream? Right? I read this one maybe the 13th. And you answered that there was somebody within 200 to 300 yards. And then later you said 1, maybe 100 yards. If those are my words, I believe it's confused. What I am understanding, you asked me, is what position were they in? Where the camera was located at. They were directly in front of the camera on February the 13th. Do we have an exact location of this camera? Do you guys? I mean, sounds like I can't guess. I have a recollection of if someone has been seen on the 13th and then again on the 14th. This will be Pat Brown. Pat Brown on the 13th supposedly parks in the cemetery and scooches along the edge for no reason whatsoever to get up to the Mears entrance, to then have a friend drive him somewhere and leave his truck there on the 13th, the first time. I asked you about the 13th in the deposition, and that's the answer you gave me, is somebody was at 200 yards and then 100 yards from the bodies, correct? I have no reason to doubt that. I said that. Where the bodies were found, is it in a flatter area? Would you agree? Your interpretation of flat is what? I would say opposite of bumpy. Opposite of bumpy. Flatter. Like a field. Like a soccer field, like a baseball diamond. Not too bumpy. That's fine. That's fair. How would you describe the area where the girls' bodies were found? Near the creek, in a flood area. Floodplain, yeah. The area where the girls were found at, as I understand, was kind of like in a bowl or a slight depression area within that floodplain. Oh, okay. And there was a steeper incline, maybe 100 yards away from the girls. Is that accurate? Which direction? West. Yeah, so west. Yeah. And actually, when you go north toward the cemetery, was there a steep incline that direction as well? There is an incline in that direction as well. But that was some distance from the girls as well. Yeah. How many, if you know, tips were recovered that linked Richard Allen, that said, I think Richard Allen is involved in this crime? There was only one. And was that really a tip? That's not a tip. It was an information that he gave to us. It was a statement about him being out on the trails. if you know approximately how many people were searching for the girls around the High Bridge on February 13th. I don't know exactly how many exactly. Are you aware of any lists that were made that would show at least some of the people that were searching for the girls? Oh, those by the fire departments. Oh, okay. The ones that were, one of those at least, was introduced today. Yeah, if you know, to your knowledge. I mean, you heard Fire Chief Steret testify that you and then Sheriff Leazenby were kind of in charge of that initial search on the 13th. Did you hear him testify to that? I did. Would you agree with that? I don't think I was in charge. Oh, okay. Was there a concern among law enforcement that the girls may have fallen into the water or would be in the water? There were a number of concerns about their safety, so much so that we went home for the night. Yeah, so concerned. In that respect, maybe falling in the water became lost. As Chief Steret said, yeah, hunkered down. That was so. Steret did say that. Steret thinks these 14-year-old and 13-year-old teen girls would just be like hunkered down, like hiding in a cave or like totally, come on. That's something like, obviously a 4 or 5-year-old kid might do that, right? You kind of just find a good, hunkered down. Your dog is with you. You had a jacket. I don't know. The dog would cuddle you, help you keep warm. You'd hide in a log or a fucking indent or something. But not these two. That's so ridiculous for them to even suggest that. They're able to move. They're even on their own, even without a flashlight, by the moonlight. They're fucking getting out of there. One or both of them, if they're able to move. And we had no idea. Right, yeah, because you're idiots. And focusing some of the search, at least with lighting, with flashlights into the creek. That was part of the way the search was conducted. Looking for the girls in the creek. Judge, may I ask some foundational questions? You may. Head investigator Moonman Mullins, were you out there during the search? No, I was not. Did you participate in the search in any way? I did not go out to the scene or participate in the actual search. Judge, I'm going to object to speculation. Sustained. Well then, Nick, show me who was there? Where's the video? Where's a proof? Where's your dash cams? What? You don't have anything from that day? No kids posted on TikTok? All these people walking around, nobody's taking a video of that night? Imagine the people up on that bridge thinking, oh my God, look at how many people are here. I'm just going to take a video and post it. Where are those videos? The news showed up. Show me all these cop cars. Ron Logan's the whole place looked like Friday Night Lights. Show me somebody standing on that bridge to say, oh my God, look at the fire trucks there. All these people. There's 20 cop cars lined here. Look at over there. I see people everywhere. What? Where's that video? Photo, anything. From when it was dark until when it was light. It's got to be. Where is it? Do you believe that there were purple people eaters were searching east of the bridge on the 13th? I believe that there were people out there. I know that someone went to Brad Weber's house, which is the general area you're pointing to. Yeah. Fucking Deputy Mitch Controne went there by 6:15, 6:30. Banged on his door. He was the first one there. He didn't even go talk to Mike Patty. He went to the other side at 5:45, got to fucking up top of the bridge, went to bang on Weber's door. Weber answered in a goddamn house coat. Big white van must be sitting there. Where's that? Where's that interaction? What about on the north side of the bridge? On the north side of the bridge? I'm sorry, on the north side. You were pointing to a different area, to the north side of the creek. No, east side of the bridge. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to ask you to repeat the question. That's fine. Are you aware through the course of this investigation as to anybody searching north of the creek, east of the bridge on February 13th? I'm not. In that area you're pointing to, I'm not. But you don't know whether or not anyone did. I don't know. And you heard Chief Steret's testimony today, right? I did. How familiar are you with the DNA of this investigation? Not particular. Okay, then I'll move on. Why did it take so long? Maybe you know this. I don't think you have to know much about DNA to know the answer to this. Why did it take so long for the Unified Command to get Kelsey's DNA profile and turn it over to the lab so that they would know whether or not that was her hair in the hand? I'm sorry, I don't know anything about that. You don't know anything about that. Who would know and be in the best position, as far as you know from the investigation, to know the most about Libby's cell phone, the forensic data contained on Libby's cell phone? Christopher Cecil or Brian Bunner? Give me just a second, Judge. I'm getting close to the end here. To your knowledge, did law enforcement receive numerous tips, phone calls, emails from tipsters claiming that they knew or recognized the voice on the video? I can say over the years, we've received individuals who said they thought the person they heard on the voice was someone they knew. Oh, okay. Can you give me an estimate of how many? I'm sorry, several. Okay, dozens? More than that. Hundreds? Perhaps a bazillion, quadrillion? Not that many. Oh, do you ever believe that Richard Allen returned to the crime scene to where the girls were found? I don't know. As part of your job, do you draft reports? I do. And as that just a part of the job is regular routine practice or work for you? Yeah. Do you date them all? Do you write the date down? Not always. Judge, can we have a sidebar? We're having a sidebar. We are going to attempt to get to this document, in as under 8036. What's 8036? I don't know. I can't think of the name of it. It's not prior recorded. Jim will tell us the official title. Record of regularly conducted activity. Record collected. Yeah, regularly conducted activity. The business record exception. Yes. Yeah, essentially. How? Judge. Inaudible. Here, there's hearsay. Inaudible. Talk about ISP. Blah, blah, blah. There's, I don't believe, blah, blah, blah. It's 803. It's 803. 8036. I didn't think police reports were included in that, but I tell you what, I have not read this. Here's what I'm willing to do. If it's okay, I will just stop my examination. I will recall him. I'll give you a chance to make your argument. And that's the way we'll do it again. All right. Sidebar's over. To your knowledge, before Richard Allen was arrested and thrown into solitary confinement at Westville Prison, you had always steadfastly denied his involvement in the murders. Judge, I'm going to object. That's a leading question. Sustained. How many times before Richard Allen was arrested and thrown into solitary confinement at Westville Prison did he confess to the crime? None. Thank you, Head Investigator Moonman Mullins. Mr. Boss McClelland, Judge, just a moment, please. So, questions by McClelland. This is now officially where I start, because this is the official, the fishy termission. This is the fishy termission. And her little snake eyes. Snake eyes. There you go. Oh, no. Boom. This will be the fishy termission right here. And when we come back, I'm going to take a quick break, play a beautifully, beautifully timed video about, what was it about again? Which one was it? There it is. It was about Was it this one?
Only even in the cold case squad, but it was also a squad.
What was it again? It said it right at the beginning. The missing pieces. I know it's perfect. Here we go. We're going to play this. I'm going to take a quick break, make a coffee. There's 200 people here. If even one person's here, Ja, welcome back. Mimi's here. Beautiful Nicole is here. Oh my goodness, look at all you people. 210 people now. Man, thank you all. I'm going to take a tiny, tiny, tiny break. Shibby is reading and I'm all caught up. Boom. Awesome. Glad I caught it. Good. Oh, did you play me in chipmunk mode to catch up? Oh, I must sound good. Oh boy. How does Shibby Chipmunk sound? Let's hear it. You know what? Great, great, great. Can you guys hear this? I play it in my other. Look at all you people. 200. Let's see. Here's what you're hearing. You tape record that call. Judge, objection. It's been asked and answered. Let me just double check. I have not asked that question. Then I will turn the speed up and we'll see how I sound. I've never really done this. He asked it about a whole other incident. This is about this incident. And it's about calling. The other one was about writing a date on the report. Are you guys ready? I'm about to turn the speed up of my, I went back on my other browser. I'm going to turn the speed up. Here we go. I'll go 1.5 and then I'll go 2.0. Here we go with the tape recording call. He asked about the, if you would have dated the report, if you could go back and do that report again, we do a date. If you could go back and do that report again, we do a dated it. So it's similar, but not. Gall's not having it with Nick neither. So let's make an idiot of this guy again. Well, sitting here now, obviously, I probably would have. Wow, you did it. When was the first time that Brad Weber ever told law enforcement that he drove a white van direct from work to his house? No. It's actually not so bad. I don't sound like a chipmunk. But I almost sound like a normal speed. Maybe I'm talking too slow. I'm so sorry. I'll try to speed up. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for the suggestion, Mimi, to talk faster. That's basically what you're saying. I'm only kidding. Let's do this. Taking a break, guys. Thank God. This is the fishy intermission. Whoever this person is, don't hate, create. I'm only kidding. Let's watch this video. Let's do this. It's 11:54. I will put this, but I'll be back. Don't worry. I just put that in case. The volume shouldn't be too loud. The missing pieces. The fishy intermission has begun. I'll be listening. I'm going to run, touch my dirty wiener for Nicole, take a pee-pee, and I'll scrub my hands like a doctor while I'm waiting for the kettle to boil. I'll pig out in my fridge with my super clean doctor hands, and my dirty wiener will be tucked away nowhere near the fridge. And I'll make a coffee and I'll eat as much as I can from my refrigerator, and I'll be right back, okay? And let's do this. Enjoy this. Thank you, Fishy. Let's do this. Here we go. The fishy intermission has begun.
On 70 days of interviews being lost.
Yeah, so this is a problem in regards to what, do they have redundant systems, right? And if not, if police departments are watching this all over the country, they need to install a redundant system that makes sure that this never happens. Because listen, when you're dealing with an investigation, and from the supervisor point of view, not only even in the cold case squad, but it was also a squad supervisor too, and you're signing off on cases, and you're doing all these things. And I can tell you
this critical information, which is exculpatory information, was never disclosed to the defense. And it wasn't until after the Arthur hearing that we were able to uncover that these statements, for which are non-recorded, and no police report was done.
Now, his attorneys argued that significant interviews in the case were either erased or never recorded during the early days of the investigation. Judge,
I think that's worth mentioning here, because I don't stand here and take this situation lightly. I realize that I'm being highly critical of both prosecution and law enforcement in this case, and it does not come easy for me. But I hold them to the highest standards, as we all expect our elected officials and our public servants to act. And my position is simple. Even held in the best of lights, with the best intentions, completely honest intentions, if you have 4 highly trained individuals getting a statement from, you record it, otherwise you're incredibly incompetent, and perhaps they should be fired for that reason. I would want police officers investigating a crime that I believe is incredibly important, especially one to me, to do their job appropriately and competently. And clearly that's not done, and nothing's being said or done about it. And that's a big problem. You can't expect to hold our public officials accountable if you don't hold them accountable.
Holman finally conceded that he would have if given the opportunity. The defense finds it highly unlikely that law enforcement would take the time to collect both Brad Holder's phone and Logan Holder's phone, but then choose to only conduct an extraction of Logan Holder's phone, especially when Brad Holder was a suspect at the time. Oh dear, wow. Okay, and no.
To seek release from pretrial custody, which are founded on constitutional principles, such as the presumption of innocence, such as having your day in court, such as holding the government to its full burden. All of these are ignored and being circumvented. Just because it's popular doesn't make it right. What do you do next? You manufacture a case. And I'm not saying that we're at that point yet, but I see very, very potentially harmful things along the horizon, such as having meetings and not recording them, having meetings and not doing police reports, and not disclosing favorable evidence to the defense.
And that is critical. The documentation is critical because that's how you run an investigation. I mean, you see the police officers, at scenes and stuff like that. These days they have body cameras, some departments, not all. I remember even covering a case back in 2005 in Wisconsin, a really big case. And I remember being really impressed back then when the case went to trial. And one of the detectives was walking through the scene with a video camera. Just like a camcorder. And I was like, wow, that's really cool that he did that. So documentation and videotape doesn't lie. So I think that's always very critical.
When prosecutors don't have a case, these are the things that are done. And I will tell you what happens next. When you don't have evidence and you have a case like this, the next inclination is to go out and get yourself a jailhouse snitch. So I presume that's being done right now. There's a little shopping that might be going on or might not be. But as a result, what we have done is we are sending a letter to the elected state attorney in this case, and as well as law enforcement in this case, advising them that Shanna Gardner is represented, and they are not to send in any agents of the state to try and go in who are actually trying to make a deal for themselves and trying to better their current situation while in jail to be able to hurt and harm Shanna Gardner. That's a textbook move, and we are calling them out. And I'm telling you right now, if that happens in the future, you will be able to go back at this moment and you'll be able to know and see that I was absolutely 100% correct. So watch out for that. That's coming next. And you cannot have, under any circumstances, a police officer lying in a court of law, lying to a judge who has to make a critical decision to hold someone while in custody. She waits. Could be a year, could be 2 years, could be even longer for trial. And in fact, the actual conduct couldn't be more egregious. This is not something this community should stand for. When they elected Melissa Nelson, they should have expected her to hold her standards, her prosecutors to a heightened standard for which they can fully work within the public trust. And that doesn't mean withholding favorable evidence from the defense prior to a critical hearing, and then later on, afterwards, doing it again even more, as recently as yesterday. So, folks, I employ all of you who are here to, we're trying to do our job. We want you to ask the tough questions. You have only heard one side of this case, and what's coming out of it reeks. And I think all of you, I think it's your journalistic responsibility to seek out and ask them, why are you putting on a police officer who's lying on the stand? Why are you allowing that to happen? Why aren't you recording meetings with very important critical witnesses? Why are you not getting these statements completely locked down? And ladies and gentlemen, I will tell you there's a very good reason. And the reason is an obvious one. So I would ask that all of you, and even those who are listening, to seek out and ask these questions and hold them to their level of professionalism. And I can tell you this, it gives me no pleasure to stand here and do this. None whatsoever. I hate it. Hate it with every part of my being. But I will do it. I will fulfill my oath. I certainly hope that if there's any ambiguities, that they clear them up immediately, that they explain why they didn't record that meeting, why Detective Johns is lying about speaking to a person when in fact he actually did, lying as to why she changed her number when in fact she still to this day has not changed her number. There's no reason any of these things could have had to have occurred in this case. If they really have a case, if their case is as open and shut as they say it is, to the point that none of this should be going on. None of this. And the fact that they expect us to stand by and let it occur just isn't going to happen. Just is not going to happen. And I ask that all of you ask the tough questions. And by all means, if you want to ask me questions, I notice Mr. Mizrahi. He doesn't want to answer to his actions. So it is what it is. Perhaps he had another. The reality is you need to ask him these questions. And I think they owe the public answers, especially if they're putting on such type of evidence.
So this is currently the list of missing evidence that the prosecution has not turned over to the defense includes the following. And we do have a list, so it just wraps it all up for us. Video of Brad Holder's first interview, February 17th of 2017. Video of Logan Holder's interview from that same date. data from Brad Holder's phone extraction, video from Brad Holder's second interview, audio taken from Brad Holder's second interview with law enforcement again, any reports, notes, documents concerning or referring to Brad Holder's second interview at the Logansport police station. How are they not logging this either? Mimicked crime scene photo observed by Trooper Purdy on Brad Holder's social media page and images that Ryan Boucher sent to Trooper Winters. Notice that all the missing items are related to third-party suspect Brad Holder. Also note that the prosecution is asking that the defense not be allowed to even mention the name Brad Holder during trial. Currently, the list of evidence that the prosecution failed to turn over to the defense until the defense requested the prosecution to turn it over, right, includes Todd Click letter and accompanying oh man, I would love to see that 85-page report. And the accompanying 85-page report. The prosecutor held on to this evidence for over 4 months until he knew the defense would learn of its existence. Multiple Elvis Fields interviews, Rod Abrams interviews, multiple Johnny Messer interviews, multiple Taylor Hornaday interviews, Ned Smith interview, Libby German phone dump. Ooh, it's a lot of stuff. That's a lot of stuff. Notice all the items, A to G in paragraph 69, are related to third-party suspects and Odinism. Also note that the prosecution is asking that the defense not be allowed to even mention these third-party suspects or Odinism during trial. The evidence that the defense does have in its possession showcases that on multiple occasions, third-party suspect Brad Holder has changed his answer concerning a very basic question. How many times did he meet Abigail Williams? According to the only police report that memorialized Brad Holder's accidentally destroyed first interview, Holder stated he had never met Abby Williams. That's so sus. My goodness. Rob says this cannot possibly be a fair trial. It really doesn't seem like it can be. This is so botched. Okay. So at the time that he was first approached by law enforcement and asked that question how many times, common sense would dictate that the answer would be fresh in his mind, but he changed it from none to 7 years later, twice. If Brad Holder is in any way involved in the murders, as the defense believes the evidence strongly supports, then Brad Holder's claim, close in time to the murders, that he never met Abby Williams is understandable. Denying that he ever met Abby Williams could cause the police to take their attention off Holder. Wow.
Yeah, there really was no viable excuse in terms of what the answer to that was.
What do you guys think? I mean, we could go on and on. You can't, it's so much. There's 20 pages of this, as you can see. It makes sense that they're just going on about Todd Click's report, Brad Holder's, expanding on it. They're talking about this lost evidence, exculpatory evidence, and all of that, okay? As I say,
yeah, there really was no viable excuse in terms of what the answer to that was.
Okay, State Police Superintendent Doug Carter was aware that Brad Holder was a suspect. Even the top FBI agent in Indianapolis, Jay Abbott, was aware that Brad Holder was a suspect on February 17th of 2017. Logan Holder was not mentioned as a suspect in these emails. This begs the question, why would law enforcement take both Brad Holder's phone and Logan Holder's phone, but only extract data from Logan Holder's phone when he was not a suspect, but would not extract any data from Brad Holder's phone when he was a suspect? Additionally,
there really was no viable excuse in terms of what the answer to that was.
And I can tell you one thing that I preached, that the department preached all the time, is documentation, documentation, and documentation. Right? If it's not documented, it's never done. So here's the problem. Not every time does the detective write a report in a timely manner. And as you know as well as I do, the longer it goes, the worse that detective's memory gets. And that's why they can go back to a video and look at it again and then, dot their I's and cross their T's as kind of like a fail-safe, like, oh, I have the video, I can always watch it. Well, that's not going to be possible now in this case. So they can't go back. So if reports weren't done on time, and that's the supervisor's job to make sure that it gets done on time, that's going to be some big issues. Specifically now, they're going to be not caught, but they're going to be on the stand, and they're going to have to now explain why something wasn't documented. Why didn't you write the report? Or when did you write the report? So, for instance, the time you write the report should be on it, right? So everything's electronic now. So if I did the interview on Monday and I don't write the report till Friday, that's documented on the actual form. This becomes an issue for police departments. That's why we strongly recommend through training. As soon as you're done, you want to take a quick break, I get it, but write it down before your memory fades. You got your notes, you got your, maybe a tape recorder, whatever it may be, but please documented. I think we're going to find out that some of this stuff wasn't documented on time in regards to this case.
Yeah, there really was no viable excuse in terms of what the answer to that was.
On 70 days of interviews being lost.
If you missed it at the very end there, I heard it. I'm sure you guys didn't. I heard this. Bye. But just kidding. Wow, that was great, Fishy. Thank you so much. Yeah, did you hear what he said at the end about the document? Like, so we're being way too gracious to these guys by saying, you know, they didn't document it like they should have, right? Like, what? They didn't document it. That means they're lying about it. Come on. How else are we to look at it? Like the whole, I didn't record it. I didn't record this. Like, come on, 2017. Mullin is doing these reports of shit that's gone disappeared, and he doesn't write down the date on it. Then when he figures it out, his next report doesn't have a date of when he found out. What? Who is doing that? If your fucking grade 2 student brought a paper back up, you know, we're in grade 3, right? You bring your paper back up to the teacher to hand it in. He's like, where's the date? Put the date. Don't we? Like, what? I would get in shit in grade 3 for not putting a date. What is going on here? To think that that's just an excuse and they get to blow over it and then not be held to account, it's not acceptable. So what do you do with a system where they can constantly majorly screw up and never be held to account? And then Baldwin and Rosie almost get canned for Baldwin sending an accidental email to the wrong person and somebody betraying him and taking photos in his office. And Rosie, just by association, they almost get fired. And McClellan's side, I swear to God to you, we can all sit here and I could name 10 things I could prove to you right now that happened on the other side, from the LE, all Mullin, all the stuff. You know, they said it right here in this is examination that he lost interviews from the day one, from the very beginning. So picture the very first person who talked in those interview rooms on the night of February 13th, because they're all at the police station to, what was it, March, 8 weeks later. So 5 weeks later on March 18th or something, right? Everything's gone. Those 4 interview rooms, 6 terabytes of video, gone. The first 5 weeks, missing. Then 5 weeks later, another 5 weeks, it miraculously fixed itself, I guess. I don't know. So then 5 weeks later, it happens again. And then after 3 months, which is 6 months after the first snafu, they figure out that the first ones went missing. So then 5 weeks later, like, you know, then before this trial, or when he finds out about it in August of that year, 6 months later, he then does all these notes and all that and doesn't date them. Doesn't keep, you know, write down, okay, so this person came in, this person, where's your notes? Like, none of it. Yes. Fucking Shibby. Are you sure? I don't know if I should be mentioned in the same statement, but I'm stealing and reading her documents. I don't know. But I'm an idiot savant. That's my superpower, is looking at the big picture and playing with numbers. I'm an idiot. I swear to God to you, I barely made it through high school. I'm stupid, but not for the fact that I couldn't understand, that I couldn't either sit still. I mean, I kind of had pushover parents. My dad bought me this 350 horsepower Mustang when I was in high school. Like, why would I go to class when nobody cared? So I'd skip class and race cars all day, get drunk and chase girls, you know, and nobody said nothing. I'd go to the office and sign myself out and nobody cared. I don't know. Why would I stay? Anyways, no excuses. Obviously, I could have passed and did all those things very easily, but I just skipped a lot. So that being said, I have the power of persistence and the neuroticism of like a Rain Man, and my Virgo side and my analytical Virgo side. My persistence is not like my Rain Man quality. The counting toothpicks like Dustin Hoffman and Rain Man. That's me. So thank you, Fishy. I guess, it's very nice. The thing is that the Orion system is made to help manage a big case like this. Well, it did though, Fishy. It did. So again, we're letting them off as if it didn't. But look at 211, Bree Wilbur, watch. The Orion system did its job. This tip didn't get lost. The Orion system went nuts and triggered the follow-up. So why are we even listening to this about this tip going into written form? Because yeah, the receipt of it must have been cataloged in a file system. But once it's entered in by Jerry's assistant, Alexis, it's there. No longer the paper matters. This Kathy Shank is finding something on the 2019 that doesn't matter. 211. Go to 211. Bree Wilbur's. Right? Is it this one? No. Which one's the one with the manila envelope? Oh, I'm so sorry. The manila envelope. Dan Doolin's manila envelope. Oh my God. What was that number? Peggy always tells me it. Shit. No. I mean, no. No. Trust me. Not tip number 6. It's the trigger, the follow-up, the -01 triggering of this system of 74. So sorry. Where's that manila envelope Kathy Shank's Doolin bullshit? I got it wrong. It's not that other number. Sorry. So forget about the tip 74 is the initial entering. It's the triggering. The system went nuts when it got all those keywords and dates and times. So the Orion system works. It's a state-of-the-art operating system set up by the NSA, and it was triggered to do the follow-ups. So it doesn't matter what they say about this paper. The system was triggered. Oh my God. Now, see, this is the one I can't find all the time, right? Does anybody know where Dan Doolin's, the manila envelope, Kathy Shank and Doolin and the manila envelope? Oh my God. It's got to be on this. Oh my God. Oh my God. Dan Doolin and the manila envelope. Kathy Shank's manila envelope. She fixes it. Everything is in that. Everything. Probably in the state stuff. Why do I do this every time? So I'll go to the state trial exhibits. Pre-trial. Let's try it. I gotta look. Dan Doolin in the manila envelope. Does anybody know? I should read. Dan Doolin and Kathy Shank's manila envelope. Anyone? Corkboard, everyone. Now I have to find it. Oh, here, it looks like this would be it. Manila envelope. Show me the envelope. Show it. It's not here. God. Exhibits attached to motions. Frank's motions. State trial. It's got to be here, right? Snapchat photo. Oh my God. Sorry. I got it. Oh my God. Sorry, guys. It's here. I got to find it. Why do I do this? Fuck. Manila, Dan Doolin. I got to start remembering these numbers. I've been to them a million times. No, not a different manila envelope. It says Dan Doolin all over it. God damn it. Does anybody know? Can anybody help me look? I don't know. I'll stop talking until I find it. And I I can't stop talking. Look at it. God, I feel like an idiot. There it is. Fuck. It's this one here. It's this one here. Oh, 228. Please remember that next time. 228. So forget this whole bullshit of this changing. This fucker here. So this is what you're talking about, right? It's created at this time. Jerry receives it on the 16th. He either emails, calls, and shows it to him. Alexis, then it gets it right here. It gets the official number, 74. But look at what does this say? Triggered by the first tip is the decimal 1. The system went nuts when it got this time. It's like, what? The system's like, it doesn't matter if it's the wrong guy. It's even worse because the system's thinking, oh my God, this guy doesn't live on this address. This guy that they're talking about, if they entered an address or any other, the guy with this phone number lives on another address. So it's even triggering more. It's more of a trigger. Like, you got the name wrong. It's Rick Allen with this phone number in my system. The system's going nuts at the trails of the date, February 13th. Oh my God. 1 and 3. We're looking for a guy that's there at 213. 1 and 3. The system went nuts. 3 females. You got his name wrong. The system's got more reasons to go nuts with the wrong name, not less. It's like, oh my God, the guy with this number is Rick Allen, and he lives on White Man Drive. Ding, ding, ding. More reasons. Alexis Lucas entered it. Doesn't matter if they write it wrong. Doesn't matter if you have. Imagine entering all this information of a guy you don't know the name of, and the system saying, oh, can't find him because we don't know his name. No, you have it wrong. It's even more reasons. It's getting triggered. Fucking thing got triggered. The system is going nuts. And then this idiot comes and writes, same thing, 1:30 to 3:30. Oh my God, 2:30 on the 13th. We're looking for someone. Is he white? Is he a white man? Oh my God, he had a car near that's right near there. The system's going nuts. Freedom Bridge, the system's going nuts. Sending off alerts, alarms are going, bells are going. Like the home alarm system. The fucking picture that really high decibel alarm. Spinning lights, the big red spinning light is fucking freaking out. High Bridge. The system went nuts, but what happens? He's been cleared, covered by Teresa Gada on behalf of Dan Doolin. He's cleared, fully covered. Let's move on. It's not the guy. Let's clear him. You know, the system worked. It worked, and they got the guy. It triggered. This Ashley Boone person added it in there. Everyone said, no, it's not him. Doolin knows all about him. Holman knows all about him. Doolin and Holman were both standing every morning. They had a powwow, drinking coffee and eating donuts. Every morning they were in unified command. Each one of them said they had a powwow together. So imagine this. Liggett and all these investigators are standing there. Hey, guys, we're looking for this white guy that's on the bridge one day. And Doolin and Holman are standing there in this powwow thinking, do I tell them now or no? Like, come on. Doolin and Holman are sitting there, and they know all about Bridge Guy. This guy came and talked to them. However, he contacts them. So fuck this whole paperwork. Fuck them losing it. Fuck them finding it. She prints it out on 2019. What? Look when she's printing it out, right? Like Daisy saw it, or Amy G or whatever. Amy G saw it. That look at when he prints it out. She prints it out. 2 days before Halloween, one night before for Devil's Night, 10/29/2019, when they got a new case number. Before they got to get Logan dead, they got to get somebody else. They got to merge case numbers in 2019 at the lab. Why is she finding a tip that was never lost? The system worked. She's printing it out when? Why is she printing it out in 2019? They were going to switch it, but they had to get rid of Logan and do all those merging of numbers first. Item numbers to exhibit numbers, bullets to this. Guns need new, they've merged, they've changed it. And then they find that in 2022, on Kathy Shank's husband's birthday of September 21st, which he shares with me, they find this again, which was never lost. So she found something in 2019 that was never lost and was about to print it out before Halloween. their favorite date. And then probably they decided not to do it then and wait a little hour. And then Logan finally dies in January 2022. Then a few months later, in August 23rd, which is my mommy's birthday of 2022, Oberg receives a bunch of guns and water. 4 of them show up. They're all the same make and model as the ones that were found that she had on day 1. A fucking Glock, a Smith & Wesson, and a Sig Sauer. And then there was a third one, some kind of rifle rangery one that turns out that the 3 could be soaked in penetrating oil in August 23rd of 2022, a month before they find Richard Allen's tip. She gets it all worked out. Logan died in January 2022. Everything's ready to go. All we need is a fall guy now. A month later, Shanks finds this tip that was never lost. That was, she lost it twice. And then she printed out in this date. The same year, they got merging case numbers at the laboratory. And there's a bullshit story about them having a 17K C00066. They've run out of numbers when they have 99,933 more choices. They have to get a new case number in 2019. So now it's 19K when the girls were murdered in 17. And those numbers are indicative of the year. So why not just reset 17? Well, we needed to merge 2 cases together. And it was probably Weber. Whoever was being investigated, or Logan or whatever, their case number got merged so they can say that the gun, she says, Oberg attributed to the first time. She said it went through this 6 hour in her testimony. If you really read it, she said she had 3 guns. The one she got a half an hour before on the 17th of February in 2017 was a Glock. Then she received the unspent cartridge, which was item 16, now exhibit 148. In 2017, half an hour later, she receives the unspent cartridge. Then on the 27th of 2017, February, she receives a Smith & Wesson 40. And then a day later, on the February 28th of 2017, she receives a Sig Sauer 40 caliber on 2017. She's got 3 guns then. And in her statement, she does gobbledygook saying, the 3 guns, if I had the 4th gun 5 years earlier, the defendant's gun too, I wouldn't have attributed the bullet as having passed through the other one. So she doesn't have Richard Allen's gun, but she admits that she said that unspent round 16 went through one of the 3 guns. Then in the next paragraph, she rules out the first 2. The Glock and Smith & Wesson get ruled out, not because of caliber, because of they're both 40s, but she rules them out because their unspent cartridge striations don't match. Therefore, she attributed the gun as having passed through that first one, because she wouldn't have, 5 years earlier, she wouldn't have got it wrong if she had Richard Allen's gun, but she says it in her testimony. And then, so she admits it. That in 2017, she said the unspent round went through the Sig Sauer, and that's Brad Weber's Sig Sauer. So they were going to rail Brad Weber. Exactly what it is. They were going to rail Brad Weber, and then they probably switched to Logan, and then they used Logan's case, and they merged all the bullshit into the one case, and this 19K bullshit merge disappeared it all. Printed this out, were ready to do it, but they had to take care of another few other things. Then those other guns, so then Logan dies in January 2022. 8 months later, on my mom's birthday of 2022, they received 4 guns. 3 of them are soaked in oil. 4 of them, the 4th one is soaked in oil. They're covered in conch shells and debris. 3 of them can be hit with hammers and broken loose. She knows because they're 45 caliber ones, 2 of them, that they couldn't have been the gun, but she's not matching anything then. And then the 4th one is goes into parts of it, or a whole thing goes into some solution. She doesn't know what it is. The thing disintegrates. A month before they found Richard Allen again, first time in 2022, Oberg disappeared a gun, but said, hey, no worries, I have a serial number for it. And then boom, a month later, they got Richard, they got his gun. It's obvious to me what happened here. They arrested, they got 3 guys. They had Logan, Holder, and Weber. The first month, she attributes the gun as having gone through Weber's gun. She says it matched Weber's gun. She says it in not so many words, because she said that if I had Richard Allen's gun 5 years earlier, I would have been able to be more accurate. But at the time, she attributed it as to having gone through the other gun, which is there's only one other Sig Sauer. And then she says in her next breath that the Glock and Smith & Wesson are ruled out, not from caliber, the original ones, in 2017, but because their striations don't match, their unspent striations don't match item 16's unspent striations or marks, tool marks. Therefore, she's saying that if she had Richard Allen's gun, she wouldn't have chose Brad Weber's gun. That's what she's saying. It is. It fucking is. And then those fucking guards are all lying about the date they showed up. They're all lying. In my opinion, the 4th, he goes April 4th, 2023. He's put on suicide watch. April 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, all these miraculous confessions show up. He's not able to talk to Kathy. Nobody knows where he is. They're saying, Wallace says he doesn't want to speak to Kathy. A month later, when he gets to speak to her, he says, I don't know what's going on. They're not letting me speak to anybody. On the 10th, Wallace sees his room has got shit everywhere. Literally, like Discovery is all over the place. They're worried about the people, the inmate companions getting this Discovery. So they remove them. But it's on the 10th, I bet you, in my opinion. But she tries to attribute it to before the guards get there. But the guards are showing up as suicide companions on the 5th. And if he's put on suicide watch on the 4th, when are these inmate companions there? Because they say they removed him when he gets his Discovery. And Rosie says he gets his Discovery at the end of March, the beginning of April. So these suicide companions, the inmate ones, couldn't even been on. But I believe they were the ones on the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, all the way up until the 10th. And all that bullshit was told to the inmate companions, not these state henchmen liars. Each one of them. Fucking Gallipoux. Ethan Drang got fired, and he didn't, in his statements, it's obvious he didn't want to lie, and he's fucking gone. And he's like, I don't know mine. I don't know if I wrote that, and dates and numbers changed. Each one of these guys has a weirder and weirder situation when they show up. 5th, 6th, 7th, as a companion, as a suicide companion, these all show up under weirder circumstances. They're filing, their paperwork is filled out weirdly. They have, every one of them has something weird about it. And I believe that none of the confessions were told to these guys, that the confessions were told to the inmate companions, and these guys are saying it was told to them. And on the 10th, they probably removed those inmate companions, and these guys weren't the ones that heard all those confessions. And this guy got fired for not towing the line, and this guy is a distraction from Wabash to say, yeah, he screwed up by not writing down when he was actually sleeping or facing them one way, and he had extra numbers and stuff at Wabash, and he forgot to write down some stuff, but that was a distraction. So they snuck this guy in. This guy was a distraction. None of these guys heard those confessions, in my opinion, that they was told to the inmates. And the inmates were so inappropriate. First of all, they're inmates, they're convicts. Second of all, they were telling their people in general population, they were telling their family, they were telling on phone calls, they were telling other inmates. So that's, by the 10th comes around, they get removed, in my opinion. And all that shit was told to these, not to these guys, to the inmate companions. And these guys are lying about, they're the ones that heard it. I believe it. So let me get back to reading. Thank you. The fishy intermission is over. 210 people are here. I believe the gun. I believe Oberg attributed the gun to Brad Weber in 2017. I believe the other two guns were Ron Logan's and Brad Holder's, and they were cleared because their unspent striations don't match. And she says, if I had Richard Allen's gun 5 years earlier, I wouldn't have made that conclusion. I would have come to a better conclusion. And then in 2019, when they're merging case numbers, They find Richard Allen again, which wasn't even lost. Kathy Shanks prints it out. Goes to right before Halloween. They're probably going to do some big announcement. They realize, oh, this is a bit sloppy. Too soon. Not yet. We gotta nail this down. We got those other items we got to merge. We got to merge a couple cases together. We got to disappear that, to say that it wasn't Brad, and it happened to be a 6 Hour Brad Weber's gun. The gun she said that the unspent characters went through. Let's change some item numbers to exhibit numbers. Let's do this whole gobbledygook of 4 guns. And then but there's only 3 guns, and Richard Allen's is the hypothetical 4th gun. And then they distract and start talking about the 4 guns they receive in August 23rd of 2022. 3 of them are rusted to shit, but can come through. The penetrating oil works on them with the hammering and hitting them, and the conch shells and zebra mussels and evasive, shit growing all over these guns that were probably from Wabash or wherever the river search. 3 of them, it can't be them because 2 of them are 45s, and the other ones, there's so much shit on them she can't tell anyways. But she can rule 2 of them out because they're 45s. The 4th one is so badly rusted, she puts it in a solution. She has no idea what it is. Comes back at the end of the day, and it's been disintegrated. Yet she was able to get the serial number from it. Then a month after that, so 8 months before that, Logan's dead. Perfect. In 2019, they've merged stuff together. They found Richard Allen's tip then. They sit and wait. They get rid of, they finally buttoned up the guns on August 23rd of 2022, my mom's birthday. A month later, on my birthday, September 21st, which I share with Kathy Shanks' dead husband. Unfortunately, rest in peace, the old man. You're probably okay. I don't know. Who cares? Kathy Shanks, oh my God, I found a tip that I've lost twice already. That was never lost once, and I've lost it twice. Now I find it. Hey, let's get Richard Allen in here. Let's get his gun. His gun is now the 6 Hour that I said, if I had this 5 years earlier, I wouldn't have mistaken as Brad Weber's gun. It's obvious to me what's happened here. I'm not wrong. I'm right. And let's do this. So that's my story. Guards are full of shit. The confessions were made to the inmate companions. They lied about that. The unspent cartridge was attributed to Brad Weber's gun in 2017. The other 2 were ruled out because their striations didn't match in the very beginning. If she had Richard Allen's gun, the hypothetical 4th one, to confuse a 4th gun, 4 guns, they confuse that. Richard Allen's gun doesn't exist for 5 years. There's no 4 guns in the beginning. There's 3. Then those 4 guns are talked about in the same breath, but they're not received until August 2022, August 23rd of 2022. 4 of them are put in penetrating oil with zebra mussels, conch shells, and guck and shit all over them, seized up. 3 of them get banged with hammers. They come loose, but she can see a couple of them are 45, so she can roll them out. The other one, I don't know, it's just a distraction. The 4th one is so bad, it goes in a stronger solution. She has no idea. It disintegrates. She gets the serial number of that. Ron Logan's dead. They've got a perfect gun now. They've got the case number merged in 2019. They have the tip from 2019 they found, which wasn't lost. A month after, Richard Allen's found, and the trap, it's all set. They set him up. It's fake. All right. If anyone's still here, 200 people. That's my story. Whose birthday? Mimi, happy birthday. Where? Is it your birthday, Mimi? Oh my God. I just turned 57, and it's not so bad. It isn't. It is. Age is just a number, young lady. You quit falling all over the place like you were before. Get yourself, it's all in your mind. Get yourself, drink your water, get back in shape, do whatever you can, do your best. You'll feel a spry 49 and a half again, like me. I'm 52. I'm reading these papers. I feel like I'm becoming limitless, reading these big words. I feel more smarter. Actually, scratch that. I feel most smartest. Scratch that. I feel most smarterest. I'm limitless. I feel like I'm 49 and a half again after reading these big words. So age is just a number. It's all in how you feel. And I feel like fucking spry 49 and a half again. If I told you what was when I woke up this morning, oh my God, the sun was shining. The birds were singing. My compass was pointing due north. And all good. I'm young again. I'm young again. Thank you. Happy birthday. I'm kidding. All right. Mr. McClean's up. Investigator Mullin, you interviewed Brad Weber in August of this year. Is that correct? Yes, I did. And prior to the interview, you gave him a phone call. Is that correct? Yeah, I did. I gave him a heads up. That was the whole rub, right? Why is every situation have something so sketchy about it? And why are these guys allowed to just change timestamps, change case numbers, change this, merge this, say this? All her files are gone. They say, oh, it's standard for them to get rid of their files, yet their own best practices are to keep them if it's heading to litigation. She knew Richard Allen was all up in court cases and stuff. She was not supposed to get rid of all her notes, like everyone simped for her. I won't say any names. I have one in particular that drives me bonkers, a friend of Fishy's, and I will not mention her name. I will not say anything about her rowing a boat down the stream. She says she rows down the stream, and I'll say she doesn't row down the stream. And that's all I'm saying. That's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to get rid of their notes after they enter them in the computer. Well, no, they're not. The psychiatrist, whatever it was, says specifically that if it's anything with the legal court cases, they are to keep the hard copies as they enter them in the computer. And she did. It's like, oh, oops, sorry. And then she fucked up there. She's fucked up. He's feigning. Let's give him drugs. Walla's like, everything she's done wrong about the searching databases and doing things she shouldn't have. How many other things did she do wrong? Why is any of her thing admissible in court at all? She's fucked up constantly. Everyone in the IDOC has admitted violating policy after policy. So, Walla was supposed to keep those notes because it was court cases were coming. Court cases were all wrapped up in Richard Allen. She should not have been getting rid of any of her notes. She was supposed to fucking, I don't know, put them in a little lockbox under her bed, or she was supposed to keep the hard notes. She didn't. It's like, oh, well, just, you have to trust me. This is what I heard. Doolin lost his stuff. Trust me, this is what I heard. Holman. Every fucking one of them has something. That whole bullshit about this idiot. Yeah, I didn't write the dates down of when I found out about all the shit I deleted. I didn't write dates down of the reports I made for those reports about all the stuff I lost. I didn't date them neither. And then the report of that report, I didn't date it. What? My fucking grade 3 teacher used to yell at me, date your work, you idiot. Go back to your desk. I'm not taking this. Idiot, you're in grade 3. Come on. Put your damn date on it. Sorry, teacher. What the fuck? And in that phone call, you did not tell him the topic or the investigation, correct? That's correct. Oh, perfect. Yeah. So there we go. Thank you. Let's just say, yeah, this is what I told you earlier. He is going to ask him questions in the form of the answers in the question. Look at it. Yes. Therefore, it's now his statement. Look at these questions, right? I wasn't even thinking about that. I remember now. I predicted it 2 hours ago that when McClellan's up, he's going to ask him these questions, giving him the answer in the question, and he'll either just repeat it or say, Investigator Mullin, you interviewed Brad this year, is that correct? Yes, I did. And prior to the interview, you gave him a phone call, is that correct? Like, he might not even, who knows? Yes, I did. Thank you. Thank you. Now that's true. And that phone call was to ask him to come down and speak with you, correct? Correct. Yes, I did that now too. Perfect. I'm the guy. I'm your lead. I'm the man. Put me in. Ask me anything you want. I'll corroborate it, and I'll repeat you like a fucking goddamn echo chamber. And then, boom, it's in. And in that phone call, you did not tell him the topic of the investigation, correct? That's correct. That's correct. Yes, I did. I did it. Boom. And in that phone call, you didn't tell him that you saw what to say in your interview, did you? I did not tell him what to say. I did not, Nick. Let's do this together. We're a team. We fucking looking at each other, and they're fucking giggling at each other right now. They're fucking looking at each other with trying not to crack up. They're getting away with this idiotic fucking questioning. And the interview of Brad Weber, was it recorded? Oh, yes, it was. It was. Yes, it was. And was a report drafted for that? There was. Yes, there was. And during that interview, did Brad Weber state that he got off work at 2:02 and drove straight home? He did. He did. Well, why didn't you tell Andrew Baldwin this word for word? Or are you just hearing of this now? Yes. If only Andrew Baldwin could ask great questions like this, he would have got it right. But he knows he did. He did tell me that. And in that interview, did he tell you that he drove his van home? Yeah, he did. What? You should have told Andrew Baldwin this stuff. But you couldn't talk about it or something, right? Because he was just in the room or something? What was this whole thing? He couldn't comment about it because it wasn't told to him or something? It was told to the other guy, and now it's, oh my God. And in that interview, he knew that he drove his van. So you knew what yes. Imagine Baldwin tried this. Gull would be jumping in. You can't tell him what he knew. That's fucking mind reading hearsay. Because they're saying Brad Weber knew. So and in that interview, Brad Weber, you're in Brad Weber's head. You're clairvoyant. You're projectionist clairvoyant. He knew that he drove his van home from reviewing his phone records, correct? Yeah, he knew it. I was in his head. Thank you. Yes, Nick, he knew it. We both know he knew it. He looked at his phone records like Derek German looked at Becky Patty's phone records. Therefore, he says it happened this time. Then there, look at the phone records show it. Something happened at the same time. That's what he said. And in fact, you pulled his phone records, correct? We did. Like as if he's done, oh my God. Like, isn't this leading? Like, what is going on? Hi, Judy. What's up? You just missed you missed Nicole ranting about a bunch of shit. Oh my God, my coffee's too hot. Bright light, like the grandma. Oh my God, it's way too hot. I gotta drink my cold drink. Oh, much better. Fresh Ricola. I'll give the berry one for Nicole. I dedicate it to you. Berry. Here we go. I dedicate this to you, young lady. Nicole Discorded me a photo of these. Oh my God, they're good, eh? I do like the other ones better, but this works. Judy's here. The show is 210 people are watching. I've been ranting like a lunatic. You guys are doing me a favor. I'm dying to get my snowblower out. As soon as I get off here, I get to go fire snow 20 feet all over the place. It's like a foot or two of on my driveway. Oh, I love it. Perfect snow. It's not packing snow. It's like so goddamn cold. It's like negative 12 or 15. It says negative 11. It's like powder, so it's going to shoot the snow perfectly. I got the good gas from my snowblower. It's negative 11 Celsius right now. Can't wait to get out there. Oh, it's going down to negative 13. Boom. In imperial speak, that's 13 degrees Fahrenheit. Going down to 10 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh, I fucking love it. You want to get woken up? Go shoot some snow with a snowblower in those temperatures. So much fun. I actually go start sweating. I have to take my hat off. And in that interview, he knew that he drove his van home from reviewing his phone records, correct? That's what he said. And in fact, you pulled his phone records. Yeah, we did. And from those phone records, you were able to confirm that he did, in fact, drive his van home. That, in fact, yeah, from the phone records, right. Look at this. The phone records confirmed that he had his van. Look right here. And from those phone records, you were able to confirm that he had, in fact, driven his van home that day. Yes, the phone records showed the van, right? Because the signal would have been different if he was in his car. It's a van signal. It's got van ping written all over it. Yes. Why is that? Well, it's because he knew to say that he took that text when he was in his phone or whatever, right? And when he was in his van. Just like Riley Voorhees and Bree Wilbur took a photo of a green barn at this time and then said after they did that, they saw Bridge Guy. They saw Richard Allen. Two of them saw two different guys, completely different. Yet the prosecution gets to nail Richard Allen because two girls said they took a photos and uploaded them. And look at there, it's the timestamp of her photo. Because she says afterwards she sees the guy. He's not in her photo. They don't get a photo of him. They both describe two different people. Therefore, boom, the timestamp shows it. Richard Allen was there at this time because they say after they did it is when they saw him. So this guy's like, I received that text. This one here, like imagine you get your phone bill and it says $235. You say, when I received that text, I was in my driveway just parking. Therefore, when I received right before I was under the bridge. Therefore, that's that means I was in my van. Let's read that again. That was great. And in that interview, he knew that he drove his van home, right? He knew. Yeah. He just told you that. Right. That's what he said. And yeah, and then there's a whole bullshit of them. Well, we looked up in the DMV. He does have a white van. You guys knew this guy has a white van 10 years ago, 20 years ago when he bought it. You guys all know these couple vehicles whipping around, big ugly white van like that. It's fucking such bullshit. And through that interview, Mr. Weber informed you he got home at 2:30 on February 13th, 2017. Is that correct? Yeah, he did. Boom. Got it right again. All of this is in his head, Mullins. He's just got to say yes. Boom. I said yes. And during the pendency of this investigation, he doesn't even know what pendency means, this idiot Mullin. A gun from Brad Weber was collected, correct? Yes, the one that Oberg said item 16 went through. She's the one that said Brad Weber's gun. A 6-hour is the one that cycled that bullet, item 16. She says it. Why is nobody freaking out about that? Because she says she had 4 guns. Well, there's 4 guns. 3 of them she had. 1 was hypothetical because it was 5 years earlier. She would have attributed the bullet as to having gone through the other one, which was not Richard Allen's, which was the other 6-hour. Then she talks about in the next paragraph that the other 2 can be ruled out, right? She says it. The other 2 can be ruled out, the Smith & Wesson and the Glock, because their unspent tool marks don't match the unspent bullet tool marks. Then she also throws in to distract people, I can't rule out this other gun. Well, you didn't. You ruled it in. Yeah, you can't rule it out because you ruled it in. You said came through that gun. And if you had Richard Allen's gun 5 years earlier, you wouldn't have got it wrong, but you did. Yeah, and that gun was given back to Weber, correct? That's correct. When was that given back to him? 2019 when you merged those 2 case numbers? Let me guess. When was that gun given back to Weber? Once we merged two, and then that whole gobbledygook with the other 4 guns. 3, there's a whole new serial number. They're fucking. The bullet is now a different exhibit number, item number exhibit, blah, blah, blah. Richard Allen's gun. Now is the gun. I don't have any other questions, Judge. Thank you, Mr. Baldwin. But Brad Weber's 6-hour was not excluded as the weapon, right? This is the distraction. No, it wasn't excluded. It was included. It was duly. She says it. She tricked you guys in her statement. Oberg tricked you on page 181. She tricked you. Go look at the wording on Oberg's statement. She tricked them. They fell for it because she says, if I had Richard Allen, if I had the defendant's gun with these other 3 guns, would I have been able to more accurately explain or get it right? And she says, yeah, if I had his gun 5 years earlier, but she didn't have his gun 5 years earlier. And she says, well, she attributed it as in having been cycled through the other gun. Well, if there's 3 guns there, in her next statement, she rules out the Glock and the Smith & Wesson. There's only 1 left. And she doesn't have Richard Allen's gun, which isn't the 4th gun. It's just a hypothetical question on page 181. That means she's saying it went through Brad Weber's gun. She's fucking saying it. Go read it. Page 181 of Oberg's goddamn testimony. And on page 48, they got all the gobbledygook of the other guns. They talk about it in the same breath, but really it's 5 years later. A month before they find the tip is when they get those 4 guns in water. 3 of them are hit with hammers and penetrating oil works. The 4th one is some kind of shit. She doesn't even know what it is. She doesn't know what the chemical is. She puts it in. She comes back at the end of the day and the fucking thing's disintegrated. Yet she's got a serial number. Then a month later, they find a tip that was never lost. 8 months earlier, Ron Logan died. 2019, the tips merged. A bunch of shit merged. The tip was printed out by Kathy Shanks in 2019, coincidentally, right before Halloween, when they were probably going to announce it then. These guys, it's so obvious to me what's happened here. Yeah, but Brad Weber's 6-hour was not excluded as the weapon from whence the bullet came. I'm not certain what the lab results say. I am. She says it. She gobbledygooked you. She tricked you all. You fell for it. Yeah, if I had hypothetical 4 guns, the defendant's gun was not there. I wouldn't have got it so wrong. This other gun, these 2 are not in. It has to have been Brad Weber's 6-hour. And look at that. I guessed it was that other gun. And it turns out it was Brad Weber's 6-hour. So they were going to nail Brad Weber. They were going to do the same thing to him. Because she's saying that it went through his 6-hour. And everyone, I don't know, they fell for it. Then they got distracted by the whole can't exclude this and that. Because she does say that. Of course she can't exclude it because she included it. She excluded the other 2. And if she had the Richard Allen's 5 years earlier, she wouldn't have done that. It would have went through but she did attribute it through the other one. The 2 she ruled out. The only other one she had at that time was the other 6-hour. Because the one she talks about in the same breath doesn't exist yet. Because it's the defendant's 6-hour. There's 2 6-hours in that hypothetical on page 181. There's 2. 5 years earlier. 1 doesn't exist. Therefore, it's the other one she attributed. She says it went through the other one. The 2 were ruled out because their tool marks don't match. We all fell for it. All fell for it. That's what you think the lab report said? I'd have to look at it again, but that's what I understand. Were you here when there was testimony concerning that? I may have missed that portion. Yeah. I think everyone did because it was so goddamn boring. She snuck it in at the very end. Right, Dewey? Right. So where was it? Yeah. So you don't know if Brad Weber's gun was ever excluded. Andy, she included it. And she included it at a time when she only had 3 guns, and she ruled out the other 2. She said it. And if she had Richard Allen's gun, she wouldn't have got it wrong. Go read page 181, guys. I'll fucking show you. Go to Oberg's page 181 of Oberg's testimony. And you'll see it. I'm not going to go there, but I'm going to go there. Oberg testimony. Page 181. I remember it perfectly. It's page 45 and 181. So 180, 45 or whatever, or 48 is the one that explains about which guns are which. Where did I go? What happened there? Oh, it went already. So here she says it. This is her gobbledygook everyone fell for. So States Exhibit 280, which has been referred to your testimony as item 315. The Winchester, 40. The Smith & Wesson, 40. Right? So she's got... No, this isn't it. Sorry. It's been a while since I read this one. It definitely is this. Right. And that was recovered from the defendant's home. And was recovered, right? So States Exhibit 280, which has been referred to in your testimony as 315. There's a Winchester. So it's not this paragraph. Sorry, I got to find it again. She does a whole gobbledygook, and it says, and the defendant's gun. It's at the top here. Sorry, guys. So when she talks about it, she tricks everyone, and they all fell for it. I should have. Oh, what page is it? I wrote it down. I should probably be reading, but this feels good. I'm looking right now. Delphi Docs. Oh, here it is. I wrote it all down. Oberg testimony, day 7. Page 48 is the 3 guns. Page 181 is the old item. Have they changed this? Get out. 181 it was, but it didn't read like that before. States Exhibit 280. So that's 315. There's a Winchester. Then a 40 Smith & Wesson that was recovered. No, it didn't read like this. This is different. Here it is here. I found it. Sorry. So here it is. If you had received all 4 firearms, if this is a hypothetical, people, that you've testified that you examined and tested, it's not wrong. She has, but 5 years ago, she didn't have one of these to do it, but she has done, so it's not a lie. If you received all 4 firearms that you've tested, by this point, she's tested Richard's gun. The Glock, she received a half an hour before the unspent round. The Smith & Wesson, she received on February 28th. This 6 hours she received on February 27th, or vice versa, of 2017. She had 3 guns back then. And the defendant's gun. So if you had received all 4 at the same time as you got the bullet, which you didn't, you only received these 3. So this is a hypothetical. And the defendant's firearm. If you had received all of them at the same time, along with the bullet, unspent round, 148 now, item 16, exhibit 148, your item 16, would you have been able to articulate a different conclusion if you had received the right gun 5 years earlier? You wouldn't have come to the wrong conclusion, because she's saying, would you have been able to articulate a different conclusion? Yes, because I was able to identify the bullet as having been cycled in the other firearm. Well, the only other firearm is one of these 3, because this one doesn't exist yet. So she's saying the bullet went through one of these 3. And then in her next breath, she rules out these 2. It's therefore this one. Look at, yes, because I was able to identify it as having been cycled in the other firearm. Well, what other firearm is that? Well, based on the marks in detail, I would have been able to exclude the Glock and the Smith & Wesson. What is the only other one? She's only got 3 guns because this one doesn't exist yet. The defendant's firearm. This is a hypothetical. If how this reads is, if you had received Richard Allen's gun in 2017, February, with all these 3 guns you received in February of 2017, and the item at the same time you received State's Exhibit 16, which was along with State's Exhibit, which was 2017, which tells you that's what they're saying. If you received Richard Allen's gun too, the 4th one in this hypothetical, so this is real, this is real, this is real, and the defendant's firearm. This isn't real. This is 5 years away from this time because it's the same time she receives the bullet. And she receives that on February 17th, 2017. And she receives this Glock 30 minutes before that one. And she receives this one and this one on the 27th and 28th of February 2017. And the defendant's firearm doesn't exist for 5 years. So get rid of that. It's a hypothetical distraction. If you had received all of them at the same time, along with the bullet in 2017. So if you'd received Richard Allen's gun at the same time as these 3, when you got the bullet, would you have been able to articulate a different conclusion if you'd received them at the time? Yeah, I would have got, because I was able to identify it as having been cycled in the other firearm. It would have been able to come to a more definitive conclusion at the time. At the time, I had limited evidence. Yeah, you didn't have Richard Allen's gun yet. At the time you didn't have Richard Allen's gun, you attributed that bullet as having passed through one of the other guns. Well, which one was it? There's 3 guns. You choose. Well, let's rule these ones out. Yeah, this gobbledygook, this weird answer question, don't fall for this, don't fall for it. But would you have been able to exclude, don't fall for this? Doesn't matter. Because based on the marks that I was able to observe in detail, I would have been able to exclude the Glock and the Smith & Wesson. Well, that means you included the other one. You said it was cycled through the other one. And if you had Richard Allen's gun, you wouldn't have got to that conclusion. So you should have said inconclusive at the time, which you can't, because inconclusive to these idiots in the laboratory is not like their black box study where they're allowed to say inconclusive and just disappear it. She had to come to a conclusion, and her fellow employees would check it. And if they agreed with her, fine. If they didn't, then the boss would get the fucking tying vote, or he would get the word. And this is what happened. They don't come to any inconclusives. They have, and in her same breath, she says, if we were forced to come to a decision, it would be wrong. But she's not allowed to say it's inconclusive because her coworkers check her work, and then the boss is the tiebreaker. And she didn't. So there's 3 of them. She says it. She says it. That she attributed it. Would you have been able to articulate a different conclusion if you'd received Richard Allen's gun at the same time as all these other guns 5 years ago, 5 years earlier from when you received his gun? Because it's the same time as Exhibit 16, which is the unspent round found beside Libby's foot. So read it. It's right here in front of you. If you had received Richard Allen's gun 5 years earlier with the Glock, the Smith & Wesson, and the 46 hour, which you all have received all these 3, the same time you received the bullet, which was February 17th at 1:26 p.m., 2017. 30 minutes earlier, she received this. On the 27th, she received this. On the 28th, she received this. 2017. And the defendant's firearm, which doesn't exist for 5 years. So there's 3 guns in this hypothetical 4-gun question. If you'd received all of them at the same time, would you have been able to articulate a different conclusion if you'd received them all at the same time? Yeah, I would have, because I was able to identify it as having, at this time, this gun doesn't even exist. So she's attributing it to being cycled through the other firearm. It would have been able to come to a more definitive conclusion back then. Well, you didn't. You came to a less definitive conclusion, which was the wrong gun. this 6 hour, because she rules out the Glock and the Smith in the very next breath. Oh, forget about the excluding those firearms, considering have cycled. And what would you have been able to exclude? Any of those firearms? Yes, I would. I did exclude them. Based on the marks, I was able to observe in detail the unspent cartridges didn't match the unspent round tool marks from the Glock or the Smith & Wesson. Therefore, what is that saying? That it did match the other one, that she did include it, right? She says it. Would you have been able to articulate a different conclusion? Yeah. You would have been able to, if you had this gun, you wouldn't have fucking lied about this gun. That's what you're saying. So how do we even know you're telling the truth? You don't have this one for 5 years. You can't just change your mind. So let's merge a couple case numbers together. This item's now this item. This is now this. 20. Such bullshit. It's so obvious right here. She says it. So hypothetical. Three guns. This doesn't exist for 5 years. They received them at the same time as this. Would you have been able to come to articulate a better conclusion? A different conclusion? Yeah. I would have got the right gun. Therefore, I got the wrong gun. Well, what I did get right was I excluded the other two. Therefore, the only one left is this, by default. And that turns out to be Brad Weber's gun. So they were going to nail Brad Weber. They were going to nail Brad Weber until they decided not to and merged shit in 2019 when they didn't need to merge shit because they had 933 more numbers they could have put in that case number, right? And why not just reset the 17 if it's indicative of the year? Then you reset 17 and start fresh. Well, why go? Because you're doing this dumb shit in 19. You have to do a 19KC000 number? No. You're merging a 19 case in there to do all this. Yeah. And there's a bullshit about the 4 other guns. And 1 month before, Richard Allen is even found on August 23rd of 2022. And 6 or 7 months after Ron Logan finally died. 2019, the guy that was never lost has a tip printed out for him in 2019, right before Halloween, the night before Devil's Night. Kathy Shank printed it out. Why? 2019. Why? They were going to do it, but they had stuff to take care of. Everything got taken care of. A month before, the last thing was those fucking dumb 4 guns. 3 of them are covered in rust and gobbledygook and shells. They hit them with hammers, penetrating oil. The 4th one is into some solution she doesn't know. It disintegrates, but she has, lo and behold, she has a serial number, people. She's able to get a serial number. Great. A month later, they find Richard Allen, get his gun, and boom. It's got him. Now it went through this gun. Oh. Why does it go through everyone? Why? Anyways, no more distractions. So, yeah. So who was this again? Baldwin? No, recross, right? This is not Baldwin. Yeah, it is Baldwin. Yeah, so you don't know if Brad Weber's gun was ever excluded. Idiots. Why did you fall for this? Stop it. No, it wasn't. It was included, dude. It was so goddamn included. She said it went through the other one. The other one what? 2 of them can't, it couldn't have been the other 2. She excluded the other 2. There's only 3 guns there. Because this is a hypothetical question at that time. Because the defendant's gun is the 4th gun, but the 4th gun doesn't exist for 5 years. Therefore, she included it as a Weber's 6 hour. Don't take the bait. And they did. Everyone fell for it. Idiot Shibby has fucking solved the case and nobody gives a fuck. It was determined that it was not the weapon that was connected to the bullet found at the scene. Yeah, right. It was determined that it was not the weapon that was connected to the bullet found at the scene. No, it wasn't. She said it matched the other one. Richard Allen's gun didn't exist back then. If it matched the other one and she ruled out the first 2, The other one is the Brad Weber's. So why are we getting this as an answer? It was determined that it was not the weapon that was connected to the bullet. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. She says it was. It was determined that it was not the weapon. No. She was. It was included. She said it went through the other one. And the other two weren't excluded. The other two were excluded. The other one, the defendant's other one, didn't exist for 5 years. Therefore, she said way back in the beginning, when she received the bullet, so that's 2017, it went through the other one. The only other one is this one. She said it. Fucking fell for it. Everyone fell for it. When you talk to Brad Weber, so they're on to Brad Weber. They think something's up. If they only had an idiot like Shibby on their fucking, they would have figured this out then. When you talk to Brad Weber after your phone call, the next day that you came in to inquire about it to Brad Weber or asked him questions, if he had ever provided inconsistent statements about his route home. So why do they know to ask about Brad Weber's gun, right? I mean, they're talking about Brad Weber, obviously, but it's because that's the one. So who owned Brad Holder and Ron Logan owned the other two? It must have been. When you talked to Brad Weber after your phone call, the next day he came in. Did you ever inquire to Brad Weber or ask him questions if he had ever provided inconsistent statements about his route home? I don't think I did. I don't remember that. That would be a good question to ask someone. Would you agree if they've ever given an inconsistent statement? I would answer that by saying Mr. Weber said when he was talking with us that he had remembered exactly what happened that day because he had reviewed his text messages prior to come to talk to us. He reviewed, yeah. So yeah, he reviewed his text. He says, I was in my van where at this time, therefore, look, my bill says it, that means therefore it is. That's interesting. That's certainly interesting that he would be reviewing his text messages when he doesn't know exactly right. They busted him. I remember this. He doesn't know exactly why he's coming in. Would you agree? Yeah. Right. That's obvious that these guys are fucking lying. I remember he busted him. Of course, Baldwin. This is it. Why do we get to blow over this? Because he catches him. He never told him about a time or anything, or even a vehicle or nothing, but then he knows to tell you before he's come in. He knows to say this. How? Well, that's certainly interesting that he would be reviewing his text messages to find a timestamp at that time. Why does he know to do that? I would agree. That's interesting, and I have no explanation for it. Like, might as well be in Area 51. Fucking spaceships and aliens. No better. Thank you. No other question. Mr. McLean. Head investigator Moon Mullins, my recollection from the testimony from the lab and analyst or lab scientist is that she confirmed that the bullet found at the scene was cycled through the gun. No. She reconfirmed as this gun, but she confirmed it as Brad Weber's gun in the beginning, in my opinion. It's being said there. Why is everyone blown over that? She attributed it as to having passed through the other gun 5 years before she had Richard Allen's gun in that hypothetical. The same guns that she received with the bullet. They were all received in 2017. 30 minutes before the bullet, the 27th of February and the 28th of February. Those other three guns. She ruled two of them out. She would have been able to come to a better conclusion had she had Richard Allen's gun 5 years earlier. She didn't. So she said it was through his gun. The Glock. So they got fucking gobbledygooked again because nobody missed it. Everyone's missed it. Has to be. Yeah, I do. I recall now saying this and getting away with how she said it was another gun and nobody noticed because she gobbledygooked everyone. I also recall her stating that if she were able to, the gun technician did not come to the same conclusion with Brad Weber's gun. Right? Correct? Yeah. With those other two guns, she ruled the other two out. She says it. Yeah, I ruled them both out. I ruled out the Glock and I ruled out the Smith & Wesson because their striations didn't match. Their tool marks didn't match. Their unspent round tool marks didn't match this unspent round, which I did attribute as to having cycled through the other gun. Well, the other gun doesn't, there's up to two guns left. One of them doesn't exist for 5 years. Therefore, she's saying it went through Weber's gun. She says, fuck everyone. I can't keep doing that. So correct. Yeah, see, he knows I'm right too. But that's bullshit. How they got away with this because nobody caught the first part, Oberg said. So this definitely makes sense now. I don't have any other questions, Judge. Does anybody on the jury have any questions for Mr. Moon Mullins? Would counsel approach? So here's the questions, sidebars on, just deciding which questions are good. Do law enforcement officers use hollow point cartridges as standard issue bullet? Okay. Yeah. Which direction does the trail cam face? Northeast, south, or west? No objection. No. If you saw someone on the trail cam, could you identify what they were wearing? No objection. No objection. Is it possible to see anything on the ground? What? I assume that's from the trail cam. From the trail cam? Yeah, no objection. No objection. Why are they assuming? Why don't they ask them what they mean? Is it possible to see anything on the ground? Why? Why? Don't they have this picture? Could you have seen the bodies if the videos were altered to zoom in, and was that done? What videos were altered? What? Oh, God, what are they talking about? If the videos were altered to zoom in, and was that done? Which videos was that? Does this trail cam have videos too? But videos is in plural. Could you have zoomed in? Could you have seen the bodies if the videos were altered to zoom in? No objection. From the trail cam, I assume? Yeah. Or this is all trail cam. Okay. So they got videos on this trail cam. I thought we just had one shitty photo of a firefighter. I think that Steret guy walking past it at 2 a.m. or something like that. Which to me, then I thought there was some gobbledygook that the trail cam didn't work because of the batteries, and the photo was from the previous deer season. Where did all that go? Seems like this is working, this trail cam. And then there's all that bullshit about the radio chatter of them sending a fireman back at 2 in the morning to get a phone. Why is that? What? Okay. I'm sorry, Judge. No objection. So this is all the trail cam. No, but I would couch these all so that he understands this is trail cam stuff. Oh, okay. Libby's cell phone movement stopped at 2:32 on February 13th, 2017. The phone was under Libby's body. Do you believe that is where they would have died? See how convenient 2:32 is? Because that's exactly when Cecil says he needs to change the health data from going down the hill. He wrote it down wrong from 2:31:55. He changed it to 2:13:55 and then gobbledygooked us with, but I also had to change it to 4 seconds to 51. That's a distraction. These guys are wild. Cecil changes it down the hill to from 2:31 he wrote it down wrong. And now they're talking about the last movements at 2:32. How could the phone be going down the hill then if it's going to be, so they had to say 2:13. And how is that Snapchat photo at 2:07 not found when the one before it is found? Just makes no sense. In the car, it's supposed to be 1:43 p.m. If it's first in, first out, and that's in the cache, how could the next one taken not be in the cache? Makes no sense neither. And then on the CAD report says at 6 p.m., 3 hours earlier, a Snapchat photo was on the bridge, which would be 3:07 p.m. Then it turns out the photo was 2:07 p.m. And then there's all these fucking timestamps are off by an hour. The girls were dropped off at 1 p.m. to the FBI in Ron Logan's PCA, and that's in March, a month after they've declared the Hoosier Hardware Store timestamps were off 54 minutes. How are they getting that wrong? Saying 1 p.m. So much is wrong here. No objection. Do you believe that is where they died? No objection. Nope. As a trained officer, how hard is it to be accurate with a vehicle description parked while driving by it, only seeing it for a short amount of time? I'd say it's hard unless you grew up with one in your garage and going on family trips in your dad's favorite car. And it's also pretty easy to tell if it's a Tommy Lee Jones fugitive car, 1980s car, my dad's Dodge Diplomat, exactly like she drew. Richard Allen's. You don't mistake those two. You don't get it wrong by what? Let's say it's 1980. My dad's car was a 78 Diplomat. Let's say it was 1980 to 2016. What is that? 36 years. Yeah, things have changed. No, 20. Yeah, 20 plus 16. 36 years later, a Ford Focus is made. It looks nothing like a fucking car from the 80s. As a trained officer, these guys in their training, I gotta move on. Can you expect someone who is not trained? I said I gotta move on because it drove me nuts. And then what's the next question? Can you expect someone who is not trained to look for details quickly and perfectly describe a vehicle parked while driving by? Or like imagine them asking, now that they have audio training, if you were out there on the bridge, would a regular civilian know to use their ears to listen to sounds if someone's sneaking up, so ridiculous. Can you expect someone who's not trained to look for details quickly and perfectly describe a vehicle parked while driving by? What does training have to do with any of that? I mean, I think it's speculation, but that's fine. Speculation? It's fucking ridiculous is what it is. Our law enforcement issued hollow point bullets for the department issued guns. That was the first one. Oh, this one is used. This one is, are they issued hollow point bullets for the department issued guns? This one is used. This one is, are they issued? Oh, okay. I'm okay if you combine the questions saying issued and used. Whoa. This one is issued. The other one was used. I didn't even catch that myself. Good catch. The first one? I did not even catch that. I guess I blew right over that. What about accident? Where's that first one? The questions. When did I do that fucking break? Here it is here. Do law enforcement officers use as standard issue? That one was used ones. So she does it again. Issued hollow point bullets. So it wasn't used. Maybe she read it wrong the first time. So this one is used. This one is, are they issued hollow point? Issued guns. What? Do they, what is going on there? Are law enforcement issued? He says it's the same as the first one. And it is. She's saying, no, it's different. Oops, went too far again. Fell for it. Where's that little fucking sidebar? Oh, sidebar, 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 sidebar. Show me the sidebar. There it is. Do law enforcement officers use? Okay, yeah, it is right. Yeah, do they use them as standard issue? So do they use them? Isn't that saying the same thing? It's not that. Are the bullets used as in not brand new? Oh my God, it's the same question, just read differently. Do they use hollow bullet as standard issue, and are they issued hollow? Oh my God, what's going on here? Yeah, this one is used, as in Shibby thought when you said used, as in not brand new. So, okay, if you combine the question, yeah, saying issued and used, but not used as in not brand new. These guys, just, are they given bullets, and do they use those? Well, they use what they're given. Sorry, guys. I felt I probably had more confusion to that, because when I read used, I meant like not brand new. Because then the next part of it is, if no, can they legally carry hollow point bullets in their department issued guns? Oh, that's different. Okay. Are they used or brand new? I'm okay with combining the question. No. If you want to combine them, no. Maybe I'll ask this one instead of that one. Do they use issued? Do they use issued? Because, oh my God, I was onto something. What's going on here? Because then if they, that's fine. But I mean, no, it's fine. If you know, do we have the trail cam video? If he knows, I have no objection. Can we make sure the timestamp is accurate, as setting the date and time is something that happens manually by the owner of the camera? The trail cam is not blah, blah, blah. No, this is the trail. Would object to it. Yeah. I don't know if you can answer that, but no. If he knows, okay. Yeah, very thoughtful, jury. Oh my God. Question number 1. Which, I'm going to read her a little nicer. Which direction does the trail cam face? North, east, southwest. The trail cam was facing the west and a little bit south. So it's facing west and a little bit south. And it would basically be towards Delphi, I guess, would be the best way to look at it. If I could show the map, it'd be helpful. Sure, go ahead. Get my bearings. Okay, so the trail cam, as best as I recall it from the view and what we saw, was facing in this direction. So anyone walking in front of it would have been picked up, standing to the west and more west and south from it. Did I make that clear? So the trail cam was facing the west, right? Towards Delphi. So they're saying it's around here somewhere, right? Are they saying it's up here? Facing north, east, south, west. So it's facing this way. Where is it? So that's why they're asking if you could see the ground. Is it looking right over where the, oh my God. How is it that these bodies get there and they're not seeing movement on this trail cam? If it's catching this area, are they saying it? Does this trail cam not have a bunch of other people? Because Gene Cole and them avoid the bodies. And what area does it catch? Because people come straight down to the and find the bodies. Yoder and Giancola are sent around by the curvature of space and time to the same spot these two are headed to. And they have the benefit of knowing there's two bodies. They're looking for them. They're looking for girls, not dead bodies. The two searchers find them by going to wherever these people are pointing at this shirt, not to this shirt. The guy's standing there. My boots are too short. My boots are too short. You with the tall boots up there, Mr. Erskine, are you a Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback coach in that black and yellow jacket, or are you a fireman? We don't know. You have big boots. You're on the right side. Come to this side with your big boots. Come to the wrong side. Erskine walks so much, he goes out of earshot. They can't even yell at him anymore. He calls Mr. Mears his friend. Mr. Mears gives his number to Pat. Pat goes to the cemetery, bumps into Melissa. They stand there for a few seconds. Then he's trying to call this other guy who doesn't even know. Other guy's not answering. Then he calls back and says, come down to I'm staring. If you're up in the cemetery, yeah. Oh, stranger, come on down to the fucking creek. My boots are too short. I can't get across this impenetrable barrier. I see something in the water. He comes down, they find her. The fucking Giancola and Yoder show up. They know about two bodies by this time. Liggett or someone's called them. Get over there. They found the two bodies. They come here. Fucking Melissa just bolts past them. They don't even say nothing to her. Are you okay, ma'am? Are you distraught? Did you just kill someone? Are you lost? Is someone chasing you? Pew! She's gone. These fuckers then do the same thing those two did, and they miss the bodies. And then they're standing there looking at a shirt with a couple, it sounds like Erskine and these two propane guys, and Pat Brown's there with his back turned to the bodies. And they're like, wow, cool shirt. What's up? They're like, you idiots. You just walked past two dead girls, Giancola and Yoder. Go back to the bodies. I gotta move on. Sorry, guys. Let's finish this. Oh, I should read chat. I'm so sorry. I'm an idiot. Hey, Kelly, good morning. Good morning. I do have my coffee too. I do. Good morning, Mimi. My coffee's perfect. Happy birthday to Mimi, right? Is it today or yesterday? When was it? Ja is in the house. All right, guys. Thanks for being here. Talk amongst yourselves. So the trail cam, well, let me go. Here's the questions to the jury with answers, right? We got this one. The trail cam was facing, I went looking for it here. So anyone walking in front of it would have been picked up standing to the west, more west and south. Did I make it clear? If we could see what you're pointing at, it would be much more clear. Yeah. Okay, next question. Let's move on. Would the trail cam have shown the direction from whence the person was traveling, either west, east to east, or west? East to west, west to east, or east to west? The trail cam would have shown someone walking towards it if they were walking towards the east or northeast. And it would have also shown someone walking from the north to the south or south to north in front of it. But also keep in mind, this area was in the woods and the area of vision was restricted to probably 25 to 30 feet. But are you telling me somebody sets up a trail cam to catch, it's not in the optimal position to catch movement in that area, right? Seems like everyone's missed it. Who set this trail cam up? Is this Logan's or I don't know. Why is there a trail cam? It must be on the Mears property, right? Because it's not Logan's, right? So the only one is the Mears people, right? A little to the left. And what we were talking about, again, was about 100 to 200 yards from where the girls were found. I have not measured it. I've not measured it. Okay, that's all. Thank you, Mr. McLeod. So those were follow-ups, sorry, by Baldwin, I guess, right? Sorry. Yeah. Follow-up by McCain. Head investigator, Moonman Mullins. I'm going to blow up State's Exhibit 5. Can you show again the jury for me where the... Oh, do we have that? About time they got specific. What was it? State's Exhibit 5? State Trial Exhibit. Oh, boy. Please be here. Please be here. They've got to be showing this, right? So where is this Faro image? The 3D image with this tripod set up. The CSI guy said they had it. Cool. So this will help us, right? With all the scribbles on it? No. Same one I just had. Isn't there one with their markings on it? Okay. So at least I'll read this and we'll think about this. Think about this while I'm reading this next statement. Investigator, I'm going to blow up. Can you show again the jury and for me too where the trail cam was? The trail cam was located about in this area. There's like a logging trail that goes through the woods here. Logging trail. A logging trail. Huh? Ooh, where are you? Where the hell did I open that? A logging trail that goes through. Probably something like this. Way over here? Or here? No. A logging trail? It's got to be over here somewhere. I don't even know. Fuck. I'm getting rid of you. That's fine. There's like a logging trail that goes through the woods here. That's fine. And where was the trail cam pointed? That direction. If you see the camera facing inside of my hand, it was facing that direction. West towards town. Great, thank you. So it was facing down towards the bottom. So it's up on that hill. Looking west. Just perfectly looking away from where nobody... So is Pat Brown on this camera then walking by? Pat Brown scooched along there. The night before, the 13th. Pat Brown. Is this Pat Brown on this camera? Scooching by there at the time he said where he left his truck the first time to go up to the Mears point for some reason. Pat Brown is the only one over there the day before that they admit or say. So that's why they say that. So it's easy for him to look how easy it is for him to leave his truck here. And B, he'll probably be the one on that camera. I don't know. So it was facing down towards the bottom. Yep. Of the photo. And were the bodies found on the back side of the trail camera? The bodies were found they were right in this vicinity here. So the area where the bodies were found wouldn't be in the field of view of the trail camera. Is that an accurate statement? That is an accurate statement. Man, to think there's only one camera out there and it didn't catch anything. There's multiple cameras out there. They collected them. They got more answers. This is wild. The guy was going to get cameras. One of the cops was literally heading to pick up cameras from Weber's. Weber's camera's not on this side, so where's Weber's cameras? They ended up not getting them. They got called to the graveyard. Well, at the day or two later, once the bodies, who went back to get those cameras? Wasn't it Vito or somebody who was supposed to? Then it got called to the cemetery, or Giancola or Yoda, whatever. That is an accurate statement. Oh, okay. I don't have any other questions. Judge, I have a question after that, if that's okay. Briefly, that logging trail that you talked about, that naturally goes down toward the creek. That's how you get access to that bottom part of the creek. Isn't that correct? I don't believe it's exactly accurate. Of course not. He's got everything to just fucking... He only believes what can make this so he can't solve this crime. Everything they believe is something that will help us not solve this crime. My stomach's growling. I'm not even that hungry. It's just, I think the trail goes to this area, and I think it stops in this vicinity at the top of the hill. It may continue on down to the creek as kind of a walking area, not necessarily driving. You know, there's a whole other trail system there. I do remember seeing that on Fishy. You sent it to me. Fishy sent it to me. I think it was HCC did it. Somebody walks a whole trail over there. There's a whole other trail system here. Up in here. They walk up in here for these trails. The cars can drive through here and everything. Positive it's here. There's a whole fucking trail system up in here. And it's a car path. It's gotta be here. Fishy knows. Ooh, she sent it to me on Discord. I can go look. How about that? Then if I play it, I can then find it in my history. And whoever it was won't mind, I guess. Oh, wait till you see this. I'd never seen it before. Fucking wild. So, it couldn't have been that long ago. I'm finding it. What? Oh, I've almost got it. Oh, I do have it. No. Oh, I do have it. Drone footage? No. Memorial. Delphi walking from the Monon High. It's got to be that one. Delphi Bridge, view of Monon High. It's got to be this one. It's not the memorial left at. No. Drone footage? No. It's this one. All right, 1 second. Please hold. Let me see if I can play it for you. No, this is not it. Maybe I'll find it later. This person walks the trails. No, this isn't the one I was thinking of. Sorry, guys. Or is it? I'll figure that out. Yeah, it kind of is, but I don't know whose channel this is. Delphi Timeline channel. How about I just put their channel in, and if you guys ever want to look at it. Wild. I'll put it in for you guys. This channel. I'll put this video link, and you guys can then decide for yourselves. You know what? This is fucking exactly what we're talking about. So, let me see. 1 second. I should probably be reading, but I'm getting good at this. So, I've got it. I'm doing it on my other computer. I got the history. I have it. Here it is. I'm playing it. Therefore, it is. Here it comes. Like, these people there's a whole other trail system back in there. So exactly where this is. Look at here. This is what I was looking at. So they're going down the trail. And then it goes off on the 505. Then they end up in another area. This would be the 505 going down. This is the bird sanctuary one where Derek says he went. This is where Derek ends up, down at the creek. And then there's this, when they come back up, I guess. This part here. I won't steal their whole thing, but I'll send you the link just so we can get a look at it. Then they go back up. They end up there's this trail system up there. Yeah, like there's trails all through there. This might be the video. I'll have to find it later because I know it was different than this. It really made me, no, this is not this one. But I'll still put the link in anyways. Sorry, guys. Oh, I didn't. Here, I'll copy and paste it. Oh, I shut it down, right? Fuck. Shit. I'll have to go back and get. I didn't put it in the trail. I didn't put it in the chat. Sorry. Or did I? No, I didn't. It was last month? Oh my God. Why are we still talking about it then? Just kidding. Last month. Am I that bladed? Just kidding. Here we go. I'm just going to copy and paste it. This person, this Delphi timeline. I don't know. I'll put it in for you and then I'll start reading again. You guys can go. It's a really neat channel. So this video, go to their channel. They got tons of stuff here. That's it. It just says Delphi timeline. All right. Sorry, guys. So it would go to the creek. Eventually, it would lead down to the depression of the valley, hit to the valley here. The valley, hit to the valley here. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Go ahead and have a seat. Questions by the jury read. Next question. If you saw someone on the trail cam, could you identify what they were wearing? You did, yeah. Mr. Baldwin, any follow-up? Follow-up by Andrew Baldwin. You actually, did you know who it was from looking at the trail cam? Was it that defined? We identified it as Fireman Clausen. That's what I've been looking for too. So it's not Steret. So why is Baldwin, like, don't they have this photo? Like one photo? Or is it not video? Oh, this is crazy. Thank you, Mr. McClellan. I don't have any questions, Judge. Next question. Is it possible the trail cam, is it possible to see anything on the ground? Yes. I'm trying to think how to describe the aspect of the view of the camera. It would probably be in thirds. Ground in front of it, and then in height, the sky above it. I'm not sure if that's a good way to describe it. In thirds. So you're looking at, you see 1/3 of it's the ground, 2/3 of it's the sky. You can see the ground in front of it, yes. Any follow-up? Mr. Baldwin? No, Judge, thank you. Mr. McClellan? No, Your Honor, thank you. And next question. And on the trail cam, could you have seen the bodies if the videos were altered to zoom in? No. Nope. Mr. Baldwin? No. Mr. McClellan? No, Your Honor. Next question. Libby's cell phone movement stopped at 2:32 p.m. on February 13th, 2017. And the phone was found under Libby, Abby's body. Do you believe that it was there where they died? I do. So if it stopped at 2:32, right? Mr. Baldwin? No, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. McClellan? No, Your Honor. Next question. Are law enforcement issued or use hollow point? Oh, do they use the used ones? No. So are law enforcement issued or use hollow point bullets for their department issued guns? Yes. Mr. Baldwin? No. Mr. McClellan? Oh, Your Honor. Next question. If you know, do we have the trail cam video and can we be sure the timestamp is accurate? Yes, we do have it. My goodness. Mr. Baldwin? No question. Don't you want it? Don't they have it? Mr. McClellan? No questions. So they do have the trail cam video. And we don't get to see it? Why is that? Excuse me 1 second. And we're back. Thank God for that mute button. I cleared my throat. So, your baby sister's birthday. She's 40. I feel old. Yes, 40 is young. Your baby sister's 40. Wow. She's single? Okay, sorry. As a trained officer, how hard is it to be accurate? As a trained, this is such a dumb question. As a trained officer, how hard is it to be accurate with a vehicle description parked while driving by it, only seeing it for a short amount of time. Can you repeat that, please? You're a trained officer. How hard is it to be accurate with a vehicle description parked while driving by it, only seeing it for a short amount of time? This is good, actually, because if he says it, he's probably going to say it's easy. Therefore, why aren't we trusting Betsy? I don't know. As an officer who's had experience identifying, oh my God, this guy is an idiot. These people are fucking unbelievable. Because this question would be to get him to say that people can watch. As an officer who's had experience identifying vehicles over their career, I would expect their account to be accurate. Yeah, only if it's an officer, right? A trained officer. If anyone else drives by a car, they can't do what these cops are doing. These fucking people are amazing. Amazing. Mr. Baldwin, no, Judge. I've heard enough bullshit for one day. Mr. McLean, no questions, Judge. Thank you. Oh my God. What kind of training can you get to, when you're driving by, to think that a person, if they're driving by looking at a car, she's got more training. Her dad's owned that car for, oh my God, same type of car for how many years? And, sorry. Can you expect someone who is not trained to look for details quickly to perfectly describe a vehicle part? Did I just read this? How hard? No, this is different. Depends on the person. Some people are good at it. Some people are not very good at it. Describing vehicles and their models and years and so on. Mr. Baldwin, no thank you, Judge. Mr. McClellan, no questions, Judge. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moonman Mullins. You may step down. Thank you. You may call your next witness, Tobe Leazenby. Thank you, Judge. Okay. That's to Leazenby. Boom, boom. Oh, I'm going to save this. Look at this. Responsible Shibby. With my changes, it's going to save it in the right one. See, this is what I do. I got to choose the right. My desktop. Boom. Is this one? No. This one. What's this one? Right? Yeah. Delphi new PDFs right here. Overwrite? Yes, because I've made some miraculous changes. Look how good I am. Now it saves this one with all my fishy markups and stuff. So some of them weren't messing around, because some of them were really serious. So anyways, let's do this. Tobe Leazenby. Oh my goodness. You guys ready? How much time do we have? If I stop screwing around, I could probably do this, right? 4:50, so 5 a.m. 3 hours of hard work. I have still fresh, hot, warm coffee. 200 people watching. Oh my God. Coffee's perfect. Kelly's baby sister's having a birthday. Mimi had a birthday like a couple months ago. I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. Happy birthday to everybody. Here we go. Starting fresh. No distractions. Watch this. I promise people I will never, ever, ever get distracted again. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Oh my God. Didn't he? Oh, I'm only kidding. So who's this again? Baldwin to Leazenby. Okay. Would you state and spell your name for the jury, please? It's Tobe Leazenby. He spells it like a zebra and B. Some people may not know the spelling of Tobe. Is it Toby or Tobe? Well, let's call it Tobe. Does he actually call himself? Oh, let's see. Would you do that? Well, I'm sorry. He spells it Tobe, but how do you pronounce it? Tobe, right? It's not Toby, right? It's Tobe. This isn't a hillbilly way to spell Toby, is it? Toby has a Y, right? Tobe. Better be Tobe, because I've been calling him Tobe. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. What is your job title? I serve as the Carroll County Chief Deputy under Sheriff Liggett with a major's title. Oh, okay. And what prior, and this is Baldwin. Okay. And what prior did you do? Prior to being Chief Deputy, I was the elected Sheriff of Carroll County, serving from 2015 to 2022. So Were you then the sheriff in February of 2017? I was. Okay. And I don't want to get into a whole lot. You were here for just a very short period of time, but just tell the jury kind of how you got involved in the investigation. What did you do in the investigation and so forth? I'm in my capacity at the time period. As indicated, I was sheriff. So a lot of my duties were administrative. And so I did not play a huge role with the investigation. I was not, if you will, boots on the ground, but rather was kept up to date by our investigators at the time period. Okay, so you were involved in at least the knowledge of what was going on? Yeah, okay. So I wanted to just kind of cut to it. It's been a long day. Based upon your knowledge of the investigation and what you talked to and what you know about it, how many individuals do you think were involved in this crime? Oh yeah, they're going to bust his chops like his deposition. And remind him that Liggett told him that he thought it was more people, but in public was staying. He thought it was only one, but like in the locker room or getting changed or whatever, like in the hanging out. He told him differently. That's what this is. Coffee time. Dewey. I got my coffee. Cheers to you guys. Here we go. Cappuccino's my fave. I'm drinking just instant coffee. Dewey likes the honey in his coffee, right? Drop your coffees. As long as it's caffeine, I guess I'll be happy. I like tea. I prefer coffee. I'll drink anything. As long as it's got caffeine. Tastes good. The initial information was unknown. So wait. Sorry. Okay. So you want to just, so wait. But so right. He just asked him this. How many individuals, right? The initial information was unknown as far as obviously we were starting the investigation and did not know. And that was pre Mr. Allen. And then once that information was developed, obviously that changed. Okay. How many people did you think, even after Mr. Allen was arrested, after involved in the crime? Like he thought it was multiple people, this guy. At that point, I only felt one. Right. At the time, he said, okay, do you remember taking a deposition with me in August of, I think it was the 5th of 2023? Vaguely, yeah. And you swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth at that time? Yeah. Okay. Would it help me to refresh your recollection about how many people you thought were involved in a crime in August of 2023 by looking at your deposition? Yes. Thank you. And I don't have the paper copy. I have it on the computer here. I'm going to have you look at page 19, lines 19 through 25. Okay. If you just, when you're done, let me know if that refreshes your recollection. Mr. Baldwin, do you have a hard copy? I don't. Okay, that's fine. I'll try to. I'm sorry. Judge, if I could have a moment to pull it up, because I didn't bring it up, a hard copy of it. I want to be able to follow along. And going to the next page, I don't know if I call you former Sheriff Leazenby. Tobe's fine. I'll bring it over to you. That's okay. I've got it. What are the page numbers, please? There's 19, kind of middle in the page. I can't seem to get it to scroll up. Almost there. Does that help refresh your recollection about how many people who told me you felt were involved in the murders when you were deposed in August of 2023? Yeah, that information does. Okay. The information that was in my head, I see it. I remember it now. Oh, okay. It's going to be like, I believed at this time or watched. Or, you just watched. Oh, okay. And how many people did you think were involved in the murders of Abby and Libby as of August 2023? That information was multiple, at least 2. Okay. And Richard Allen was arrested in October 2022, correct? Yeah. And that deposition took place about 10 months later. Yeah. And you felt 10 months after his arrest. Perfect. Yeah, of course you want to object. That at least 2 people were involved. Judge, objection. It's been asked and answered. That's fine. Sustained. I just want, okay. And you weren't the only, were there anyone else? Was there anyone else that believed that more than one person was involved? Judge, I'm going to object. It calls for speculation. Speculation. I was trying to say that funny. It sounded ridiculous. Sustained. How many others, if you know, I believe that more than one, how many others, if you know, believed, I guess law enforcement, that more than one person was involved in the crime, in the murders of Abby and Libby? Oh my God. Judge, same objection. If he knows, I do not. Do you know of anyone, at least one person? No one comes to mind. Okay. Would it help to refresh your recollection if you looked at your deposition again? Yes. Okay. I'm going to ask you to refresh your recollection by looking. You can use your finger on this one. Okay. Page 103, lines 10 through 25. And then the next page, which is page 104. Okay. That's page 103. It's on the right now. Okay. Okay. Does that help refresh your recollection as to who else believed that you knew of, that more than one person was involved in the murders? Yes. He's going to make him say it's Liggett. Say it. And who was that? Judge, may I ask some foundational questions? You may. Mr. Leazenby, were you aware when you made the deposition of the feelings of the other officers involved in the investigation? Let me rephrase that. Did you know what other officers believed? Other officers that had been involved in the investigation? Did you know what they believed at the time you gave the deposition? A lot of what I provided. Just did you know? No. Just say no. Just did you? No. No. What other officers? No. At the time you gave the deposition? Not at the time of the deposition, no. At the time you gave the deposition, were you aware? Let me back up. Let me strike that. At the time of the deposition, well, just stop. I'll stop there, Judge. I don't have any other foundational questions. Same objections, calls for speculation. Wait, what? The state's going to object to the question, Judge. What? So he says he doesn't. Yeah, he's going to. So he tells her, same objection. I'm going to object to all these. State's going to object to the question, Judge. She's like, overruled. Baldwin's like, thank you, Judge. Go ahead and answer the question. So Baldwin, sorry. Go ahead and answer the question. Could you rephrase that, please? Oh my God, these guys. Sure. Who was it? Now that your recollection has been refreshed, so just say the name. Yeah, there it is. Boom. Just say it. Let's get this over with. Pull the Band-Aid off. That you believed that there was. Let me say that. Sorry. Sure. Who was it? Now that your recollection has been refreshed, that believed that there was more than one person involved in the murders of Abby and Libby. At that time, then, Detective Tony Liggett. Okay, finally. Oh my God. Well, and why did you believe that more than one person was involved? That was based on early conversations in the investigation. Okay, well, this deposition was taken in August of 2023, and you didn't give any. This is like almost a year after Richard Allen's arrested or searched his home, whatever, because it was in 2022. So they're still saying this, but he's saying it based on earlier on. No, that's not earlier on. What? That's like fucking 2023 is 6.5 years later. You didn't say that then. Did you? You just said, yeah, I think that it's more than one person, right? I did then, yeah. Okay. So at the time, and you'd been, strike. Oh my God. Baldwin's, he does do that a lot. Strike that. Change his mind. In August 2023, when the deposition was taken, how long had you been involved in the investigation or the knowledge of the investigation of the murders at the time? At least over, 5 years? Mm-hmm. So with all that knowledge that you had in your brain when you took that deposition, you still thought more than one person was involved in the murders. Is that correct? Based on an earlier conversation. Early, okay? Early meaning 2017? Mm-hmm. Is that a yes? Big man, use your big boy words. Yes. Okay, so you did not have any other conversations about the investigation from 2017 to 2023? No. There were ongoing conversations as the investigation progressed through the years. Okay, but not necessarily early on the number of individuals involved. Both of these guys are like kind of Neanderthal types. And not in a bad way, just they're both hard to read together. Oh my God. Only a professional could do this alone. I hope I find one soon. So that was not talked about. The number of individuals involved. It was mainly focused on the tips and information that were continually coming in. Oh my goodness. And we're back. I didn't tell you we're leaving. Boom. I appreciate that. And I don't think you ever answered my question, no matter what it was based on. Why did you think, based upon your knowledge of the investigation, that more than one person was involved in the murders of Abby and Libby? It was based upon the totality, is the word I'll use, of the information provided to investigators during that time period. So it was the bigger picture in knowing what had actually happened at the crime scene. Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions. Mr. Boss McClelland. Questions crossed by McClelland. You testified before that you weren't heavily involved in the investigation. Is that correct? Correct. And so, did you know, is it fair to say you did not know all the details and evidence involved in the investigation? Correct. I don't have any other useless, meaningless, pointless questions. Judge. Mr. Baldwin. Redirect by Baldwin. Oh my God. You were the sheriff in 2017? Yes. 2018? Yes. 2019? Yes. 2020? All the way through to 2022. No other questions? Mr. McClelland. No, Judge. Does anybody on the jury have any questions for Major Leazenby? What? Did I do something wrong here? How do we get to the questions already? There's like 30 pages left. Are you telling me the jurors' questions are going to be this long? Oh my goodness. Juror questions are, oh my God, look at these answers. Holy fuck. Oh my God. I've never seen this before. Juror questions are like, how many pages? Holy shit. This is a first. Really, it really is. I hope to God I marked that. God, it was right here somewhere. So they're going to do juror questions. So it's page 10. So there's 25 pages of juror questions. I've never seen that before. So I'm at 10, and there's 35. This is a first. Holy fuck. You guys ready for this? So if I'm going to be reading this much, I'm not going to read Gull and this idiot with the gruff voice. So I'm forced. If you hear the nice voice, it's going to be Gull. And then the answer will be this. And then, I don't know. We'll see what's happening. So Gull, Major, how many murders have, so they're just going to decide if they're doing a sidebar, right? To see what questions. So this is going to be long. There's going to be no answers. They're going to, do we like this question? Yes or no? Major, how many murders have you personally investigated in your career? Oh my God, it is answers. Wait, didn't they approve them? Oh, did I just skip over that? Oh, they just did this? What? Sidebar. Sidebar is conducted. How many murders have you? That's good. Okay. That's it? But it showed 25 pages. What? Something's wrong here. Something's not right. Page 130, page 19, 133, 134. Whew. How could that be? So they do a sidebar. So we're doing Leazenby, right? Did I do something wrong? Something's not right here. Something's not right. And then they get to here. And so they're going to say, let's start a sidebar conducted. Let's go over the juror questions. But they only do one. How many? And that's a good one. Okay, so we're going to ask that one question. And then we got 25 pages of juror questions. Is that the one? How many murders? So they do it. The first one's how many murders, right? Bailiff goes out. Oh, then they move on to something. Oh, so they keep so it doesn't end with the questions. They keep Leazenby for something else here. Okay, that's what happens here. It's not so they let the jury go out after this one question, and then they keep him for something else. Okay, that makes sense. Something didn't feel right there. Okay, let's try that again properly. If I can find my place. So here's the one question, right? Is this the juror question? Oh my God, what did I just do? Oh my God. I'm sorry. I just went and took off. I was on page 8. Where's that sidebar? I stopped at that damn sidebar. Here it is. So they start. Sorry. So it's right here. It's like the sidebar starts and ends. This one damn question. And then I went and saw 25 pages. I thought they were all questions. Like, what? So this one question from the jury. Major, how many murders have you personally investigated in your career? I've not personally investigated murders, although I've been involved being a smaller agency with other homicides within this county. Any follow-up, Mr. Baldwin? No, Judge, thank you. Mr. Boswick, no, Your Honor. All right. So, thank you, sir. You may step down. Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, something's going to go down here because they're letting him go. What's the last witness? Oh, my God, it's somebody else? Something's not right here. Something doesn't feel right. I got to keep reading. So, thank you, sir. You may step down. So they're letting him go. Leazenby stepping down. Well, ladies and gentlemen, or they're going to call somebody in to catch up, to get ahead on the next day. Oh my God. Wow. You go on about your business, that whole bullshit about this. So they let the jury go and yeah, don't talk to anybody. Whatever. Moving on. Bailiff lets them go at 5 p.m. So the judge's like, you may be seated. So the jury's out. So we have a couple of things we need, like house cleaning. Yes, let's clean up anything loose ends here without the jury present. We need to resolve before we recess for the day. I know the defendant filed motions for transport orders for DLC inmates. There's pending motion for witness to appear remotely. And the defendant's motion to admit evidence of Odinism, Norse paganism, and ritualistic killings. 2 of those. So can we address I know that the defense filed its motion for transport of DLC inmates. The most recent one that you filed, that you indicated you really wanted, was inmate Jesse James. So I have granted that one and have signed that one as of yesterday. Jesse James. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Judge. Just to maybe make this quick, there were several others that were filed a few weeks ago. Yeah. And at this time, I'm communicating with Mr. Goodwin, the Attorney General that's representing the DLC. Oh, okay. And I don't think that we really need you to sign any of those orders right now. Okay. We're trying to avoid bringing in as many of those people as we can. Okay. And this is important. But, sorry. I should drink coffee. But I may be revisiting one or two of those early next week, depending on how the evidence. That's what I need. Boom. I'm gonna press back. Sorry, guys. I'm a professional. I'll try not to wake you. So, Rosie, but I may be revisiting one or two of those early next week, depending on how the evidence shapes up over the next couple of days. Okay, so do you need that one, gentlemen? Well, I think I'd like to maintain that order. Okay. Again, the order says that upon 24 hours notice to the DOC, they'll bring them. So it's not like you have to be here. I don't believe. I think that's, yes, way you craft them. Okay. So there's some flexibility. So that one's done. Thank you for that. So you can let me know about that one. I will. Then at a later time, whenever you want to do that. Okay, now the motion for the witness to appear remotely. Oh boy, OJ. So this is about Agent Pohl. OJ's up. Next problem. Let's get this solved. This is where they're going to deny it, obviously, right? Your Honor, we received discovery in mid-August that brought some new issues, such as Mr. Weber, his whereabouts on February 13th, his vehicle. We have been investigating that, tracking that down since, and working with the U.S. Attorney's Office and the FBI and their attorneys in how to address this in Mr. Weber's prior inconsistent statements. We had hoping to resolve this issue, though, through Officer Gootee's testimony. I have been working with the attorneys who were here earlier about that. Obviously, we were not able to do so. The problem is that Supervisory Special Agent Pohl is the special in command of basically election security in Texas. And I'm told he is unable to be here Monday through Wednesday. While these proceedings were happening today, another issue arose with him that he is unable. He has a medical issue, I believe, prevents him from flying. Right. Wow. So they didn't know about this medical issue the first time? Or this is their yeah, it sounds like well, I get it, but it's kind of like if we say this, you have to, anyways, they didn't say anything about medical issues that they all they said was the Texas stuff, the election stuff. Now they're throwing in this in. Mr. Rosie was able to talk to the other judge in Carroll County. A Zoom platform is available. That judge is willing to come in tomorrow to facilitate that. Administrative Rule 14C says a court must conduct all testimonial proceedings in person, except the court may conduct the proceeding remotely for all or some of the case participants. Case participants include witnesses for good cause shown or by agreement of the parties. Why do they need another judge for this? Your Honor, I do not believe Special Agent Pohl's testimony is going to be probably not more than a half hour. We had been working with the U.S. Attorney's Office pursuant to a TUI request for quite some time, whether he would have to appear in person or remotely. And given the short time of his testimony that we believe it'll take, his medical issues, his job duties in Texas, we believe that there's good cause for him to testify remotely. Furthermore, given his medical condition, as a layperson with some knowledge of this condition, I'm not even sure he could drive here. Why don't we send a jet for him or a chopper? And so Agent Pohl's testimony has a tendency to rebut Mr. Weber's claim that he drove straight home. And we believe that Mr. Allen's Sixth Amendment right is also at play here. If this is the case, why did they try harder to get this going like this? He doesn't end up getting in. the Fifth and Sixth Amendment rights, this would have as good cause to allow him to appear remotely. When was he sent a subpoena? Maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago, but there's an additional process involving TUI requests. I'm familiar with the TUI requests. Sure. And so we've been talking back and forth with the U.S. Attorney's Office about how to accomplish this since then. You had the evidence in August and issued a subpoena 2 or 3 weeks ago. I just want to get the time frame correct. Sure, yeah. It was before the trial, and I believe early in October. You sent a subpoena in early October for this trial? Yeah. To start on October 14th? Yes. But we didn't have, the information about what was going to be discussed was kind of an ongoing, we weren't sure what we would need to do that. And it's not that, Your Honor. They are not fighting the subpoenas. It's just whether he can appear in person, because he can't. With his medical condition, that just came to light today. Otherwise, they would have been able to get him here. And the state's position, you are objecting? Judge, I am objecting to him being called as a witness for this impeachment purpose. And I noted that on the record, and I respect the court's decision, that you've overruled that objection. So that's the state's objection. I'd leave whether or not he appears remotely to the discretion of the court. I think the better way to impeach Weber is through Mr. Weber, and that hasn't been done. And again, I understand the court has made their decision. And so that's the state's objection. That he is allowed to testify as an impeachment witness to Weber altogether. I'd leave the part about whether or not he can appear remotely to the discretion of the court. Well, again, this witness, Weber, was never confronted with the statement, correct, by Agent Pohl? It is my belief that he was, Judge, and that's what we talked about on the sidebar, but I believe that did happen. And my recollection, Judge, is that he started to read the statement to him. I didn't think it was proper impeachment, and that's the state's stance. Judge, and that's why we're objecting to the witness, not necessarily whether or not he can appear telephonically. Your Honor, the state also presented evidence that he went directly home, and so this is also rebuttal evidence that he did not. Judge, I disagree with the rebuttal. Sorry, 1 second. Gotta just check something. Oh, perfect. Sorry. I disagree with the rebuttal. I think he's solely being called to impeach the testimony that Brad Weber gave. My memory, Judge, is that I asked Mr. Weber, did you tell Agent Pohl and Agent Gootee, I'm just going to say Gootee. I keep saying Gootee, that feels weird. Agent Gootee, that you went and that didn't go directly home. You worked on your ATM machines. He said, no. He got all mad, and that's when it ended. That's my memory of it. That's my recollection, too. And that's improper impeachment. He didn't give him an opportunity to review the document and say, do you recall this state document? And then follow up with the questions. So that's my recollection as well. And I did review my notes, and that's not how it you never showed him the report. Well, I'm sorry, Judge. So they fucked up. In my opinion, once he denies, I think it's improper to show somebody a third party. That's typically their own deposition. I don't know that you can show them another report of somebody else. That's just my way of thinking. Well, he was never confronted with the statement. That's the point. It's an inconsistent. That's the impeachment. I'm sorry, Judge, to interrupt. No, but the point of impeachment is to confront the witness with the prior inconsistent statement and ask whether they did or didn't say it. And he said he was never confronted with that specific statement. That is a form of impeachment. There's also what somebody says on the stand. I said A, and they didn't say A. And somebody comes up and says, no, they didn't say A, they said B. And that's what this is. This is, he said on the stand, I never said that. And Paul, again, would get up on the stand and say he did say that. So it's just a different, in my experience at least, that's a different thing. You can call that impeachment, or you can call it an inconsistent statement that's being offered, not for the truth. To prove the truth of the matter asserted, but to show that there was a statement made that is inconsistent. Well, I understand that there is the technology to appear remotely for this witness. I don't think I've heard good cause shown based on the issuance of the subpoena, so I'm going to deny this motion. The last thing, then, is your motion, Mr. Baldwin. Judge, to make it simple, I would just stand on the motion itself, both of them. So no additional arguments, no additional. Mr. McCleaver. So that's it, eh? That's a big deal, right? She denied it, and you just, okay, deny it. See, it almost feels like this is coming. What was I thinking the other day that it felt like they wanted to make it look like judge denied, but they don't want it to happen above, and they want it to make it look like it's Judge Gall that's doing it. Whatever. Judge, if I understand the motions, the defense is claiming that we've opened the door by the questions that we had, and I hope I can cover all these issues in here, but I believe, in part, it was from the testimony of Kaur and perhaps Ole and then Holman. I don't believe the state has opened the door at this point. Specifically to Ole, they initiated the question as to how the sticks were arranged. And with Holman, he said undoing, right. They initiated those questions. And so they initiated them, but they didn't make them say their answer. Any questions after that were just follow-up questions to clarify the questions from the defense. And so the state does not believe they have opened the door at this point to allow that third-party motive or third-party evidence in this trial, Judge. Anything else? Yes, Judge. Certainly, Judge, when the state puts in evidence of sticks on these girls in what I would label in a very unusual way, especially on Abby, that invites questioning from the defense of the witnesses. So I would say they opened the doors the way it would be ineffective assistance of counsel for me not to ask questions about that, and therefore I asked questions about that. It's not door opening. It's cross-examination based upon what they put into evidence. So I would say that. Then there's the whole situation involving the undoing. That was definitely not offered by the state, by the defense. It was definitely not offered by the defense. That was offered by the state of Indiana on redirect by Mr. Boss McCleaver, who asked, was it also thought that the reasons for the sticks on the bodies was an undoing? And the answer was yes, not. So we have a different opinion. It's not an undoing. It's from Odinism. It is from Norse paganism. We have an expert that has testified to that. And certainly the state has produced, has invited opening the door, that questioning, and that should allow us to put it in our own reason why we think those sticks were on the girls and how they were formed and so forth. Like with these sticks, like why don't they just say, listen, the Turco said he thinks it's some form of it, whether it's the sticks or Odinism, whether it's like those fanboys, exactly like Brad Holder would be, kind of just mix and matching and bastardizing certain things and putting, like kind of like LARPing in the woods and meth-induced psychosis and all that combined, or somebody staging. That would have been the way to get us in, right? Insisting that could say it was staging to misdirect, but it still is present because he says so. Something's present. You just can't tell what or why or what the people who did it thought. It's certainly not to hide the girls, like Jerry Holman said. Definitely the angle isn't to block them from Weber's driveway that Holman suggested at CrimeCon. So the only thing it could be is if this expert thinks it's present, it's either real or it's fanboy, kind of LARPing fanboys, or it's a staging. Somebody trying to get like the opposing guys, wanting to pin it on these guys and doing that and then setting them up, or it's doing it, I don't know, misdirection. But whatever, they're saying it's present. Something's present. Come on, look at those. Come on. Stop it, everyone. It doesn't have to be real, but it's present. It's why we don't know. Plausible that's probably a misdirection to pin, because they know Holder and Westfall. Maybe they hate Westfall and Holder. So I would find out who those guys are beefing with, maybe. And somebody trying to set those two up. I don't know. And that's a Sixth Amendment right that Mr. Allen has. And then, I'll just let the other arguments stand. Judge, as it relates to, Mr. Lieutenant Dick Holman saying that only one person was involved, because more than one person, if there are more than one persons, then it's going to leak out because more people can't, basically there's just more opportunity for that information to leak out about the crimes. And certainly through the Franks memo, through the testimony from August 1st, we have learned that Elvis Field said that and asked a question to an officer of the law. This is troubling to me. Murphy is an officer of the law. If a statement is said to an officer of the law in the course of his investigation, Holman got to enter a whole bunch of stuff that he even heard as hearsay, but he was in the course of his investigation. He's an officer. Well, Murphy is and this was said right to him. That has to be in. Has to be. Or we're calling Murphy a liar. If my spit is found on the girl's butt, I have an explanation for it, would I still be in trouble? I would call that an incriminating type of question. It definitely is. And then we have the linkage between Elvis and Brad Holder. Therefore, I would go with more they sent 8 cops to investigate Elvis. He must have meant something to them. You don't send 8 cops to investigate a guy's family and him, and then his sister. You don't take his sister, because you know what? Stephanie Thompson says that in her interview too. She says, if the polygraph stuff is at the end, you must really think someone's serious if a polygraph is coming into play. They're a serious suspect, because you don't do that. Stephanie Thompson, go watch her interview. I watched it somewhere. Oh, CN Criminal Network put it, I think, in one of his latest videos. Stephanie Thompson says in her ISP interview, when you're at that part, that means they're a serious suspect. They wouldn't take Elvis's sister for a polygraph if they didn't really believe Elvis was a serious contending suspect. They wouldn't. At that point, that's something that's at the very, and that right there should get him in my opinion, because Stephanie Thompson would have attested to it. I mean, ask a polygrapher, ask anybody who does polygraph tests. Why would they ask Mary Jacobs to come in and take a polygraph test? Is it just because they just weren't sure about Elvis? No, they must have really believed Elvis was a serious suspect to do that, and to send 8 cops down to break off in groups of 2, 4 groups of 2 on 4 of his family members to then question them about him. Come on. That's somebody who should be at trial. Forget Odinism. Elvis Field should be at trial. And then he looks exactly like Teresa Liebert's sketch. Anything else you can find on the guy, forget Odinism. Bring him in my opinion. So it bears itself out to be true that more than one person, in our belief, are involved in the crime. Elvis Fields made an incriminating statement. We believe there's a strong, evidence that a guy 125 miles away in Rushville and a guy up in Logansport who are following each other and mimicking each other on Facebook, that is a inexplicable connection, that the common denominator is the Delphi murders. Right. Imagine Richard Allen was mimicking anything like Keegan Kline or, I don't know, somebody else, right? They would definitely say that's the link, right? Or if Keegan Kline was and Richard Allen followed each other on Facebook and posted similar dumps of what's in their pockets. They called them pocket dumps. At the end of the day, they would put stuff on their bed and whatever's in their pocket and take a picture of it and post it on social media. Like when people post their food, annoying photos, this fucking holder would do pocket dumps. Whatever's in his pockets at the end of the day, he would plop down on his mattress or whatever, take a photo of it and put it on social media. And he makes knives. Come on. If these connections were anything Richard Allen, if Richard Allen made ceremonial knives, imagine that. He made any knives. As you know, Judge, his son dated Abby, and Elvis Field said that, asked the question that he asked, therefore, I think when Lieutenant Dick Holman, detective in charge, stated that more than one person, I only believe it's one person for a lot of reasons, one of them being that nobody's going to admit it if it's just one. It bore itself out. So it's been a long day. I'm going to sit down. I'm going to sit down and stand on that. Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Boss McClellan? Judge, just the same argument. Those are questions elicited by defense. And so they're trying to use their questions to then open the door for the third-party suspect. Any questions asked by the state were in response to the questions asked by the defense. And so I believed they're trying to open the door and allow this stuff in. So I didn't think the state does not believe it's proper at this point to allow that kind of evidence in. Judge. Well, again, the case law is perfectly clear about third-party suspects and that there has to be a nexus. And there's no nexus. What? The nexus? What were you guys why was Ellie? What's the nexus that made Ellie 8 cops pile in a van to go down to Rushville to investigate Elvis's field? The whole family. 2 cops on each one, 4 people in the house. 2 cops questioned each person. And then they went back how many times? They tried to get Elvis to do things on the phone and Mary Jacobs screwed up. How many times did they investigate? What's all that about? How could he not be automatically a third party after Ellie did all that? Were they just idiots wasting their time? What were they doing? Why did they do that? What did they believe at the time? Because you don't then take a guy's sister to then get a polygraph test for no reason. The nexus would be what he said to Murphy. Murphy's an officer of the law. He said it right to him. The nexus is looks exactly like Teresa Liebert's sketch. What's going on here? There's fucking 5 nexuses there. Huh? The biggest one being, are we to believe when a unified command puts 8 police officers in a van to investigate one guy's family about this one guy, talk to him, and then send his sister off for a polygraph test, and that one guy has told a police officer whatever he said exactly, and that polygraph test, the girl passes about what she said to him. How is that not a nexus to those fields? Forget Odin. Forget it. So both of the motions that you have filed, Mr. Baldwin, are denied. Thank you, Judge. Thank you. You're welcome, idiot. Yeah, no. Oh, my God. That's fucked up. I don't want to be a jerk, but Elvis Fields is fucking Nexus City. The Nexus is, so then Why would they do that? Why would they investigate him like that? For no reason? Just because we don't know about it or they didn't tell us. Oh yeah, that's what it is, I bet. What's the reason they did it? Ask them. Go ask them. Why? Why would 8 of you get in a van to go down and if there's nothing there, what were you doing? That's when you do that, that means there's something. That's not the first thing you do. You do that for a reason. You do it for a reason. They must have had some more on Elvis they didn't tell us. Thank you, Judge. You're welcome. Will you be ready then tomorrow morning to begin promptly at 9? Yep. Judge, can we have a sidebar? Yep. As to one of the witnesses for tomorrow, so we can discuss whether some objections to the state has. Okay, sure. Thank you, Judge. Sidebar. Sidebar. So they're going to have a sidebar. Judge, my understanding is they're going to call Superintendent, oh my goodness, Doug Carter tomorrow. Yeah. Yes. When I asked Minister Baldwin before what he's going to testify to, I don't know if I remembered everything, but anything more. Nope. The FBI? Correct. And I forgot the second one. He walked on the bridge. McCain, right? He walked on the bridge. Yeah. Wait, what? Because Carter walked on the bridge? Was that all? No. Did I miss something? Oh, the third one was I'm just gonna ask him, was there a time that the FBI was working with you? Yeah. Was there a time you told them to no longer work with you? Yeah. And why is that? Hey, I'll say whatever. That's pretty much that. The second area is, did you walk on the bridge? Yep. Tell me about that experience. And he actually crawled on the bridge. And Doug Carter crawled on the bridge. I wanted that for the jury to understand how treacherous that bridge is for reasons that are related to the defense. And then the third, Doug Carter crawled on the bridge. And that won't, those will take very quickly. Those will be quick. And then the third one is also quick. That is, how much money did the governor ever restrict? Did the governor ever restrict the amount of money that you would have or need to on the Delphi investigation? He's going to say no, and that's all. And I object as to relevance. How are these relevant? Well, Rosie says, well, the FBI issue is relevant because of this. The reason why the nexus was cut between the FBI and state police involves the lost videos, surveillance videos that both agencies were seeking out in the case. And so it goes to one of the themes that we've been offering up, and that is the lack of continuity of the investigation and the lack of quality. This is the stuff that Steve Moonman Mullin testified to. No, the marathon. That was actually a different one. They've lost so many different ones. Yes. Because it's the FBI, it's different. There's also, Judge, the FBI were given the extraction from Libby's phone. And to our knowledge, and based upon depositions that we've conducted, when they were gone, they were gone. And there was never any, we need to be able to explain. That's part of one of our themes is, the extraction of the phone should have been done better. Wait, they don't have the extractions? The original ones, don't they have that? It's just a copy, right? It could have been done better had the FBI been around. But then there's this lingering question. Well, what happened to the FBI? I think the jury has the right to know. I mean, I don't even know why it's controversial. Doug Carter kicked them out, It's not because we have some disagreement of how it went down. Okay. I just don't think it's relevant to the case against Richard Allen. Also, Doug Carter's not going to testify to the phones. He's not going to be able to testify to that. I think he's going to be able to testify to inaudible. Well, that's what he's testified to in the deposition already. But so I just want to make it sure I understand. You want the superintendent of the ISP to testify about the breakup with the FBI. And don't forget the crawling on the bridge. I think the jury just has, I don't even care about that. I just want to know that the FBI at one point in time was removed when they left. They were no longer working together. I don't have to get into the reason why. And it doesn't matter. Yeah. You just want to get in the fact that the FBI was involved. And then, yes, FBI was not involved. Yes. We've done that already through Tony Liggett. Sorry, we've done that already through Tony Liggett. Tony Liggett? Tony Liggett testified that he could call them at any time and ask them. I think that's the truth. We could call them right now and ask them. Well, then that would be different than what we were told by Jerry Holman about Dick. Jerry Holman testified, I mean, proudly that Doug Carter kicked them out. That's what he said. I mean, he said, yeah, I booted them out. That's not relevant to this trial. Well, they're going to say a lack of investigation, and it's true that it did occur over lost video. And there's an email that memorializes all this, and it's very clear. There's also a news story. In fact, when Superintendent Carter, who was the mouthpiece for the state police throughout this entire investigation to the public, he acknowledged that to us in his deposition. I mean, he wasn't hiding that. If that's the extent of that, okay, that's already in. So it's cumulative at best. So you can ask that if the FBI was in and the FBI was out. Fair. All right, that's fine. That's fine. Second one was the crawling. About the crawling? Yeah. Yes. I don't have it here. There's a photo of Abby at 2:07 p.m. photo. Let me grab it. This is the 2:07 photo that's been admitted into evidence. Okay. The state appears to be claiming that Richard Allen was here. Wait. Although you don't see him here. And that while these girls were walking, he caught up. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah. So it's so bad that, yeah. But then if that's the case, they'll show Rick Snay just books right across that. He walks across like he's got a harness or something. He's right, but it took Snay like 3 minutes to get across. But I guess it depends who it is, right? But I mean, Doug Carter, hey, yeah, it would be bad, right? If it took him, if he's crawling, I don't know. Well, there's somebody right there. Or is that a tree? Oh my God, she's looking at the photos. But this photo, so it was in trial if she's looking at it. What? Or not the real one, the one that Cecil found. Right. They can never find the original. Why are the defense allowing them that? No proof of that. It's like 7 hours later. And if Kelsey talks about having Libby's Snapchat stuff, why can't they just find out who got the screenshot? I thought that's what if happened. If you took a screenshot, you would know who did it. Somebody did it because they're out there within an hour of getting it. Hour of taking it. Hour and a half. They know. They're not waiting 7 hours to see that one. Where's the one people saw? Where's the one that whoever saw it? Somebody saw it right away because they're out there immediately. Within an hour or two, banging on Weber's door under the bridge on that side. They know it. Kelsey even says it. Within an hour or two, right? She must have got it right away. How? When? So the state appears to be claiming that Richard Allen was here, although you don't see him here. And while these girls were walking, he caught up. Well, there's somebody right here. There's or is that a tree? There's a post actually, but they're walking across the bridge with them. Right. And you see that in the bridge video. The bridge guy with video, right? Well, you see somebody there. You see somebody? Yeah, the fucking guy in a blue coat. She's mistaken. Obviously she's yeah, okay. my point is the point will be making. I don't like sharing all my information with the state, but that's where I will leave it. It is so treacherous, and Richard Allen's about Doug Carter's age, maybe a little bit younger. It's treacherous for a man to walk across there. In fact, we believe that it was somebody else at the other end. But we have a video. We have a video that shows a man, whether a bridge guy walking across there. So, well, that's not treacherous. It's not that treacherous. It was so treacherous that whether Doug Carter crawled or not is irrelevant. No, it's not. The fucking grown man was scared to shits. Well, he said it was so treacherous he felt that he needed to crawl. That doesn't have anything to do with the state. Well, we just had Dave McCain saying he crossed the bridge and he's 70-something years. Yeah, there you go. Bring that up. Another guy that can't be there. He said he was on the bridge for half an hour. Basically, as bridge guy hasn't left the scene. If bridge guys killed the girls, it's before bridge guys left the scene. Dave McCain's up there for 30 minutes walking around on that bridge. So Dave McCain's on that bridge as they say they're being murdered and covered in sticks. And he's not allowed to be at trial. What if he was there to meet the girl? Jesus Christ. Well, it goes to the weight. So why does the testimony of Doug Carter mean so much more than anyone else that's talked about crossing the bridge? Because he's a guy that said he crawled across the bridge. There's some people that crawl across the bridge. It's irrelevant. Now we're getting into that's not relevant. He can testify about the FBI. He can testify that he brought them in. He brought them out. But that he crawled across the bridge, I'm not sure how that's relevant to the guilt or innocence of Richard Allen. I'm going to make, I appreciate that, Judge. I'm going to make one last pitch. Oh, sorry. Says it literally 7 times in a row. I'm going to make one last pitch. If the state of Indiana is going to claim on closing argument and throughout the trial, as they are, that Richard Allen, who's not seen in that photo, caught up to Libby, it had been done in a quick fashion. This is the argument that we are going to make. Again, I'm glad that I can make these arguments to you. You haven't made the argument yet, but inaudible. Yeah. Oh my God. I didn't think that I made that 207 argument, but you don't have proof 207. You don't know that it's really 207. You have a screenshot of a photo that has 207 timestamp, whatever typed on it. I don't know. Does Snapchat do that? Does Snapchat even do that? Like if you were to get a screenshot of Snapchat, does it say their name at 2:07 p.m.? Anyway, the grown man feeling the need to crawl when it tends to. Right. Think about this. 3:11 is Brianne's Snapchat. Oh, wait, that was the first one. So let's pull up those here. The Snapchat is the very first one. Selfie, large map of the closer view. Well, why isn't it on this Snapchat then? Or is this because this came from the phone, right? Right. So it's not a screenshot of that one because they're finding this on the phone. Yet if this is at 1:43 p.m., how is it that one after that is not available? Because this happens before the other one, and it wouldn't give us this one and delete the other one. So if this is really 1:43 p.m., then the other one should be available. It doesn't delete the last one. It deletes the oldest ones. So this is older than that one. So this either isn't 1:43 p.m. or if it is, then the other one would be where this one was. If you can get this one back, you can get the other one back. Because 2:07 is after 1:43. No reason it shouldn't be there. Although the other one, it's crazy, sorry. So here, I'll show you, because now that's the photo from Libby's phone, right? Look, when Bree Wilbur does it, hers are fucking screenshots, and they don't have that big 207 on the screen or the time. 211. Brianne Wilbur's are. Where's her fucking Bree Wilbur time? Then, so this is what they say it looks like. I don't know. And then this one here. Where is it here? Bree or Riley Voorhees or Bree Wilbur time. Like the one, like these ones. Right? Defense exhibits here. This one. Why do they all look like this then? Why does this one have it? Liberty German. Liberty German. 7 hours ago. Pew. What? That's Snapchat, right? Well, this is Snapchat. What? Am I missing it? Here's or these are the photos that are on the phone. So they're saying that this one is like somebody taking a screenshot on their phone. Isn't that what she's doing? Or did they take her phone and extract it? Aha. So they had their phones and extracted this to get the real off their devices, or what? I don't get it, man. Or this is the screenshots you would get. So if this is the screenshots, you get their status bar. And how do we not have their person's status bar here? And what is going on here? And this was just something he found on Google. It looks fucked up. 7 hours ago. Why is this here? And then the CAD report says at 6:06 p.m. that 6:06 p.m. 3 hours ago, someone said there's a Snapchat photo on the bridge. So that would be 3:06 p.m. or 3:07 p.m. Not 2:07 p.m. Everything has something weird about it. So. And I don't think that it made that 2:07 argument. Anyway, a grown man feeling the need to crawl. It tends to prove that they're saying it's not true. Well, it might not be. Because yeah, it'd be hard to. It's not easy to just walk across there, and you make it sound like it is easy. So it's so treacherous that a grown man, there's a 7-year-old man, and that goes, he said that he can go across that. Somebody who's lived there his whole life. What does that have to do with it? Doug Carter, who is not needed to go on his knees to crawl across there because he's so scared. I'm saying Richard Allen or whoever would not have been able to walk across there in such quick fashion to the degree that Doug Carter had to crawl. So, and there's been evidence and testimony presented that other witnesses have crawled or refused to go across the bridge. Was there crawling? It's treacherous. So, that was relevant. So then this would be, too, not from Doug Carter. They're trying to protect Doug Carter, that's all. Not from Doug Carter. Oh, what's the problem with letting them know that truth? What is T2? They don't want to embarrass him, right? That's all they're doing is trying to protect him that way. They don't, because it's relevant with other people, but not this Superman. It should be, because even worse, the truth is already there. The female, I think there was. Keep your voice down. Oh, come on, as if God would think that. I'm sorry. If somebody could testify it was a female, not a grown man, respect your ruling, that's fine. I made my record. Yeah, because, they would be the ones that would say it. Well, a grown man especially, it's much worse. Yeah, you have. Thank you. What's the other issue? The other one is the money. Okay. And that's completely inappropriate. The what? The money. How it's relevant. Well, it's relevant because it was a trooper, Dick Holman, said that they wouldn't move forward with the height study because it was going to cost them $10,000. Right. And at the same time, his boss is saying that they would throw the entire state budget at this thing. Right. I think it's relevant, exactly, because Doug Carter probably said that a bunch of times. We're going to, no stone, we'll do everything we can. No, I think it's relevant because I believe it goes, well, first of all, it's a credibility issue. Second of all, it goes to a lack of investigation. He said they were on a budget. At 10 grand, come on. They just didn't want the answer. So, first of all, I'm sorry. No. That's a prosecutor call. Yeah. If he said that there was money and there wasn't, then that's also just contradicts. It's contradictory. Sorry, Again, my recollection of the testimony is that the variance of the results is, well, now we're getting into, and they came to me and they said, do you want to spend the money and do you want to test this knowing that there may be issues? So if anything, I made the decision. There may be issues. What's the issue? The issue is that it's going to be exculpatory to the guy you're trying to say is the guy. Yeah. It's not going to go in your favor. That's the issue. Okay. How many times has that been used in other trials? Shows some precedence. Are they saying they can get it within 2 inches? And then when they catch the guy, are they right? Let's do some experiments. Put us on the bridge and see. I'll do it. Take pictures of 10 different guys and see how close they are actually. How if they can get it within 2 inches, that's pretty good. Either direction, because then if it turns out the guy's 6 foot and they're accurate as 100% record, and they can say it, and then they can confirm it with the guy they know who they took, they did the test with. They could then say, if he's either 6'2", it's between 6'2" and 5'10". It'll turn out that if the one in the photo is 6 foot, then it's going to be between even 5'10". It'd be 5'8" and 6 foot, or 5'11" would be 6'1" and 5'9". And who's not going to be in that? Well, it's going to be exculpatory to Mr. Allen. They don't want that. It's fucking 10 grand, you fucking liars. Okay, so where Inaudible brings it up to me, and I'm the one who made the decisions. Yeah, and there's too much of a variance. No, there isn't. Dipshit. It's not what it was. Just like, well, what's the precedence? Like, if they wanted this in, if it helped them, it would be so goddamn in. He would be literally at the bridge himself helping them do the measurements. If it would help them. But hey, it's only going to help an innocent citizen, right? It would be exculpatory to them. These fuckers are so lost. All they want to do is nail someone and close this. That's it. They don't want to click anything that could help this. They don't want to solve the case. It's like doing a voice record. Yeah, like, oh, is it? Look at her bring this in. That's a mistake. I mean, the voice recognition that Harshman brought in? Oh my God, these people are amazing. Well, but it's a two-part argument. And one part is that he said they didn't have to spend the money, but they didn't have the money to spend. That's what they're saying, yeah. I didn't want to spend the money. Well, but he objected because it's not his decision to make. It's Mr. McCleland's decision to make. He's the lead investigator. Well, I understand that, but he doesn't make those decisions. The elected official makes those decisions. Okay, so I'm sitting here thinking about, so Carter's going to be, I think I'm thinking about tomorrow, like witness-wise. Well, we're going to try to use this list that Nick gave you. Oh, to kind of maybe do some video. Oh my God. To do some work tonight, video, and try to clean it up. Are you thinking of doing those tomorrow? That's what we're hoping to do. All right. I'll get it done tonight. If we want to wait, the problem is we don't have any witnesses. Nick says something, I don't know, inaudible. Yeah, I don't know that we're going to be able to mobilize people, You got to have something more than one witness. It's going to take 20 minutes. Can we take a look at our list and see? Yeah. Let's see if you can. Again, we're working on short notice here. I know. We really are. You can maybe juggle some people around and see if you can't get anyone tomorrow. Okay. So, I mean, juror questions of major leads. No, not yet. So, I mean, because the jury shows up to work and then, so they're just keeping this up on top here, but it's not really questions. They just haven't moved to the next thing yet, I guess. This whole sidebar is like, wow. So, I mean, because the jury shows up to work and then you only have the one witness and then they hold that against you guys because you won't have anybody else. We had planned to play the video today and tomorrow. So if we play the video, that'll take up most of the time. That'll take up some, yeah. So we could do Mr. Carter play the videos. The camcorder video is 2 hours basically. Oh, like that jail, the stuff they were talking about the other day. Like the whole time lapse of Max choosing the 4 or 5 months from the 15th of each month, putting videos together about the incel videos and the camcorder videos and stuff. Okay. So I just wanted to look at that list. Okay. And see. I do too. We haven't. If those dates on the list match up, and can I match anything in the video? That's my intention. I agree. Okay. Max seemed to think that he wasn't mad at you. He was like, this looks like it's exactly why don't they have the fucking timestamps? What's going on here? It's like every camera could, especially like an individual camcorders, you could have turned that on. Is it that they wanted this? How is it that they're sitting there taking videos of him when it's, every video should have a timestamp on it? Well, that's why inaudible. I'm hopeful that might expedite it. Sidebar's over. So judge, all right. So we'll be ready then tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock with your witness and potentially maybe some of the video that we weren't able to get to today. Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Okay, perfect. All right. Is there anything else then that we need to discuss, or are we done? Not that I know of. No, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Thank you. All right. See everybody tomorrow, Jody. You can go off the record. On the record the next day. Why so many pages left? So the next page starts. Oh boy. So it's all this stuff. They're going to be talking about those videos again. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Until they get to the next person, right? Max Baker comes back up again. Oh my God. So Max again, eh? Wow. So we're doing, what is it again? Day 13, right? So 13. Oh my God, did I read something wrong here? Because he's only listed here once and I've read his whole thing. Did I read it out of order? Or is this a whole other day? Oh no, he's up again. Sorry, okay. Damn it. Yeah, Max Baker and Doug Carter. And Max again. Oh my God. So day 14 is Max 2 more times. So it's the first one. Okay. Oh my goodness. 13. And then we do Doug Carter, then the second Max Baker. Doug Carter. 5. Nothing. And then the second Max Baker. God. It's got to be super long. 11. So if we don't have video to watch, I could probably blow through this really fast. Get this over with too. Oh my God, because we don't have that video, right? So then this would be like I can do, oh my God. And then this is going to be big. Dr. Paul, Max again, Jamie Jones, Brittany Zabanta, Shelby Hicks, Steve Mullin again, Brad Weber again. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You know what I'll do? I'll check the page numbers. How many? The whole trial of this day is 187. Wow. Fuck it. Max. Doug Carter. Think about it. The other one of Max. Oh my goodness. How about I just finish? I should finish reading this here because it's kind of like it gets us to Max Baker. Then what time is it again exactly? Sorry. Anyone's even still here? 6:09. Boom. You know what? I'll do that. I'll just get us to Max Baker and decide what's up. All right. And where the hell was I? Off the record, right? So they come back on the next day. So we finished up pretty much. Did I miss anything? Well, some hopeful might expedite it. Yeah, right here. All right. So we'll be ready then tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Right. We weren't able to get to today. Yeah. Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Okay. Perfect. All right. Is there anything else then that we need to discuss, or are we done? Not that I know of. No, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you. All right. See everybody tomorrow. Jody, off the record, back on the record. Do I do a... Did I finish this? What? Yeah, we watched this whole thing, right? Yeah. That was about the missing pieces, right? Which is what again? Because this was good, right?
Yeah, so this is a problem in regards to what
investigating a crime that I believe is incredibly important.
Is that sped up or does... Oh, yeah. Maybe I'll just play this part again because I remember this. This is good. They're talking about...
Case, and it does not come easy for me. But I hold them to the highest standards as we all expect our elected officials and our public servants to act. And, you know, my position is simple. Even held in the best of lights, with the best intentions, completely honest intentions. If you have four...
Right. This is about evidence going missing, and he was talking about they're going to try to send people in and do things and set them up in jail and missing evidence. And if they're so trained, yeah, because Doug, this whole thing with Steve Mullin is not writing dates down and losing evidence. And yeah, this is perfect. I don't know if we need to do the whole... This guy is good. This whole beginning part, was good, but this guy's part, I'll just play this part quickly. It's only a couple of minutes up to Gisela. That was good though. Definitely want this guy at the beginning. I'm just gonna take a quick pee break, and we'll watch 2 minutes of this. If anyone's even here. All right. This is a Don't Hate, Create, Fishy to Mission number 2. This wonderful creator. Don't hate her. Definitely don't hate her, this creator. Oh my God. I'm a poet and I do know it. I'm here. I'm just going to run for the bathroom and I got a drink. Coffee still. I'm right here. Few minutes, not the whole thing.
Investigation, and from the supervisor point of view, yeah, not only even in the cold case squad, but I was also a squad supervisor too. And you're signing off on cases, and you're doing all these things. And I can tell you
this critical information, which is exculpatory information, was never disclosed to the defense. And it wasn't until after the Arthur hearing that we were able to uncover that these statements, for which are non-recorded, and no police report was done.
Now, his attorneys argued that significant interviews in the case were either erased or never recorded during the early days of the investigation. Judge.
I think that's worth mentioning here because I don't stand here and take this situation lightly. I realize that I'm being highly critical of both prosecution and law enforcement in this case, and it does not come easy for me. But I hold them to the highest standards as we all expect our elected officials and our public servants to act. And, my position is simple. Even held in the best of lights, with the best intentions, completely honest intentions, if you have 4 highly trained individuals getting a statement from, you record it. Otherwise, you're incredibly incompetent. And perhaps they should be fired for that reason. I would want police officers investigating a crime that I believe is incredibly important, especially one to me, to do their job appropriately and competently. And clearly, that's not done, and nothing's being said or done about it. And that's a big problem. You can't expect to hold our public officials accountable if you don't hold them accountable.
Holman finally conceded that he would have if given the opportunity. The defense finds it highly unlikely that law enforcement would take the time to collect both Brad Holder's phone and Logan Holder's phone, but then choose to only conduct an extraction of Logan Holder's phone, especially when Brad Holder was a suspect at the time. Oh dear, wow. Okay, and no.
To seek release from pretrial custody, which are founded on constitutional principles, such as the presumption of innocence, such as having your day in court, such as holding the government to its full burden. All of these are ignored and being circumvented. Just because it's popular doesn't make it right. What do you do next? You manufacture a case. And I'm not saying that we're at that point yet, but I see very, very potentially harmful things along the horizon, such as having meetings and not recording them, having meetings and not doing police reports, and not disclosing favorable evidence to the defense.
And that is critical. The documentation is critical because that's how you run an investigation. I mean, you see the police officers, at scenes and stuff like that. These days they have body cameras, some departments, not all. I remember even covering a case back in 2005 in Wisconsin, a really big case. And I remember being really impressed back then when the case went to trial. And one of the detectives was walking through the scene with a video camera. Just like a camcorder. And I was like, wow, that's really cool that he did that. So documentation and videotape doesn't lie. So I think that's always very critical.
When prosecutors don't have a case, these are the things that are done. And I will tell you what happens next. When you don't have evidence and you have a case like this, the next inclination is to go out and get yourself a jailhouse snitch. So I presume that's being done right now. There's a little shopping that might be going on or might not be. But as a result, what we have done is we are sending a letter to the elected state attorney in this case, and as well as law enforcement in this case, advising them that Shanna Gardner is represented, and they are not to send in any agents of the state to try and go in who are actually trying to make a deal for themselves and trying to better their current situation while in jail to be able to hurt and harm Shanna Gardner. That's a textbook move, and we are calling them out. And I'm telling you right now, if that happens in the future, you will be able to go back at this moment and you'll be able to know and see that I was absolutely 100% correct. So watch out for that. That's coming next. And you cannot have, under any circumstances, a police officer lying in a court of law, lying to a judge who has to make a critical decision to hold someone while in custody. She waits, could be a year, could be 2 years, could be even longer for trial. And in fact, the actual conduct couldn't be more egregious. This is not something this community should stand for. When they elected Melissa Nelson, they should have expected her to hold her standards, her prosecutors to a heightened standard for which they can fully work within the public trust. And that doesn't mean withholding favorable evidence from the defense prior to a critical hearing, and then later on, afterwards, doing it again even more, as recently as yesterday. So, folks, I employ all of you who are here to, we're trying to do our job. We want you to ask the tough questions. You have only heard one side of this case, and what's coming out of it reeks. And I think all of you, I think it's your journalistic responsibility to seek out and ask them, why are you putting on a police officer who's lying on the stand? Why are you allowing that to happen? Why aren't you recording meetings with very important critical witnesses? Why are you not getting these statements completely locked down? And ladies and gentlemen, I will tell you there's a very good reason. And the reason is an obvious one. So I would ask that all of you, and even those who are listening, to seek out and ask these questions and hold them to their level of professionalism. And I can tell you this, it gives me no pleasure to stand here and do this. None whatsoever. I hate it. Hate it every part of my being. But I will do it. I will fulfill my oath. I certainly hope that if there's any ambiguities, that they clear them up immediately, that they explain why they didn't record that meeting, why Detective Johns is lying about speaking to a person when in fact he actually did, lying as to why she changed her number when in fact she still to this day has not changed her number. There's no reason any of these things could have had to have occurred in this case. If they really have a case, if their case is as open and shut as they say it is, to the point that none of this should be going on. None of this. And the fact that they expect us to stand by and let it occur just isn't going to happen. Just is not going to happen. And I ask that all of you ask the tough questions. And by all means, if you want to ask me questions, I notice Mr. Mizrahi, you know, he doesn't want to answer to his actions. So it is what it is. Perhaps he had another. The reality is you need to ask him these questions. And I think they owe the public answers, especially if they're putting on such type of evidence.
So this is currently the list of missing evidence that the prosecution has not turned over to the defense includes the following. And we do have a list, so it just like wraps it all up for us. Video of Brad Holder's first interview, February 17th of 2017. Video of Logan Holder's interview from that same date. Data from Brad Holder's phone extraction. Video from Brad Holder's second interview. Audio taken from Brad Holder's second interview with law enforcement again. Any reports, notes, documents concerning or referring to Brad Holder's second interview at the Logansport police station. How are they not logging this either? Mimicked crime scene photo observed by Trooper Purdy on Brad Holder's social media page and images that Ryan Boucher sent to Trooper Winters. Notice that all of the missing items are related to third-party suspect Brad Holder. Also note that the prosecution is asking that the defense not be allowed to even mention the name Brad Holder during trial. Currently, the list of evidence that the prosecution failed to turn over to the defense until the defense requested the prosecution to turn it over, right, includes Todd Click letter and accompanying oh man, I would love to see that 85-page report. And the accompanying 85-page report. The prosecutor held on to this evidence for over 4 months until he knew the defense would learn of its existence. Multiple Elvis Fields interviews, Rod Abrams interviews, multiple Johnny Messer interviews, multiple Taylor Hornaday interviews, Ned Smith interview, Libby German phone dump. Ooh, it's a lot of stuff. That's a lot of stuff. Notice all the items, A to G in paragraph 69, are related to third-party suspects and Odinism. Also note that the prosecution is asking that the defense not be allowed to even mention these third-party suspects or Odinism during trial.
Just note that since this was made, we have some of these, or most of these, or some of them. But this was a year ago, so don't, you know. But at this time, whenever she did this, not when Fishy made this, but it's probably a couple years ago. Or I don't know how long. It was definitely a while ago.
Trial. The evidence that the defense does have in its possession showcases that on multiple occasions, third-party suspect Brad Holder has changed his answer concerning a very basic question. How many times did he meet Abigail Williams? According to the only police report that memorialized Brad Holder's accidentally destroyed first interview, Holder stated he had never met Abby Williams. That's so sus. My goodness. Rob says this cannot possibly be a fair trial. It really doesn't seem like it can be. This is so botched. Okay. So, at the time that he was first approached by law enforcement and asked that question how many times, common sense would dictate that the answer would be fresh in his mind, but he changed it from none to 7 years later. Oh, twice. If Brad Holder is in any way involved in the murders, as the defense believes the evidence strongly supports, then Brad Holder's claim, close in time to the murders, that he never met Abby Williams is understandable. Denying that he ever met Abby Williams could cause the police to take their attention off Holder. Wow.
Yeah, there really was no viable excuse in terms of what the answer to that was.
What do you guys think? I mean, we could go on and on. You can't, it's so much. There's 20 pages of this, as you can see. It makes sense that they're just going on about Todd Click's report, Brad Holder's, expanding on it. They're talking about this lost evidence, exculpatory evidence, and all of that, okay? As I said.
Yeah, there really was no viable excuse in terms of what the answer to that was.
Okay, State Police Superintendent Doug Carter was aware that Brad Holder was a suspect. Even the top FBI agent in Indianapolis, Jay Abbott, was aware that Brad Holder was a suspect on February 17th of 2017. Logan Holder was not mentioned as a suspect in these emails. This begs the question, why would law enforcement take both Brad Holder's phone and Logan Holder's phone, but only extract data from Logan Holder's phone when he was not a suspect, but would not extract any data from Brad Holder's phone when he was a suspect? Additionally,
there really was no viable excuse in terms of what the answer to that was.
And I can tell you one thing that I preach, that the department preached all the time, is documentation.
And We're back. So let's decide. Just thought that's a good one about that. Like, I mean, yeah, like, why do they just get to do that and then nothing? Like, just, it's not like one mistake was made. The interviews, 5 weeks were lost of interviews. Then after 5 more weeks, 5 weeks again were also lost. Then after those, they find out about 3 months later, they find out about the first 5 weeks of interviews lost. Then when he writes reports, Mullin writes reports about that day, he doesn't bother going to get those people re-interviewed, but they were important enough to be interviewed on the first few days. Then he makes a report about it and doesn't put dates on it. And it's just everything. No dates. All these guards have date problems and backdating and changing dates and timestamp, everything. Why do they have to work so hard to fucking nail a guy like that guy was saying? You know, they shouldn't have to work so hard to prosecute a guy. Everything was made up or edited or modified or translated through someone's, mouth. Just wallow. She didn't keep her notes, right? Well, they say that she didn't have to keep her notes. Well, she doesn't if it's not going to be litigated in courts of law. But if there's any chance of it going to court, they're supposed to keep their hard copies. And she didn't. And she knew Richard Allen was in jail. He's already been to court a bazillion times. He's going to court every other month probably back then. And she should have kept her notes, and she didn't. That's it. There's no like, oops, I'm sorry. What's the repercussions? She screwed up many times. She's not trustworthy. She's unethical, doing all that searching she shouldn't have done and everything. You guys know? Hey, what's up, Carol? Yeah, there's 200 people, Carol. Still 200 people. It's just you and I think there's probably 1 or 2 listening. This is my secret, Carol. I capture the people, I put them to sleep, and then I talk all night as if I have people listening. Boom. This is what I do. Look at my numbers. I put them to sleep, and I just keep talking all night long as if they're here to listen to me. But they're sleeping. I just try not to wake them. So, how about this? I won't get caught up in this. How about, I should probably get us to at least the beginning here, because this is a whole rigmarole. I should get us right to the end of this, because there's like 5, it ended really early, right? Because they're talking about what they had planned. Max seemed to think, he was yeah, I should start the next morning right here. There's 5 pages of the next show. And I've got them all here. I don't need this anymore. I don't need this. I don't need that. No. So what we have here is, so we're finishing show day 13. So basically day 14 is Max Baker, Carter, Max Baker. Maybe I should start with Max Baker. I don't know. The first one. So I'll go backwards. Max Baker 2, because it's going to, in my browsers, it opens up that way. So only 11 pages, right? I should just get this done. And then tonight I can start that other one's going to be nuts. And Doug Carter crawled across the bridge. Can we get that video? 5 pages. Did you crawl? They won't be able to mention it, right? And the first one is the longest one. 13 pages. So they start with him. Yeah. So the court, have you permitted anyone to discuss this case? Direct exam of Max Baker. So when does this start? What page? Page 19, 159. Yeah. Sorry, volume 19, page 159. Yeah, goes right to the beginning of his. All right, tell the jury your name. So I should do these, at least, for sure. Where was it again? Starting November 2nd, the next day. Yep, right here. So they're starting this. It's right before these. Then they go right into the first one of Max Baker. Oh, do I even miss some stuff? The court. No, direct. Wait a second, what's wrong here? All right, tell the jury your name. Max Baker. Max. Yeah, all right. Okay, so this felt different. Here. And away, look at this. Mimi's always here. Carol, my love, it's a new day. Did you guys see the story? Here, I'll share this with you. When Miranda Lee came and shared this with the class. Did you guys hear the news? Some Irish woman was on. Here, I'll take this off. An Irish person. Look at her name. Shibby Daly from Charlotte, North Carolina, was on Wheel of Fortune. This is her, Shibby.
Our Irish disco dancer has no disco partner tonight. You're just hanging out with us.
All my own.
Well, $28,098 so far, so good.
Look at that name tag, Shibby.
It's Colette Week, you know that. In addition to big prizes, there are different trips in each one of these envelopes. So spin the wheel. Let's see what we can add on to this big night so far. Shibby, good luck. Lots of great trips. You're already going on a great trip.
I know.
Right? I want $100,000 in this envelope. Maybe it is. Yes. Right down here. You chose food and drink, so we are going to give you the RST.
Take note of a few things here, guys. The video, 2 minutes and 2:13. Shibby. I've shared the link, and I went to the YouTube channel and I've liked it. I'm like Wheel of Fortune's YouTube channel. I promoted it. I guess they didn't strike me last time. I think I watched the whole thing. It's pertinent because my name's Shibby too. An Irish disco dancer. It's a news story. Oh, here it is here. So, somehow I went to their YouTube channel. I don't even know what happened there. So I'll like it. I've shared this link. I don't know. I can't see them wanting to strike me for this. It's me. I'm Shibby.
Right. I'm going to put you to work, Shibby. From you, need 3 consonants and a vowel.
M.
You know what's funny? I don't even remember what it was. And I've already watched this a couple times. I forget.
D.
Something about a honeydew or something. Honey cubicles or something.
K. I'll do the A.
Vanna, what can you do for us? There you go. Start looking at it, thinking about it. Food and drink, the category. Talk it out if you need to. That can help. 10 seconds and good luck.
Fried. Oh, it's not fried. Fried.
It is cubed honeydew.
Oh,
That was going to be a hard
That's
one
hard.
to get. Inside the envelope, we've got... Don't owe us $28,000, $98,000. Come on. It was so much fun. Nice to meet you.
Shibby. Wow. She still got, at least she didn't go home with nothing. I mean, come on, that was crazy. Cubed honeydew. Who the hell would have got that? Cubed honeydew. Man. Although she's probably going to eat the rest of her life when honeydew, she's never going to eat honeydew again, I hope. No, I'm not kidding. This honeydew is like those, man, is that like those, the big fruit cantaloupe? I don't even know. Man, yeah, nobody would. In the comments, they're all, it's okay, because, you know, sometimes there's easy ones and people rip on people, but there's no fault there. I mean, I've even watched it a couple times and I forgot. So some of them just jump out at you. Most of the time, it's not that hard, right? Ah, well. So let's do this for the people. 170,000 people are listening right now. 170,000. Most importantly is the birthday girl of last month, Mimi, and my new love, Carol, has found me once again. I don't know how she keeps finding me, but maybe it's the 10-hour live streams I'm doing every day. I don't know. Welcome, welcome. I'll try not to wake the others. Let's do this. So we're going to finish up. So we're starting the next day, and I'll at least get a couple of this done. Maybe I can get the whole day done and move on the next show. I should just, because this seems like they're going to be watching video, and we don't have any of them. So that's good. Yeah, I might as well just do this today. So, Judge Gull, I'm going to put it in the title. We're starting day 14, basically. It's nothing. It's all going to be video, and we don't have any of them, right? The incel stuff and that. So let's just talk about it. All right. Well, good. I feel like oh, my chat. Boom. Am I forgetting anything? You can hear me. Hello? Oh, that's not playing.
Disco dancer has no disco partner.
You know what? I should be listening on this. Duh. I was listening to the
Disco partner.
Yeah. Duh. It's playing. Sorry. I had the Wheel of Fortune video and I unmuted it and I was like, why don't I hear myself? But it was Ryan Seacrest talking to Shibby. Okay, you cubed heads. With the light green. Oh, so it's a fruit? Obviously, right? Either way, that was hard. Even if you ate that every day, it would be hard to get it. So let's do this. We're starting the next day and we're going to get it over with because I have a couple hours to kill. Then I got to go. Oh, I get to go out and use my snowblower soon. I can't go out too early. 6:30. So I have an hour and a half. So I should pop these off. And because we don't have any of these videos. So it'd be like, this is perfect. Kind of not filler. I don't want to blow over this like it's nothing, but let's see. All right. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are back on the record of the state of Indiana versus Richard Allen. I'll show the defendant here in person with counsel. The state's here by the prosecutor and his deputies. We are outside the presence of the jury, and I appreciate the opportunity, Mr. Boss McClellan, Mr. Rotzi, to have a discussion about the exhibits. Oh, so the jury's not brought in yet. Yeah, so they're going to talk about stuff without the jury, right? But the exhibits that you will be publishing to the jury, I believe we were talking about the defendant's exhibit XX. It was offered yesterday. The state objected over the objection. Yeah, they had to go decide what videos and stuff. They had to review it, and they pushed it to the next day. The state objected over the objection. I admitted it. You then had the master sheets for the movement video and the incel video, which we didn't get to, the incel master sheet. And was the camcorder master sheet. So I'll have to be offered up at the appropriate time, Mr. Rotzi. Ooh, would you repeat yourself, please? What? Did you just ask her to repeat all of that? Or just what? Oh, my God. Oh, okay, just that last piece. God. Imagine him saying, could you repeat all of that? She would have been pissed. So just the master sheet. Yes, the master sheet on the incel video you withdrew. Okay. So that is not, that's ZZ. Exhibit ZZ. And that has not been offered or admitted. But the master sheet on the camcorder has been, that's YY. And we're going to submit an updated one. Okay, so you got the updated YY? Yeah, we got a new one. Yep. Okay, I'm going to show it as YY1 and YY2. And Shibby lives in YYZ, YYZ, YYZ. The Rush album, YYZ. That's where I live. I live in YYZ. It is the airport number, for the Toronto airport, Pearson Airport, where Rush used to fly home and they'd land at Pearson International Airport here. It's in Mississauga actually, but it's for Toronto. It's the code. It's the airport code thingy. YYZ. YYZ. Because we say Z, but I don't like Z. I like Z. The updated one will be 2. Judge, I have the updated one. I was just handed an exhibit sticker that was triple D. Okay, thank you. Okay, triple D. Kaboom. And triple D, just before that, is gonna be the thumb drive with the actual video. Okay, which is 15 videos. And I assume the state is maintaining its objection. Yes, Your Honor. Okay. Same objection for the same reason. We had a sidebar on November 1st for the incel video. If I'm following along correctly with the camcorder video. Right. Okay. And I know that we had a conversation in chambers about some of the content of the exhibit, that it contains some rather explicit scenes. Obviously, the jury has to see this, but I know, Mr. Rotzi, you had some concerns. Yes, Judge, I requested on the court, and I'm requesting that we publish these videos. But out of respect for various people involved in this, including my client and his dignity, I remember this, I would appreciate the court allowing us to publish these to the jurors. I think that's the more appropriate way to handle this, and I think it's just a more professional way to deal with this content. Okay, and that's fine. I don't have a problem with that, and I know that you've moved the big screen TV to a point in the middle of the courtroom to where it's been angled so that the jury has a clear view of the exhibit and the display is not being projected out into the audience for all the reasons that you just expressed. So with all that being said in the state, ready to proceed. Right, this is where everyone's going to sit there and look at these jurors, see this stuff, and just kind of watch their reaction to it, because the people can't see it, like the gallery, like the people, they can't see the TV. Judge, just one other no before the jury comes in, just know that the state is going to have a continuing objection to, as we get past the first videos to then all the other ones, the state's going to have a continuing objection that after we get past video 1, that any of the videos are cumulative. And so just wanted to note that objection so the court can note, so I don't have to keep jumping in like an asswipe. All right, so like an inconsiderate boob. I'll just do object to everything right now, Judge. Okay, thank you. And all I'll just show is it's a continuing objection in perpetuity, infinity. And if it gets to a point where, because I know each of the videos is a specific date within the time frame that the defendant is alleging from April to June that we discussed at sidebar. So if I get to the point where I'm going agreeing with the state, I'll ask counsel to approach and we'll have a conversation at sidebar. Thank you, Judge, doing my job for me. Right. Thank you, Judge. If you see anything you don't like, jump in and pretend that's what I would have done. Thank you. You jump in and I'll pretend I was going to do the same thing, Judge. You read my mind. Judge, when you received Exhibit Triple E, you're going to, obviously, the master list, the new master list, if you will. On there, you'll see the length of time of each of the videos. Just to the extent that I fucking hate that. Here, let's read that again. Just to the extent that it gives you some context about, what you're seeing from a cumulative standpoint. That word cumulative. I could easily say it, but right now it doesn't want to come out. Okay, thank you. Yeah, some of them are just 2 minutes or, very short clips. And I'm looking at the screen and I'm seeing MPG file with 92,672 kilobytes. Whatever that is. That's all I say. Oh, that's Jesus. The size. Oh, I'm sorry. So obviously there are different lengths, right? Some are bigger than others. Yeah. And they're on the master list. We've got exact lengths. Okay. Which were on the list we got from the state yesterday. Okay. And I appreciate the state providing that. It's work product. You don't have to provide it, but I appreciate that you did provide it to the defense. Yeah, well, the reason they're doing this is because they didn't give them the timestamps on the video. So act like they're doing them a favor. They're just correcting their own screw-ups. The state. If you just handed them the proper video with timestamps, none of this would be happening. Max wouldn't have been in his room all weekend, figuring this shit out, playing video games in a spinny chair, so that they could more clearly produce this information for the jury's benefit. Who's that call again? All right. So I appreciate the state's cooperation on that. Yeah, the state's so cooperative, fixing their screw-ups. Thank you, state. All right. Anything else from the state? No, Your Honor. Thank you. Anything from the defendant? No, Your Honor. All right. Let's go. Let's go, folks. Could you turn your table mics on? Sorry. I can't see everybody on the defendant, Miss Auger or Mr. Baldwin. Can you turn your table mics on? Got it. Thank you. All rise. Thank you. You may be seated. Okay, everybody. All settled in over there. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's nice to see you back this morning. I hope you had a pleasant evening as we have parted company and you've had access to your phones for purposes of communicating with your family and checking work emails. I'll again ask you the series of questions that I'm sure at this point now you can recite back to me. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you read, seen, or heard any media accounts concerning this case? Nope. You discussed it with anyone? Nope. Discussed the case with you? Nope. Has anyone conducted a research? Nope. And finally, has anybody persisted in attempting to discuss? Nope. All right. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I very much appreciate your continued compliance with the court's directives. The attorneys have indicated that they are ready to proceed. Mr. Ratzi, you may call your next witness. Thank you, Judge. We would recall Mr. Max Baker. Come on down. You're the next contestant on the spinny chairs, right? Max Baker. Boom. Whew. Just close this down. I don't think I made changes. No. So I don't need to save it. So if I ever close this down, it pops up. I should then, I forgot to save it because I'm doing my copy. And this one I'm not doing. Good call. Wow. Okay. Oh my God. I should do the right thing, but I'm not. This is where I should do the right thing and save this and reopen it, but I'm not going to do it. I'm going to do the wrong thing. Forget I even said that. Mr. Maxwell Baker, come on down. All right. Tell the jury your name again. Max Baker. Max, we kind of picking up where we left off yesterday afternoon. Did we essentially receive a list from the state that had a lot of these things or a lot of these camcorder videos organized in a little bit more consumable fashion? Yes, yeah. I provided the dates for most of these videos. Yep. Okay. And are these videos that just weren't in timestamp before because they were on a camcorder? Yeah. All right. So that was very helpful in us putting this together. Yes. Yeah. I was able to make sure that all the videos come from the months we wanted them to. Okay. And so in that regard, did you prepare another thumb drive with the videos essentially from April, May, and June of 2023 at Westville? Yes, I did that this morning. And are those videos in exhibit Triple D? Yes. And are those videos all, again, what we call movement videos or camcorder videos? Yes, they are. I moved to admit exhibit Triple D. Triple Ds are in. Your Triple Ds are in over Nick's perpetual infinite objections. Thank you, Judge. And then we introduced a master list of the camcorder videos yesterday. Do you recall that? Yes. May I approach, Judge? You may. Let me hand you what's been marked as Exhibit Triple E. And just tell the jurors what this is. Oh boy. Yeah, so basically, this is a master list of the videos I made in my bedroom. Basically, has them numbers 1 through 15. And it has the file name, you know, the date. When you get this list, you'll see the first two. I was only able, from the list I received from the state, to ascertain that the first two were between April the 5th and April the 13th. But the rest of them have the exact date from when the video is made, and then also includes the time, how long just the video takes in minutes and seconds. And then I also added last night, just the words, contains nudity. Oh, I don't want to make light of this. Sorry, guys. Contains nudity. I'm not trying to make light of this. I should get serious. So it's awful. I'm glad we don't have to see, I don't know, on the videos that contains nudity. I was only talking like that so you'd know it's him talking. I wasn't, because just to kind of mentally prepare you for that. Did I ask you to also do that so we have some idea of which ones? We weren't sure what we were going to play today, right? Yes. So we were just trying to have a guide list so we can walk through these with some sense of organization. Yes. All right. Also, there's a file number on here. I know this stuff can get kind of mesmerizing when you look at it, but for example, on number 1, it's bunch of numbers. Do you see that file number? Yes, I do. Is there something meaning to those file numbers as far as the timing? So maybe I should read that. So here's what he was writing. The file number 1 is M2U00964 semicolon. I'm not sure. Probably just that. So these are going to be the date probably in minutes. Here's him explaining it. Is there some meaning to those long file numbers? Yeah. So they're chronological. So I'm assuming all these videos come from one camcorder. I've received no information otherwise. And so, when a camcorder records these, it's saving these files in chronological order. Oh, so, for example, right. Second video. Okay. So that also helps us determine the timing of them. Yes. I thought it was actually going to. Okay, I move to admit Triple E. Judge, the same objection as the other one, just because it goes in conjunction with the zip drive from the state. Oh, and so just note that objection, Judge. And we talked about it yesterday with I call it a zip drive with the other files, Judge. Yes, and Triple E is admitted over objection. May I publish? You may. May I continue? You may. Okay. All right, Max. So just to start, the series here, video number, is that correct? Video number 1. Yes. May I publish this video, Your Honor? You may. Yeah. If I could have just a moment, Judge, to see if yeah. Yes, you may. Thank you. May I? You may. May I continue? Yes. Max. And then there's number 2. Looking at the master list, is this the video about 2 minutes long from where April 5th and 13th? Yes, sir. Is this going to be like one of those formality things? I think I should just skip through this because they're just kind of, it's the same thing. It's just it's kind of just a formality. It's exactly the same. Anything changes, they're just admitting them in as evidence and they have to do this. Oh, they're actually playing them, right? Are they playing them in between each one? No, it sounds like they're just admitting these, right? So then they can watch them all. Publishing them. Yeah. Number 7, they're just admitting these. If I see anything that looks, may I seek permission to move through this a little bit? Yes, you do. I give you permission to, right? So if there's anything that jumps out that's different, it's just they're admitting them all. Wow. Like a formality. This looks different here. Something's up. So they were all admitted, a bunch of them. And when they get to like whatever number this is, number 8 or 9, something's up with this one. Number 8 or 9 is like, thank you, something happens here, it looks like. Or maybe I'm wrong. Oh, I was wrong, sorry. It's just the same stuff. It looked a little different. Oh my goodness, sorry guys. Well, this is, I mean, if they're just gonna, yeah, so he's at the point where I'm just, oh my God, I'm just like, okay, I'm just gonna, yeah. Oh, no, that's the time. So there is something up. What's going on here? Sorry. So they're starting to watch them. I'm so sorry. So something's up. Sorry. So they're not admitting them anymore. Oh, I blew through that. They're playing them. Shit. So the admitting one was this. They're playing them, right? So judge, Matthew. So they're watching them and then commenting about them. It's kind of hard. It doesn't seem like. So they're watching each one. I thought they were. So they finished admitting them all. Now they're watching each one and they're stopping. Oh, hold on a minute. May I advance, Your Honor? Yeah, you may. Now we're at the 5-minute mark. They're advancing. Go to the next file. Does it appear? 11 minutes and 11 seconds. I'm not sure why they're doing this. Just to show the progression, right? So if anything different happens, you may advance. You may advance. Yeah. So he's jumping 2-minute intervals just to show the progression. So if anything jumps out, so they're kind of just, they're watching the video and jumping ahead 2 minutes. And so something happens here. Take a quick recess. No, they're going to take a recess. Quick discussion. Probably going to find a better way to do this. So they're going to take a break. They're going to give them a break. Sounds like they've been, obviously I'm blowing through this, but I mean, this is probably taking a lot longer than they thought it would. They're at 10:45 already. So they're not describing anything. We're not seeing anything. So, I mean, I'm just going to, if anything is important here, I'll tell you, but I think not that it's not important, but I mean, it's nothing. Oh, hi, Judy. Hey, what's up, Dewey? You guys are still here. Okay, you cubed heads. You honeydew cubed head. What's up? Just listening. Hey, and replying or commenting too much. That's cool. Yeah, I'm here a lot. If you ever just, oh my God, just do this. If you ever want to just let me know you're alive, just watch. I'll show you. Just this. Where am I? Am I here? 1 second. If you just ever want to do like this, watch. This is what I do in people's chats. I just do this. Boom. One little dot. Let me know you're alive. That's cute. I'll know you're alive. You don't have to. I'm an emoji. I'm here a lot. So, but if you want to talk, obviously chat up a storm, but don't feel you have to ever. Just enjoy my soothing voice. Take in this info as I work hard. As I'm a working man. Look at me. I read. So if the jurors, they're letting them in and out, I'm sure something's going to happen here, right? So as of now, they're back on the record. They gave them a break. You can be seated. Mr. McCain has to cross exam. Something may happen here. We can take a witness and then finish up. Oh my God. So there's nothing to bring the jury back in. There's nothing I can do with this. So I understand. We're going to pause with the videos and have a witness. So that's okay. So here we go. Doug Carter's up. Yeah. They just watched videos. And I guess the gallery, the people there don't even get to see it. I'm sure the jurors were horrified, and I remember people talking about they're watching some horrible videos of Richard Allen's treatment and making faces and stuff, because I remember hearing from the people like Andrea and Bob about watching these jurors have to watch this. All they can see is the jurors' reactions, and must have been horrible. I don't know, I guess, right? So, I mean, what does that mean? That they're getting their point across with the jurors seeing how he was treated in those camcorder videos. And I think some of them are pretty horrified, I'm pretty sure. Or if they hated Richard Allen, they were disgusted in his behavior, which I doubt it, because even anybody can look at that, think he's trying to manipulate them by faking and acting stuff like that. Jesus. So Doug Carter's up, and that kind of ends here. So this may go a lot faster. Doug Carter's the crawling guy. Let's see what he does. Doug Carter was up. So we got Doug Carter. We sworn Doug Carter in. Let's see what Doug Carter says. Good morning. Good morning. So would you, seems like a pretty easy name to spell out. We've been doing it with everybody else. State your name and spell it out for the record, please. Yes, Doug Carter. T-O-U-G. Last name is Carter. T-E-N-T-A-C-L-E-S. Oh, sorry, I spelled that wrong. Sorry. It's not tentacles. It's Carter. C-A-R-T-E-R. Sorry, my glasses were smudged. I think I read that wrong. And what did you do for a living? What do you do for a living? I'm the super spin doctor of the ISP. And how long have you been doing that? I've been spinning stories for 12 years. All right. I want to get this right. What was your involvement, if any, in the investigation of the deaths of Abby and Libby? The short answer is I was picture a lot of lip smacking and lizard lip tongues flashing and coming out. His tongue is all over the place, right? He's got that as a tick for sure. Have been over here, of course, the last 7.5 years. Okay. Could you tell the jury if you know? So this is about the FBI kicking him out. So let's see what he kind of says, right? Because Jerry was like, yeah, we kicked him out or something like that. State, local, and federal. Tell us about the FBI and if you know what agencies, the state, local. Sorry, excuse me. Okay. Could you tell the jury if you know what agencies, state, local, and federal, if any, were involved in the investigation? Yeah, I would have a list in my mind, but there were dozens of agencies that were involved. Okay. Can you just name a few of the jury for the jury? Like, I know Carroll County Sheriff's Department, for example, would be one of them. Yeah, I would suggest just about every contiguous county to hear. Contiguous or contiguous? Contiguous. County to hear. We brought the state police, brought detectives and support personnel in from all over Indiana, along with several federal agencies and some grandma inspectors, investigators, some little old lady investigators. What federal agencies? ATF, FBI, U.S. Marshals, and the old folks home. Was there a time when the FBI was assisting the Unified Command in this case in the investigation of these murders? Yeah. Okay. Was there a time when the FBI was no longer involved in the investigation of the murders? Yes. And what time frame was that? Just the year, if you know. Probably 2021. Okay. Would it help refresh your recollections if I showed you your deposition? Yes, sir. Okay. Okay, Judge. May I approach? You may. I'm going to hand you an email that may refresh your recollection. Wait, you said a depo. It's not a depo. It's an email? Yeah, I apologize. Okay. This is actually the depo, but this isn't where it's at. Does that help you out? Yes, sir, it does. What time frame was it? August of 2021. Thank you. So in August of 2021, was the FBI, you said? That's when they were no longer being used in the case? Yeah. Did you ask them to do anything when they kind of left the scene? Judge, can I approach? Yes. Judge, I completely missed it, but I thought the question was when they were out of there. He said in his deposition that he requested they send him everything from an evidentiary standpoint, investigative documents and so forth, and that's all. Okay. Can I ask it in a leading question? So open-ended would be a little difficult for him to know exactly what I'm talking about if I didn't. Did you request the FBI just send you back from an evidentiary standpoint all investigative documents? That would be my last question. I understand that, but what's the relevance? How is it relevant? Well, because somebody will testify that the FBI is continuing to work or is available for work. And this kind of puts it into more of a perspective that they were relieved. They sent all their investigation documents back. You may ask, thank you. Sidebar's over. You may proceed, Mr. Baldwin. Thank you. At the time, was that your decision, by the way, for the FBI to leave? It was. Okay. And when they did leave, did you ask them to return all the investigative documents that they had in their possessions? I did. Yeah, who needs them guys? And all their fancy, computers and programs and all this great stuff. We don't want the answers. Get rid of them. Thank you. No other questions. Mr. Boss McLean, I don't have any questions, Judge. Does anybody on the jury have any questions for Superintendent Carter? Oh my God, that's it. Oh, it's only 5 pages. Yeah, that's it. Do you crawl across a bridge? I did. No, that's not there. Sorry. All right. Thank you, Mr. Carter. Mr. Tentacles, you can step down. Thank you. That's it. What a waste. Yeah, you kicked the FBI out, I guess. But yeah, they got rid of the FBI and told them to send everything back. We got this, and we're going to go for a couple more years unsolved. Thank you. Get out of here, FBI. We don't need you. We can unsolve this by ourselves. We cannot solve this by ourselves. Judge, is he released from his subpoena? Yeah. Yes. And you're free to go, sir. Thank you. You may continue. You may proceed. Oh, I'm sorry. You may proceed. May I recall, Mr. Baker? And Mr. Baker, I'll just remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you, Your Honor. Judge, for the record, while we're doing this, just if the court could note our continuing objection into perpetuity, infinity objection. By my count, I think we're at about 2 hours of videos at this point, so just want to renew the objection for the record. Judge. Thank you, Mr. Boss McLean. You may proceed. All right. Let's see if it's going to be anything like that other one. And we're going to probably be right through this. Thank you. Charges released. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Boom, we're here. Max Baker, come on down, brother. Sit in the spinny chair there. Don't you spin around. Just sit in it. All right. Mr. Baker by Mr. Rotzi. I know it's Rosie, but I think when I say Rotzi, it's like I can picture Nick being a jerk and go like, Mr. Rotzi, and pronouncing it exactly opposite of how he wants to be pronounced. So I know he said Rosie, Nick, Mr. Rotzi, but this is Mr. Rosie. Mr. Baker, I don't think I've ever called you that. Max, what number video are we on? Oh my God, it's gonna be same stuff, right? Number 11 looks like to me, is that right? On the grid, yes, sir. So I'll probably do the same thing, and if something jumps out, they're just talking the dates. If anything jumps out, I guess we'll address it, right? You may, Mr. Baker, direct your attention to 12. How long is it published? Enter it to triple D. And the file numbers, how long, publish. Oh boy, I'm glad I did this now, because it's Again, not that it's not important, but there's nothing we can do with this. Unless we had videos, which, I mean, I don't know. It's not going to help. I don't know. I know it was horrible. I don't need to see it. So Max, it's fair to say we kind of created a similar thumb drive, a cheat sheet, so to speak. With regard to the videos, yeah, okay. It looks like they start talking again here. So they got a bunch of videos going in. So Rosie says this. So Max, is it fair to say that we kind of created a similar thumb drive and a cheat sheet, so to speak, with regard to the incel video? Yeah. Okay. And the incel video, is it accurate to say that the video actually, you can see the date and the time on the video? Yes. While you're watching it, like actually shows the actual real time. Yes. So did they put timestamps on it? Okay. So it wasn't hard to ascertain when these, so these are the incel ones, right? They have timestamps, these ones. This isn't the camcorder one. So this is how it should have went. It was not. It was easy when the state does their job. Yeah, thank you. Okay, Judge, I'm not going to introduce any more video today. So I don't have any further questions. Oh my goodness. Today, regarding a foundational issue, Mr. Boss McClellan, Judge, are there going to be additional videos? Well, did you want me to go ahead and start with the cross now on him, or is there going to be additional videos through him and do it all at once? Like whatever the court preference is. Oh, this is where Max does a good job against Nick trying to rip him up, I believe. I don't know. There are more videos. I guess that's something we'll have to talk about on sidebar. But yeah, so do you want to reserve that until that's all done? I guess, could we have a sidebar, Judge, to briefly just, so they're having a sidebar. I can do it however you want to, Judge. Are you gonna the rest of the video on Monday? I think probably not Monday. We are just kind of talking in general about schedule, and I don't think Monday, but I do try. But I'll try to, we're trying to put some more, in. I'm going to go back this weekend and again, try to condense them. Yeah, I understand that. Sorry, yeah, because we're trying to get into the cumulative issue that the state. Yeah, I understand. It's just, I understand that you want to present what you want to present, but I think I've given you a lot of free leeway, and you got 15 videos in, and there was a lot of movement back and forth. Yeah, in those videos. Yeah, they do reference different areas of the facility, though. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, they really did a lot of shit to him, Judge. It's important to get some context, Exactly. So I think that's probably get into it, inaudible. Yeah, I agree. It'll get a bit tougher and more mundane. Yeah, and they're all in the cell. Well, they're going to demonstrate more of his behaviors because, of course, you can only see what the prison guards are reacting to. Sure. Through these. So I think. Check. Where the hell? It's funny when I look away. It's like I can. Said where I see. Where did I say that? Oh my God. How can I know? What? How do I think it'd be good? It's like I completely lost where I was. Did I scroll to her? Oh, yeah, I scrolled down here somehow. So where I can see that the prison guards are reacting. Oh, I read that. Sure. Through these. So I think, I looked away for 1 second to grab a candy, and then. So I think that'll be good context. We're making a concerted effort to try to keep this. Limit my reactions to this. I intend on showing videos a few more times. I don't want to do it in bulk because I think it's not helpful for the jury. So we'll give them a couple more doses, and that's kind of where I'm at with it. And I don't really inaudible, but take the time. It worked out pretty good today. So is this a good time to break for the day? Then obviously I'll cross them then. So let's get them out of here, and then we can talk about Monday, and after that is prepared. Yeah, we've been talking to them during the break. I was talking to Mr. Luttrell and giving them lists and all that stuff. Certainly, if we can get through, were you kind of thinking videos on Monday or just witnesses? I don't think so. If we do it, it might be a little bit on Monday afternoon, but I think that the plan is on Monday morning is to have Dr. Westcott come in. Okay. And then in the afternoon, I think we got some fact witnesses, right? O'Shea jumps in. And if those all line up, like I hope they will, now that we got people traveling that took off between Monday when we subpoenaed them, and Thursday and Friday. Okay. And I think some of them are coming back tomorrow. Yep. So I think we'll get those lined up in the afternoon. Okay. So we might put a little video on, and when you're done with all the video, then I'll get up and cross them. Then you can cross them on today and anything else. Yeah, that's fine. Sidebar's over. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So it's that whole spiel. Nothing different here. Yep. Don't you do any, thank you. Enjoy your time. Go on, you're great people. Thank you. So they're going to cross-examine just everything they basically said. So all rise. They let them out. All right, and we're in recess till 9. So they're going home. Boom. Thank you, Jody. All right. So we're back on the record. Oh my God. Is this a different day? Man. Recess until 9 a.m. on November 4th. Yeah. So they're back in on the 4th. November 4th. Yeah, so they leave. So they were watching a lot of video. And so, I don't even think I'm going to include that. I guess I will in the title of this one. But, basically Doug Carter, we watched video. We didn't get to hear or see. They watched video. We talked about, they didn't even talk about the incidents and stuff. They just entered it all. I don't know. Maybe they didn't even talk about it. Yeah, they probably just, you know what? I should check the trial stuff. Maybe we missed stuff. Now it's 30 pages, so it's the same thing. It's not like they probably excluded the video and all the descriptions too, because it's probably so horrific, I guess. I don't know. So I'll just include that. Glad I did that. They just start again on the November 4th, so nothing happened. Nothing. I believe we didn't see the video, and they excluded anything, descriptions and everything, which is fine. It's probably horrible. It is horrible. So basically, Doug Carter comes in the middle and says, yeah, we sent the FBI home. And I didn't. And I crawled across the bridge. He didn't say it. But. So today, what time is it now? 7:17. So let me just double check this. Hey, good morning, Critter. Look at you. There's that good morning energy. I'm going to go fire up the snowblower and finish up what I probably should do. Right? This will be a perfect time. Well, it's a little early. I'll probably wait till 8 a.m. for sure. Don't want to wake everyone up. Neighbors or wherever. Nobody would care, but okay. Good morning. So let's just think about some stuff. Any special requests? Maybe we could watch something. This guy's killing it. So this video, so this is like a part 2. I thought he was just going to show it again, but he did like a whole, like a premiere, and it was an hour and 29 minutes. I think couldn't have been the same thing. I'm pretty sure it felt like it was all new. Original motion, yeah. Murder on the Mona. Somebody knows. So it's like a series of these can be doing, I guess. Wow. Man, this was great, this one. You guys all have that link and stuff? I'm not going to play anything, but you guys, if you want to have a laugh, go to this channel and just, this guy's hilarious. So Fishy's got some great stuff here. Ooh, I had a live stream on Fishy's. I was on this show, you know. I stormed off, not mad. Check this out.
Admitting he was there.
So USA Libertarian started having some tech problems, and Fishy was
Can you hear me
now
too?
Look at,
Especially if you remove the evidence that was obtained through
I think
constitutional rights violations.
So Fishy's on her live stream with USA Libertarian. I think USA has problems, like connection, and then Fishy drops out, and then I show up. I guess to save the day, I'm not sure. We'll see. I won't play it. This is me calling into her show.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. The most professional.
I can't hear you.
Did I
mess something up?
Oh, you can't hear me? Okay. Hello.
Fishy's a little rusty. This was her first live in a while. I come in. I think at the same time, it was great up until a certain point, I guess. They must have been talking quite a while. Or USA Libertarian called in. So I'm sure they had a good talk for a bit. And then something started going wrong. I think he had a connection or internet. I'm not exactly sure.
Oh.
I'm not sure. I've never done it on my cell phone. But this is Fishy. Don't Hate Create. Fishy on her live stream when was it? I ended up calling in. This was a live stream from December the 4th, 2025. So she just came back, like she took time off from making videos. Like she used to make tons of stuff on this. This is her other channel. So I'll put this in if you ever want to watch it. Here, I'll put this. I'll share it. Copy. This is me. And then Low Light Recovery calls in. And I think I got mad at somebody and left. Not abruptly, but somebody in chat was annoying the shit out of me. That's all I'll say. So it was really good though. And Josh from Low Light Recovery calls in and they maintained a great live stream. So USA Libertarian called in first. Fishy hasn't had a live stream in months and months and months. This is her other channel, Don't Hate Create. And this happened.
Can you hear me now? 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 Of course. Hold on one sec.
Let me try something. I think my Bluetooth ear headphone. Are we back?
Sounds like he had a Bluetooth problem. or maybe his Bluetooth died or disconnected, or you know what? Sometimes it connects to other things too. That's why I definitely turn my phone Bluetooth off. And who's Holden? What's up, Holden? Good morning. Hello. Howdy. Welcome. I'm just kind of finishing up. This is me about to call into another chat on December 4th of 2025.
Can you hear me now?
I can't hear if you're talking.
Can you hear me now?
And I can't seem to fix what I'm doing. And I also need to go.
Okay.
So sorry to make it short. I have to go help someone with something real quick. But
Okay. Hi.
There we go.
Shibby,
There's your savior.
Can anybody hear me?
I hear you.
I'm going to go because mine's not
Thank
working
you.
right now.
I hear you.
Thank you so much for chatting with me.
And I will try to get back on later if you're still on.
Oh, I don't think you can hear me.
Sorry. And I actually don't even know how to leave.
Yeah, just boot him until he comes. Get him to come back. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, I hear you perfectly. You've been going on the whole time. I heard you, but we heard you all the whole time.
That's great. Just me, just yapping.
Yes, you were. How you doing?
Well, I'm glad you missed the first part of it because it literally was just me, like, just talking, and like it's kind of brutal. So.
Oh, you're rusty. You're rusty.
Definitely don't rewind and go to the beginning.
I definitely going to now.
No,
I'm writing that down so I don't forget.
Dear Lord, please. And
Everyone.
I spelled magic wrong, so I'm on a roll.
With what? That was true when she put the title of this. See how it says Magic Bullet? Oh, the title of it's the Magic Bullet. She spelled it with a J. It said MAJIC. So Josh shows up. So I'll play a little bit till Josh shows up, and then I'll end it. So you guys can go there and watch it later on if you want. The link is this live from a month ago or so. And Josh shows up, and I stay. So I'm there at 46 minutes. So 45 minutes. Then Josh shows up almost right away. And then we talk about it was really great. Then some person in chat starts annoying the shit out of me. I acted like, Anyways, I don't know. I kind of left. I wasn't mad. I was just like, this person was annoying the shit out. I was going to do a live stream anyway. So I'm there until 2:30. So I'm there for at least an hour and a half, an hour and 45 minutes we talk. And then they continue the rest of it without me from 2:30 to, looks like to the end, another hour and a half without Shibby. So I'll just play a bit until Josh comes in, and I won't play it all, but you'll have to go there and watch it. It was good. It was good. She was a bit rusty, but it doesn't help when you have Bluetooth problems, and I use my computer, so it's a lot easier for me on my computer, I think, than using your phone. So how'd you spell it wrong with the K?
MAJIC. That's not how you spell it, right?
No, that works perfect for me. Yeah.
Isn't it with a G?
Yeah, it sounds pretty good still. I thought you did a K at the end, so that's better.
I mean, whatever. People know what it says, right?
Hey, I got no notification or nothing. Or maybe I did and I didn't. I've been watching the hockey game here. My team was playing in the third period. It was a great game. I would have been here at the beginning.
No, it's because I literally just randomly was like, screw it. I'm just going to press go live and freaking raw dog it.
Raw dog, yeah. Let's do it. Just you and I. Raw dog.
No.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you're like what? You're like 4,000 miles away from me. So we can't do any of that. So that's cool.
I know, but
yeah,
it's a call in. You want to call in? I'll drop the link again.
Oh, yeah. Josh is, look at that. Low light. Wow. This is going to go great. 8 people now. Oh, I put out a post, like I shared it to tell everyone to come. So you might get the Shibby bump soon. Maybe that's why Josh is here. He might have seen mine.
Probably, because I didn't share it at all.
I shared it right when I saw it. I was like, what the heck?
Thank you.
Do you want to discuss anything, or you want to just get Josh on and you decide, or winging it? What?
Thus far, I've just kind of been winging it, like wing-dinging it. But yeah.
You seem to like the bullet talk. I'm game.
Well, because I feel like the bullet is like the basis for like how they even got to arrest Richard Allen at all. Hi, Josh. Welcome.
Hey. Whoa,
Hello?
deep throat.
What's going on?
Hey.
Did you say deep throat?
Uh-oh.
Wow.
I'm turning him up.
So that's all I'll play. If you ever want to watch that, because I think we both of us, our voices have her captivated. I'm only kidding. It was good. It was good. We had a great discussion for like from this point. It was like what? So 45 minutes, right? What did I say before? I stayed. We talk until 2:30. So an hour and 15 minutes. And then they continue on for another hour and a half of that live stream. And it's Fishy, Low Light Recovery, Josh, and I. One of the second or third times I've ever called into anybody ever. So, all right, that was it. And what are we doing here? What are we doing? How about I just have a quick look? I'm not muted. All right, perfect. I'm probably going to shut this down because I got to go and do my snow blowing. Clear my driveway, get ready, perfect. It's super cold out, so I'll have to put on some boots and jeans and all that. No problem. So let me just take a look at tonight's show, make sure there's no surprises. Tonight, we're going to move on. So basically, this was Max showing videos. We don't even get the description. Doug Carter came up and said the FBI, we kicked the FBI out, and they were trying to ask him if he crawled across the bridge, which he did, but they thought it doesn't mean anything. And then Max was back up. So this is what's going on tonight. So Mr. Holden, if you're here, welcome. You new? Good stuff. Critters here. So I'm just gonna check out the order of operations and what's happening, so I'm not surprised about anything tonight. So I'll do the last person first. This is what I do. If I do the last person, Weber, then it opens up in my browsers. So I'll close all this down. So I don't need, I'll keep it open, sorry. This guy's annoying. I don't need this one, that's for sure. The exhibits and the trail. So the first one was Weber, right? Like the last one is Weber. He's back up, eh? Oh, right. It's about that the guy, the poll, right? And his statement. So this is pretty big. That's a pretty important thing because his van is the whole story. It's 45 pages of Weber. Wow. So it's his whole white van. Bush sends him across to do all the bad things. And then Steve Mullin's back up again. Must be for more deleted stuff. I don't even know. This guy's, anytime Nick needs a narrative spun, he gets up there and just answers the questions. Yeah. But Richard's car. So Nick needed to insert something that he screwed up probably in the beginning of the week. And Steve Mullin just like answers basically with the, Nick answers the question for him. And then he kind of just, yeah, I guess, and answers it. So it's 14 pages. Shelby Hicks. So she's the one. Shelby Hicks is the one. She's not Shelby Duncan. She's not the one with Cheyenne that walks across the bridge and goes pee and takes photos on the way back. Shelby Hicks is the one who is sitting on the first platform. She's the girl sitting with the guy on the first platform of the bridge when Shelby Duncan and Cheyenne Mills pass by. And this is at 3:30ish. So 3:30, Shelby Hicks and that guy Daniel Pearson are sitting on the first platform. And they'd parked, I guess, at the Mears entrance. So Shelby Hicks is also 30. It's kind of neat how she's also 30. We're up there. Twin Lakes Monticello. Sounds like the other girl, too. What? Cheyenne said that same stuff. So maybe that's how they knew each other, because Cheyenne talked about, yeah, my boyfriend, I stopped at the trails with my boyfriend to go hiking. Daniel Pearson and her stopped to take a walk. And they're also in their 30s. So they arrived around 2:30. Boy. I took my car in around 12:40. So they get there at 2:30. They park at the Mears. So who's there? So park at Mears. My dad called me and had a timestamp. Wow. So they arrive at 2:30 together. Or does she arrive alone and meet him? Or does she meet him? Oh boy, I should double check. So I'm not surprised. So what time do you believe you arrived? So I think she says she goes there with him, right? Go there with my boyfriend. So I took my car in around trail. I called my dad at timestamp when I was at the trail. Where'd you park? I was at the trail connector. That's what they call it. It's a little pathway and a vehicle between. And the height. So they parked at Mears entrance, obviously. Was there anything across the street? The Mears farm. Jerry, we're all talking about things. Mears entrance. Wait, so I believe it was the gate. Yeah. You trail, you went to the highway and then bridge. So, okay, were there any vehicles there that you remember? So at 2:30 she arrives. I don't remember sitting there today. She doesn't remember if there's vehicles. She took a deposition. Did I read her deposition? So he's going to remind her. I do say in her deposition, she says there's other cars there. But today she doesn't remember. So we'll be ready for stuff like this. Well, can you turn this way? Go bridge, the high bridge. So how far do you think you had gotten when you stopped and turned around and walked toward the high bridge? Oh boy. So she started, where did they go the other way towards Freedom Bridge? They first started walking towards the Freedom Bridge. Well, we'll work this out. So I'll be ready tomorrow for this. Sounds like she shows up at 2:30. Can't remember if there's cars there, but in her deposition she did. I'll need to have that map ready. So she's talking about, right, well, the high bridge, okay. Which way do you turn when you get there? I believe it went towards the highway first. Oh. Wow. Towards the highway. So to the right. So 10 minutes down. Sounds like they went down the 501. Like that's kind of towards, I guess. Then we went towards the high bridge. All right, you think you've gotten, when you stop and turn around, pretty far to the end. Or they went back, they first came in at Mears and went to the Freedom Bridge, maybe, and then came back. I'll be ready for this. There's lots of confusion here to them. So, man. Wow, I'll have to get ready for this. Shelby Hicks sounds like they came in and went towards the Freedom Bridge first and then came back this way. And then Dieter's saying, just read her damn deposition. So the two girls from school, older gentleman and a couple other kids. So then, do you remember seeing on your way to walk toward the high bridge? So she sees Abby and Libby, the older gentleman and a couple other kids. Oh, she sees McCain. So she's with Cheyenne Mills, Shelby Hicks, right? No, this is Shelby Hicks. Is she by herself or with her boyfriend at this time? Yeah. So Cheyenne Mills, which is Holguin, she knows her as, but she's Cheyenne Mills. She's got 3 last names, and Shelby Duncan is the first one she's with. Cheyenne and Shelby Duncan. Wow. So they've seen, wow. You've got to be with her boyfriend at this time, right? Shelby Hicks is with Daniel Pearson. She's not, she said she goes to hike with him, but then doesn't really mention it. Like, so she sees McCain. He had a camera. Had to be McCain. She sees other girls, but sounds like she's not talking about Cheyenne Mills. Wow. And then, so these are the 2 girls from school, but they're both like they're in their 20s, I guess. Wow. Glad I got ready for this. So is this April the 4th? Wow. So having refreshed your recollection, do you remember seeing, how many people roughly did she see? The 2 girls from school, the older gentleman, and a couple other kids. So the first is the 2 girls from school would be Cheyenne Mills and Shelby Duncan. Dave McCain and a couple other kids. Let's see. I do not. She doesn't remember if they were boys or girls. The older gentleman, as you walked towards the high bridge, do you remember? He had a camera about your friends. So Cheyenne. Yeah. No. Where were you when you saw them? I saw them on the high bridge. So she's sitting. This is when she's sitting on the bridge. They walk past her on the bridge. So she's there with her boyfriend, and these 2 pass her on the bridge. McCain should be before them, though, right? Because McCain is there at what, 2:45, 3 something. Wow. Wow. So who was there first at the high bridge? You or your friends? They were sitting there, yeah. I was there first at a threshold. Whoa. Wait a second. Yeah, because this is she's sitting there. This is the one with Hicks. Yeah. She gets there, and her boyfriend, is he with her yet? So I was there first at the threshold. Okay, so when you were on the platform, who did you see? So she's there with her boyfriend, right? She's not mentioning that. Sounds like she's by herself waiting for her boyfriend to come. I don't know. But when these 2 walked past them on the bridge, these 2 said they were both sitting on the bridge when they walked past them. But when they came back, they were gone, and they sat where these 2 were sitting. So these 2 sat where the other 2 were sitting on that first platform. So who was there first? Yeah, you were there first, but where was your boyfriend? Was he there yet? They knew him from high school. Great. So if you see them, your boyfriend's got to be with you, and you're just not saying it. Yeah. Daniel was with her on the platform, right? And then Cheyenne Mills and Shelby Duncan passed them on the bridge. They go to the other side. These 2 P both girls take a pee, and they come back and take photos and photos. By the time they get back to that first platform, Shelby Hicks and Daniel have gone, but they sit at that platform, and at 3:55, they take a photo sitting on that platform with Shelby Duncan's feet dangling off the edge at 3:55 p.m. So if they do all that and don't see McCain has to be there, man, earlier, right? Because he's gone at this by this. Oh my God! So when they walk on at 3:30, McCain has been there for half an hour, and he's got to have been there earlier. McCain has got to have been there by 2:45 or 2:30 or 2:45 on this bridge, but he arrives at 2:45 was the earliest, so he's on that bridge by 3 p.m. McCain is on the bridge, and then he says he's on there for half an hour, and he comes off, and I don't think he says he sees anybody, so he's got to be on there like within 10 minutes, 5 to 3. He's on that bridge, 2:45, 2:50, because he arrives at 2:44. They said in the Tina Garrison report, and he says when he arrives he sees Derek at that time, but I don't know how accurate that is. So he's on that bridge first until 3:15 or so, and he comes off the bridge, and then Daniel and Shelby Hicks go sit down, and then McCain has gone off wherever, and Cheyenne Mills and Shelby Duncan go on the bridge, and they're on there for like a half an hour. They go across and come back. Man. So he was coming from, so we saw the old man with the camera. So I watched them go in that direction. Yeah, they went to the other end of the bridge, and when you saw the old man with the camera, was that as you were approaching the bridge? Yeah, you must have been, because he must have been there before you guys, right? And you saw them first. Wait, I watched them go. He didn't do it after that. What? Oh my God, I'm so glad I checked this out. Wow. So basically I'm gonna figure, man, I wanted to get back to the old man with the camera. Do you really remember if he passed you? Oh my God. Taking photographs at that time. So I think we were walking to the high bridge, and I looked back and saw him. Wow. So she saw 2 kids, but the kids. So what about the 2 kids? And what happened after that 10 minutes? So did you stay on that? So you're long enough there to testimony to see your friends. How much longer did you stay on that platform with Daniel? Probably 10 minutes. So they passed by, right? Like 3:30. And they stay for 10 more minutes till around 3:40. And they leave the bridge, the first platform. Shelby Hicks and Daniel Pearson. And then the other 2 come back and are sitting there by 3:55 to take that last other photo. Wow. Just so we're talking the same language. When were you on the platform of the bridge? No, when, not how long do you think? Well, so when you were there, how long was it? 15 or 20 minutes? Yeah, that would make sense. So they must have been on the platform by 3:15 probably. And they're sitting there, and the other ones show up at 3:30 and walk past them. And they stay for 10 more minutes, and the other ones come back. Within 25 minutes, they're back at that other platform. Man. So less than 30 minutes, right? So if they leave 10 minutes after they pass them, they're there for 30. They're on that bridge by 10 after 3, quarter after 3. the first two, Shelby Hicks and Daniel Pearson are sitting on that first platform. And doesn't Derek see them there? Derek is there. Seems like Derek's there pretty early. He is. Because they're on there. Well, they're on there for a bit. So Derek, who knows when Derek sees them? Do they see Derek? Oh my God. Tell me that time. Tell me that time. I dare you. This is Hicks. Yes. When did you see Derek is what I want. Give it to me. Come on. When the fuck? The big guy in the orange shirt. Tell me. Oh my God. Man. The next day, Daniel. The next day. Oh my God. Tell me about the big fat guy in the orange shirt. When? Because he sees you. Right? What did you see? Wow. So they've got to be on that first platform by 3:15. And they're on there for half an hour at least because they're gone by the time the other ones get back at 3:55. So they're on that bridge by 3:10, 5:03, 3:10, sitting there for half an hour. The other ones come on around 3:30, past them sitting on that first platform. They stick around for another 10 minutes or so to around 2:45, 4. And then the other ones come back and they're sitting there by 3:55 and those two are gone. So Derek is there around 3:30. I thought he went to, no, wait, Derek can't be there at 3:30. He cannot. Derek can't see these two sitting on that bridge. Derek can't. Because Derek says when he gets there, fucking guy, Derek can't see it. Derek is confused. Derek cannot be right with his times. Because Derek says he gets there, he goes down to 5:01 first. And then he goes So Derek, oh, sorry, one sec. Anyone still here? I'm just going to figure this out. Anyone? A lot of young people that day off school. Yeah, the whole school. Yeah, everyone. It was a mild day and school was out. They were using the snow day that they had banked. Whatever those days are called. So Derek shows up here. So picture. I got to do it better because I don't know why I don't know all this better. So there. So they're on this bridge, sitting on that first platform by 3:15, 3:10, because they can't be there before 3:15 because if they're there for half an hour, they've got to be gone by 3:55 when the other two go across and come back to sit in the same spot, and they're gone. So they're on this bridge, but Derek sees them on this bridge, right? It's impossible for Derek to see them. Because they're gone by 3:45. And Derek says at 3:30, Derek comes in here and says he goes down to 5:01, back up, and then he goes to Freedom Bridge and comes back, a 400-pound man. Then he goes and sits in his car. And then he comes back from his car and goes to the bridge to see them. No. If he's doing that, then he is there way earlier. He's there way earlier. For him, a 400-pound man, if he does it the way he says it, to see them on the bridge, if the other two say they're gone by 3:45. So Derek sees them before 3:45, which is impossible if this is true. Because at 3:30, at 3:13, Shelby Duncan and Cheyenne Mills, Cheyenne takes a phone call around here. But when she turns on to here, she takes at 3:13. She remembers. So by 3:30, they're getting on this bridge. 3:30, they see them sitting there. So Derek could still not seen him yet and had missed these girls. They walk across the other side, Cheyenne and Shelby Duncan. Then when they come back, they're still there. They can't be there until latest is 3:45 because when these two get back, they sit there and at 3:55 are sitting where they were. So the latest there. So Derek has to have been here by 3:45, which is impossible the way he stated it. Because do you want to believe that Derek passes 3:11, he goes over Wilson's Bridge, gets there for 3:15, says by whatever 3:20, 3:25, 3:30, he gets out of his car, calling Libby, and by 3:30 he's in here bumping into McCain first. And at 3:30, say 10 minutes, he goes down to he says this first. Goes to 501 down to the creek and goes back up. And this is a big hill. It's 40, he's 400 pounds. So let's say 20 minutes. So this is 3:50. Then from here, he walks to the Freedom Bridge. 3:50, 4 o'clock. To get back to his car is 15 minutes. 4:15. And then he goes to the Freedom Bridge. It's 4:30 when he gets there. He's not seeing them unless they've come back to sit on that bridge, because he says then he sees the guy and girl on the bridge. Does he not? I could be wrong. Either way, he's not seeing either, because Cheyenne and Shelby Duncan are there at 3:55 to take a photo of their feet dangling. Wow. Hey, what's up, Farmer? What is up? Up and at it. My tigers. Yes, I'm going to go get my snowblower out. We had a lot of snow. We had a bunch of snow. I get to go use the snowblower. It's going to be fun. That's what I'm going to do. So how about that? I'll be ready for tonight's show. Man, Derek is not there to see them unless they've come back to sit there. Because they're gone by 3:55. There's no way he's doing all that walking down, back up to the Freedom Bridge, back to his car, then to this high bridge to see them sitting there. There's no way. Unless he started that around 2:45 when McCain, that other says, the Tina Garrison report says he showed McCain's on camera at 2:45 showing up, and Derek's car's already there. Then that's possible. Derek would be working around at 2:45 inside here, even earlier. Wow. Whew. Man, obviously these people are not right. Someone's not right. Impossible. Hey, dude. So I'm shutting her down. Look at this. Perfect. 9 hours. I'm going to shut her down. Another magnificent show. If you want to catch anything, here's what happened today. I'll do a quick last brief and then shut her down. Today, I blew through this day, I finished up this day with Steve Mullin and Tobe Leazenby from this day. And then I thought, I got done a bit early, so I went to do these ones and nothing really happened. So I did this whole day too. Because basically it's entering the horrible cell videos from the camcorders and the guards and in-cell prison videos of Richard Allen. And they don't even show it, or they don't talk about it, nothing. So we skip over it. Doug Carter comes in for 5 minutes and says he'd kicked the FBI out. And then Max come back and they admit a bunch of videos, but they watched them in court, but they don't describe it or show even the people there. So this day is, it happened, but it was a long day for them, but they're watching video and we don't have any descriptions, which it's horrible. We don't need it. So nothing that we could have done what happened here. It was all being only seen by the jury. And everyone that went to the trial was sitting there watching the jury's face. They couldn't see the TV screen, but they could see them watching the TV screen in their faces for hours and hours. So that must have been, I remember that was weird, right? So, oh my goodness. How is it? You got snow? Like, you got to shovel your way out? How far out to get to the road? Man. Hopefully it's okay, yeah. Basically, you're going to have to make a little driveway, right? To get out to the road and if there's snow. good luck. Have a great day. I'm going to go fire up the snowblower and get everything nice. I've been dying to do that. I haven't had a chance to use it this year. It's been hardly anything. Perfect. So that's what's going to happen. Have a wonderful day, guys. How far do you have to get to the road, though? You must have to, I guess if you can do it, if you're driving on it, if it's not deep, right? You'll have to do something, I guess, eh? Oh, good. Or the Ford Aerostar. A Rooster or Aerostar? 100 yards. I guess it all depends on, yeah, once it starts melting, that's going to be horrible, dude. It's going to be muddy as shit, right? Oh, my God. An inch? Oh, my God. That's nothing. You should see us. We got, well, we don't have too much, but definitely have enough. You might be better off to park your car out and walk in if it's really bad, eh? Well, I hope it all works for you guys. I am shutting her down. Notice 9 hours, perfect. Guys, thank you for being here. I have an outro video. Nothing big. I'm just going to play that quick 11-second one. Look at this. Perfect. Yeah. So it'll be 9 hours if I do that right now. I'll be, oh my God. All right, guys. Have a great dinner. So tonight will be big night tonight. I'm going to be professional and do this. Man. This one. No. This one, not that far. 13, so 14. Day 14. We blew over day 15. Day 15, Dr. Polly Westcott, Max Baker, Jamie Jones, Britt Isapanta, Shelby Hicks, Steve Mullin, and Brad Weber again. Big show. I can get it done because it's 180 pages. Oh boy. Wow. Dr. Polly Westcott is. I'll be ready for tonight. All right, guys. Thank you. Yes, take care to you. All right. Have a great day, guys. I'll see you tonight. If you have any, you having a live stream coming up anytime? I got my notifications on. Here, how about this? This guy's been giving me shout outs. Let me do this. Let me do this. If, let me see. You're a more than trustworthy guy. Let's do this. And I'll do this. You've been a good dude. Great way to end the show. This young man, check him out. He shaved, took 45 years off when he shaved. Oh my God, this guy shaved and 45 years younger. Look at him. Look at this guy. He looks like he's a young dude again. Here's his channel right here. Get on over there. This guy's been giving the shout outs to Shibby. All right. What a great way to end the show. Go watch his channel, or I recommend go and watch Criminal Network's channel. This here. This first one was amazing. Or this one at Criminal Networks. How would I do that? They've been letting me watch their stuff. People have been so great with me. This dude here is awesome. Could share his channel. That's the way. Great way to end the show. Share and share. I'll give you guys something to do today. If you want some feature-length movies, go on here. This is Criminal Network's channel. Give them the Shibby bump. I'll shut it down now. YouTube back. If you want to laugh, short, quick laughs at this one here. Maybe I'll finish with this because they love when I watch this. We'll watch this to end the show. How's that? And I'll put their channel in. How about I do Fishy? I did Fishy. Well, I'll do it again. I'll do Fishy again because she's great. I've done you, young man. Done. This one is Fishy. Let's go here. This is, she lets me do the Fishy pee break, and she lets me watch her little videos. not her lives. Her videos are great, but her lives too. They're all great, perfect. Farmer's in one of them. Here, I think, right? You're here with him. Yeah, Aspen and Farmer. Right here. How about I share that one? If you want to go check out Fishy, here's Aspen and Farmer. How about this? I know Fishy, it's a little bit long for me to watch, but share it. I share that. And when you get there, you can check make sure you subscribe to her. She needs my help. She only has 1,450 subscribers. She needs the Shibby bump. Get on over there. Hey, Rebby, we're just finishing up. That's Fishy's channel. This is Fishy's live on Don't Hate Create, her other channel with Farmer live stream. So go there. And then lastly, we're going to leave with this. This is a great way. I love this one. They love when I play this. This one here. Goodness, this is a great way to end a show. They love it. To get the Shibby bump. Copy this. Help these people out. They've only got 3,820 subs. They need my bump of 244 amazing subs. Get over there. Take this down for now. This is how we're going to end out the show here. We're going to watch this. It's very short. If you want to laugh, get to these guys' channel. And there's quick, short laughs. 5, 10, 20, 30 minutes of just comedy gold. Comedy gold. This is what you'll get. This is a preview. If you go, there's like 30 more videos. Better, longer, and more hilarious than this. All right? I'm going to end this out. And I'm going to shut her down. So this is it. Have a great day, guys. Did you? You have a great Dee Dee, have a wonderful day. Sorry I missed you. Rabbi, have a great day. Enjoy this, guys. I'll be back tonight. I'm going to go snowblower my driveway and get all the snow off. All right? Have a great day. I'm going to end this after 1 minute and 45 seconds. So say your goodbyes. And there'll be an 11-second outro after that. Have a wonderful, wonderful day, guys. Enjoy. They love it when I play this. Go on to this link to these people. Hilarious. YouTube bad actors. I'll do it now. The official Fishy intermission. Bye.
I think he did perverted things before he killed him. Yeah, maybe he used the underwear and he had the sock. Something like that. Yeah, well, if I nailed it, then you don't need to call in. Yeah, so you have the underwear and the sock is missing still. They never found that. And I'm wondering if Richard Allen pleasured himself standing up inside the sock and maybe the underwear or something, and there was nothing there at the scene, and he took that with him. Or he merely, see, people are stunned about the low DNA. The only DNA, and so at that point, where's the DNA exposure? And a pair of underwear and a sock are missing. So what did he do with those? Did he pleasure himself inside the underwear or sock at the crime scene and then keep those somewhere, dispose of that somewhere? We don't know. Pretty crazy, though. There's a missing pair of underwear and a sock. What did he do with that? Did he self-pleasure himself using those items, and that's why there's nothing there at the crime scene? You never know. You know what I was thinking is that Richard Allen, there's a pair of underwear and a sock that are missing. Maybe he pleasured himself into those items at the scene and took off with those. Yeah, how about that for a random theory? No proof of it at all, but, you know, why not? Sounds kind of reasonable. Hey, thanks, Peruvian. 69.
Dude, you just touched Christy Boner's hoo-hoo. Shibby! Low five. Yeah. Let's get out of here.